Yes, parts. So then it's like if they ask you questions about, there's a case and a blurb. And then go to the second page. You see that last one we just talked about. Don't try. I don't have it.
Can you remind me, is it optional in your courtroom for us or mandatory for males?
Optional.
Okay.
Yes, she did last night. I can forward it again. Okay. You have the CD. No, yeah, I need to. Yes, please.
All right, Ms. Rivers, you ready? Let us get on the record in State versus Rooks.
There it goes.
We're all better, Ms. Willingham. This is case 18 SC 161703. It is Thursday, the 30th of June, about 8:45. We picked a jury yesterday. Ms. Hilton, that's your computer. And we are having our 14 plus bonus spectator trickling in. I don't know how many we have so far, and that was about 10 minutes ago. We had at least 5 jurors. We did get a communication from a juror last night that I want to get on the record and then into the record because it was an email. I need to share it with everyone. We'll discuss that briefly, and then I'd like to discuss, until we get all our jurors, the motions in limine from the state concerning the Adult Protective Services report, the cell phone extraction, and some Wellstar medical records. But first, I received, as did Ms. Nelson, at 8:40 last night, an email from Stephen Smith. It was in response to an email that Ms. Nelson sent out to every juror that says, welcome, here are the reporting instructions. Here's how you get in the building. Any questions, call us. Mr. Smith wrote, thank you for your email. I vehemently object to sitting on a murder case. And because I would like to honor my civic duty as a juror, I will gladly volunteer for another case. Please remove me from consideration for service on this murder case. I look forward to hearing back. Steve Smith. So he has not heard back. I don't plan on doing anything unless and until Mr. Smith, through Deputy Gordon, says, hey, I'd like to talk to the court, and then we can all talk with him. My recollection, and I'd like to hear from the state and the defense, is that Mr. Smith expressed no concern whatsoever about the charges in the case. Your hand is up.
Yeah.
With me?
Yeah. I did not.
Steve Smith spoke with me?
No, I say he asked to speak.
Oh, he has this morning asked. Oh, okay, good. So the record is clear. I have not spoken with Steve Smith other than in front of the attorneys. So we'll bring Mr. Smith out. But the record should reflect that Mr. Smith's only hesitation to serve was predicated on his desire to be broadcasting the Summer NBA League from Vegas next week. And this trial might have interfered with that assignment of his. He did not respond to the question about being fair and impartial, concern about the nature of the case, anything like that. We had many jurors who were able to articulate their concerns, some even driven to tears, talking about how working through an elder abuse matter might be difficult for them. Not so with Mr. Smith. That's my recollection. Ms. Hilton, anything you want to add from your recollection from yesterday?
No, you're right. That's the state's recollection as well.
Mr. Korn?
I agree.
Okay. Let's talk about these motions first. How many jurors do we have now? 12. That's a good number. And number 48 is not here yet. That'll be interesting. Okay. All right. Ms. Hilton, I'm happy to take them up in any order. If you and Mr. Korn have already sorted one of them out or more, we could start with those. If not, tell me how you want to work through it.
Sure, Your Honor. I don't know if we discussed any that were previously filed. I did file one this morning that we actually, I think, kind of worked through. And so I can start with that.
Okay, that one I don't have. So let's not do that one.
Okay.
Unless you know your first witness relates to that, because I want to look at that one. So we're clear. I have a January 24th residual hearsay for the report from Ms. Lee Momon, LEE-MOMON. It has a counterpart more recent where you invoke 803 public records. That's from June, just last week, but it's the same report from this time. It says Ms. Mormon. I assume this is the same person.
Sure.
Okay. So those two motions relate to the same report that you're trying to get in because Ms. Mormon is deceased. Then I have a June 22nd 901 B9 because Investigator Taylor, who extracted the cell phone, is unavailable. Detective Leon Packer, who would talk about what was in the phone, and presumably someone else would say, I'm the one who got the phone. So we have the bookends of the chain of custody. We're missing the sandwich meat, if you will, the extraction. Investigator Taylor was supposedly unavailable, although he's on the witness list. And finally, we've got an 803 business records for Ms. Rooks's medical records from Wellstar. That seems like the least controversial.
And I think we just talked about that yesterday. So I think that one is.
Yeah, there's no controversy on that.
Okay.
There's no objection.
All right. So I will, it was noticed. So you provided the notice. Mr. Korn has said he's not concerned about the date at which the records were disclosed, and he is not concerned about the authenticity of those medical records. So no issue with Wellstar. Then you can decide whether it's Ms. Mormon or Investigator Taylor we talk about next.
I think the easier one would be Investigator Taylor to start with. Would
Okay.
be Investigator Taylor, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state did file a motion limiting to allow evidence pursuant to 249-901 B9, which is the authenticity evidence rule, Your Honor. Investigator Mark Taylor, who is or formerly was with the cyber crimes unit of the Atlanta Police Department, is on vacation this week. And speaking with him, his role was very limited in this case. This is a case where after Mr. Rooks was arrested, pursuant to a search warrant, we did obtain Mr. Rooks' phone. Detective Leon Packer ultimately gave that phone to Investigator Taylor to essentially just plug it up to the system and extract the information that was then subsequently turned over to Detective Leon Packer, and he reviewed it and went through it. When we're talking about authenticity of that document, the only thing that Mark Taylor would testify to is plugging it up, how the system works, and that he these results were produced. Detective Liam Packer has the same knowledge and training as it relates to the cell bright extraction and would be able to lay the same foundation as to the system and how it works, how it operates, and what happens. And so in lieu of trying to, because of Detective Taylor's unavailability, the state is asking that we can use pursuant to 901, allowing Detective Liam Packer to testify to the system, the processes that he has experience in this case.
So I guess it's a little different than I thought. Detective Liam Packer can, let's say it's Cellbrite. I don't know which one it is, but pretend it's Cellbrite. If Detective Liam Packer has experience with how Cellbrite works, he can testify about that. Taylor's availability, I don't think, is relevant to Liam Packer's ability to say, here's how Cellbrite works. All it does is it goes in, extracts, and creates an image, if that's what he was going to say. I thought your concern was in the face of an objection when you try to tender what we'll call the contents of the phone. You call it a document. It's probably a thumb drive or something. But when you try to tender states 10, which is the contents of Mr. Rooks's phone, Mr. Korn could say, lack of foundation, chain of custody, because Liam Packer is simply saying, I got this extraction from Taylor. And if your concern is, I want to avoid that debate, and this is why I'm filing the motion, but it's not so much can Liam Packer tell the jury how Cellbrite works.
Correct.
He can do that. You don't need a motion for that.
Correct. It was more so Liam Packer to testify and that this was what came from that extraction. He gave the phone, all these things occurred, but that this is what came from it.
So tell me if this is correct. Liam Packer could testify from direct experience. I got the cell phone from Mr. Rooks through a search warrant. Was he the affiant for the search warrant? So I'm the affiant. I get the cell phone from Mr. Rooks. I jot it down. It's serial number 1234, or it's a black iPhone. I get it to my colleague, or I get it to the extraction unit, and then I'm notified it's ready. I actually get the phone back, and I get this document.
Yes.
Okay. He can say all those things.
He can say all those things.
All right. Mr. Korn, tell me if you're going to object to that, and if you're not going to object, I guess we're done. I should have asked you that first, but I want to work through why you would think that would be an insufficient foundation. It's not every link in the chain, but seems like it's enough.
Judge, I'm actually not objecting. In fact, Mr. Rooks opened up the phone for Detective Liam Packer at the time, and that's all on the recordings.
Excellent. Motion granted, unless you've got a
I
concern.
just want to make the record clear. He did initially go into the phone, but at one point, Mr. Rooks did say, no, you can't go through my phone. So that's when he subsequently got the search warrant. So
Okay. Great. I assume that will come in as well. I don't have any motion to suppress statements or anything like that. Now, this case is old. If some other judge has excluded things, you all need to draw that to my attention. In looking at the docket, I haven't seen any orders from Judge Downs or Judge Reeder that is keeping anything out other than what we may have discussed, but those aren't orders from them. Okay. Then the motion is granted. It doesn't sound like the defense will be objecting to Detective Liam Packer saying the types of things you described. So that gets us to, is it Mormon or Moman?
It's Moman.
Okay, no R.
Yeah, no R. It's
Okay.
Moman.
Gets us to Ms. Moman and her report.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, as you read, it was in both the notice pursuant to 807 as well as the introduction of public records. These are APS records. Back in 2014, there was an anonymous report made to the Atlanta Adult Protective Services regarding Ms. Mendoza Rooks. We actually have the person who is the anonymous reporter. She will testify. Her name is Jacqueline Williams. So how the report came to APS that person will be here. Ms. Teresa Moman at the time was a caseworker at APS, and she was assigned the case to investigate. Now, APS is not a law enforcement agency. They are an agency that does initial investigation, and sometimes they may give their reports to law enforcement. Other times they may, depend on whether or not they substantiate or unsubstantiate their reports. Ms. Moman went out. She did meet with Ms. Rooks and spoke with Ms. Rooks, I think twice. She actually spoke with Ms. Rooks. And on a subsequent occasion, she actually spoke with the defendant and gave the defendant some advice on how to care for his mother. Ms. Moman has since died back in, I believe, 2019. She has passed away. And the state is intending to introduce what she said to Mr. Rooks about the care of his mother in this case, given one, the relevancy of that in this matter, as we think that's going to be a germane issue in the case. And Your Honor, the state cites first as an 807 argument that she is unavailable and that this evidence here would be sufficient pursuant to 807 to come in. When you have to look at 807, doing an 807 analysis, you first look to one is whether the statements offer as evidence of a material fact. It is the state's contention that this would be an evidence of a material fact because it's the state's position that the defendant was made aware of the treatment that his mother needed and failed to do that, hence what ultimately led to her death. Number two, we have to look at the statement is more probative on the point for which it is offered than any other evidence which the proponent can procure through reasonable efforts. This is the APS system is a system that is kept by the Adult Protective Services. Caseworkers have a procedure that they have to use when they go out and meet with clients. They have to come back, make their reports, make their findings, and keep that information within the system that ultimately can be generated for later reproduction. And then that the general purpose of the rules of evidence and the interest of justice will be best served by the admission of this statement into evidence. Your Honor, this is the only way to really get that evidence and information into evidence. Ms. Rooks is no longer here, so she can't talk about that interaction between her and Ms. Moman, and nor is Ms. Moman available. Your Honor, we also look to 803 as another exception to the hearsay rule in getting in this evidence before this jury during this trial. In 24-803, that is when hearsay, the introduction of public records and reports, which is an exception to the general hearsay rule. And under 803, subsection 8, public records and reports are admissible and shall not be excluded by the hearsay rule if they are matters observed pursuant to a duty imposed by law, as to which matters there was a duty to report, excluding, however, against the accused in criminal proceedings, matters observed by police officers and other law enforcement personnel in connection with an investigation. Your Honor, as I mentioned earlier, APS is not a law enforcement agency. And while they do call their matters an investigation, it is to investigate if there is alleged elder abuse happening. We believe that one of the defense's arguments might be that this might be a violation of Mr. Rooks's Sixth Amendment right to comment.
8038 or do whatever the courts have said about defects. That would seem to be really powerful analogy.
And you're right, I believe there is some case law. Been trying to look, I believe I have read case law, because that was where my analogy was going to go, that this is more consistent with defects records.
Mhm.
And this is not an issue that would come up, and I don't have to mention these reports in opening. If you just give me a moment.
Okay, I'll do the same, but let's look for that. I want Mr. Corn or Ms. Jenks to have a chance to respond, but that's what came to mind as I was thinking about it. This is my first experience with APS reports. They are called investigative reports. They seem to be bumping up against the line, but I don't know. It seems like a court would have had to grapple with this before on the defect side, because those are so much more common, regrettably, because we get more cases where the child victims than the elder victims. Mr. Corn, first, I guess I should ask, any objection to?
Yes, on this one, there would be objection.
All right, then we're engaging.
Thank you, Your Honor. The principal question is whether this is a violation of the Confrontation Clause and under Crawford versus Washington. The question there, and this wasn't addressed by the state, is whether this is testimonial, not whether it was prepared pursuant to litigation, which is something else entirely. This is about whether this evidence was testimonial, whether this evidence can be cross-examined, and clearly it cannot. It's just going to be out there without any way of combating it at all. It's not subject to a thorough and sifting cross-examination.
Is it your understanding that the state wants to get in the fact that Ms. Moman had contact with your client and with the deceased, or the substance of the exchange? Hey, one thing you need to do is make sure that Ms. Rooks is moving around on that couch so she doesn't get bed sores, and you can't just leave an orange nearby, but you need to get her protein or whatever the exchange may have been. Because it's slightly different. It may still be an issue if this person who has reviewed Ms. Moman's report is limited to, someone from APS went and met with Ms. Rooks twice, met with Mr. Rooks once to discuss her situation. That's still truth of the matter asserted, derived from Ms. Moman's report.
It is, and there obviously are hearsay questions, and the exceptions may follow. But I'm much more concerned with the confrontation clause issues in both the state and the federal constitutions. The exceptions to whether out-of-court statements can be used pursuant to an investigation if you don't have anybody present, essentially is an emergency. A 911 call, those are the classic exception to the confrontation clause. Here, we don't have that. Here we have a report, and I believe what the state is trying to get into are the conclusions of the report, without any possibility of cross-examining that, without any possibility of getting to the nitty-gritty of it, to find out where the holes in it may be. As any witness has biases, I have the right to explore that bias. In this case, I would not. People jump to conclusions. It happens all the time. I like to explore that. I need to explore that. I have the right to explore that.
Okay.
More accurately, Mr. Rooks has the right to explore that. This would violate the confrontation clause in the most basic sense.
So you and Ms. Hilton are coming at this from different angles. She didn't really address confrontation clause. She's saying it's not hearsay, or there's an exception to hearsay. You're saying that really doesn't matter. You could decide that it comes in under 8038 or 807. It's still violative of the principles in Crawford.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have anything you want to add on the 807 or 8038 side, or that's just really not an analysis you're concerned about?
I'm not 100% convinced this is a public record under that. This is not a record you can get through Open Records Act. This is private. I believe there may be two different definitions of public record at play there. But it is not public. It is not something anybody can just obtain. It is a record that is kept in the course of the public by the government, but it is not public. But even so, there's no state statute that can override the federal constitution in Crawford versus Washington.
That's true. All right. Thank you. So Ms. Hilton, I've heard you say you're not going to bring this up in opening. So why doesn't your team look into the defects parallel that I asked about, but also when we re-engage on this, I'd like to hear your response to the Crawford concern that Mr. Korn brought up. My thought is that we bring Mr. Smith out. You had another motion you filed this morning.
Yes, Your Honor. We just had two motions that we filed this morning, Your Honor.
Two.
One, I believe Mr. Korn and I have already discussed, but I just wanted to, but more go by it. The state intends on introducing Mr. Rooks' statements at trial, and we discussed Mr. Korn did not file a Jackson Deno. We need a ruling on the record about the voluntariness of the statement. And then the second one that we did this morning, Your Honor, was a prior difficulties notice. This is information that has been contained in discovery, but specifically we have witnesses that would testify that they've observed Mr. Rooks yelling, screaming, being aggressive towards his mother.
Towards his mother. Okay.
Download it.
And that's it. Those are the two.
Okay. So there are 4 statements from Mr. Rooks. We'll call one the 911. There's one given to Detective Leon Packer at the scene. Another one to Leon Packer on the way to police headquarters, and then one at police headquarters. So 911, and then there's a 3-part situation with Leon Packer.
Yes.
Okay, 3 acts. Mr. Korn, the only one that was Mirandized, and as the state is claiming, the only one that is custodial, is the final video recorded conversation that happened at police headquarters. Do you agree with that?
Actually, the Miranda happened earlier. It happened in the car ride during that discussion.
So was there a repeat of the Miranda on video at police headquarters?
I don't believe there was. No.
Okay, so while Detective Leon Packer is transporting Mr. Rooks to be interviewed, he Mirandizes him.
Right. He's not driving, somebody else is driving, and Detective Leon Packer goes through the Miranda rights pretty extensively. Repeats one of them, that if you Mr. Rooks says he can't afford a lawyer, and Detective Leon Packer says, well, just so you know, if you can't afford one will be appointed for you. He reiterates that.
Okay.
I'm
But
not
it's
really,
a verbal advisory, or does Mr.
I'm not
Rooks?
aware of any signed one. I haven't received one.
Okay. All right, but that's recorded, so we're not relying on Detective Leon Packer's recollection of
No.
having Mirandized him, which is how
I've
you
heard it personally myself
okay.
as Mr. Rooks.
Then if we rewind chronologically, the other 2, I guess it's your client calling 911,
Right.
and then Leon Packer shows up on the scene, and he and your client interact.
Right. As before Detective Leon Packer even goes in the house, they talk, and I don't believe it can be claimed by anyone that Mr. Rooks was in custody at that time. He was not.
It sounds like the closest it gets would be in the car, where at least in the state's motion, it's referred to an out of custody statement. I don't know how free Mr. Rooks felt while he was driving in a police cruiser with 2 officers in there, but it also sounds like he was Mirandized then.
At that point, yes. That was actually the first part of the conversation in the car.
Okay, because that's my next question. If there was something critical to the state's case that came out in the car before Miranda, that would seem to be the one area we ought to focus on. Otherwise, purely voluntary, I'm calling 911, I'm Mr. Rooks, and then interacting with Detective Leon Packer outside the address sounds like was voluntary. Questions of voluntariness start to creep in once Mr. Rooks is in the car, but it sounds like once he's in the car, he's Mirandized.
That's correct.
And your review of that, Mr. Korn, is that it was a knowing, voluntary, and intelligent waiver of his Miranda rights.
I believe that it was, and I believe that he was cooperating fully.
Okay. And then that Miranda extended to cover the interview at police headquarters. It was the same day. It wasn't 4 days later. They fished him out of the jail and are trying to stretch the Miranda waiver across 72 hours.
My recollection of the timestamps is that it was pretty much one after the other.
Okay. And I have no doubt Mr. Rooks
I
had
don't
to
believe
wait.
there was any gap.
Okay. I know they don't run into the room. Detectives always go and get paperwork and whatnot, but it's all a same day occurrence.
Yes.
Okay. I'm happy to get an order entered. Is there anything, Mr. Korn, you want me to review more closely than your proffer of what you understand the evidence to be, which matches for the most part, and it doesn't in a material way differ from Ms. Hilton's proffer of what the facts are?
As far as the Jackson Deno now.
Okay. All right. I will get an order entered to that effect. How are we, deputy's gone again.
There it is.
How are we doing? Are we calling that person? Who is that person? Or what number? Number 2? Our first juror? We don't have a number 2. Oh, juror number 2, Ms. Patillo. Ms. Patillo, all right. Is she on her way?
I haven't heard back from the justice.
They're calling back there. Okay, thank you. Mr. Korn, your thoughts about the prior difficulties notice?
Mr. Jenks.
Ms. Jenks,
Good morning, Judge.
good morning.
We do object to the state introducing these 3 items as prior difficulties.
Okay, because,
Oh, based.
I mean, I know they're prejudicial to your client, but assume most everything the state wants to introduce is that.
Yes, Judge. There needs to be a sufficient connection between the prior difficulty and the crimes charged, Judge. And again, we also believe that the prejudice outweighs the probative value in this case.
The sufficient connection is not met because, I'm skimming it for the first time.
Sure. So according to Thomas B. State Judge, and that's 318 Georgia Act 849, it's clear that as with any evidence, the prior difficulties can be unduly prejudicial, remote, or confusing to the jury. So we can just state that in order if you like. We do feel that it's unduly prejudicial. These items are specific instances that perhaps these 3 individuals, Ms. Austin, Williams, and Rooks, may have heard at one point in time. So we believe that any kind of testimony here today would be prejudicial against Mr. Rooks to paint him and his character in the wrong light, Judge. In terms of being remote, there's no time frame alleged in this motion. However, we don't know when these occurred, when these allegations occurred.
Well, it was over the course of knowing, I mean, that's what it, but you're right, that could be.
And that's a wide range, Judge. I mean, if there was a prior difficulty a year before an actual crime, that is, is outside of the scope of being in terms of remoteness. So we feel that these are not, these are not relevant in terms of the timeline related to these allegations against Mr. Rooks.
If your client testifies, understand it's a big if, but if he testifies and says, I love my mother, I took good care of her, I would never harm her, this all comes in.
Correct, I guess
As rebuttal. Okay. So one way it comes in is if that's how the case plays out. Your concern is, in the state's case in chief, your client will not have testified. So then this is going, your argument is that while it may be probative of Mr. Rooks's state of mind and the way he thought about his mom, it's prejudicial. I don't know how high the prejudice is, but if the probative value is teeny, the prejudice doesn't have to be so high for the prejudice to substantially outweigh the probative value. It's not saying he stabbed her or threw a pot at her. He used coarse language with her. He was disrespectful, which could be described. My kids could be described that way, and they're good kids.
Well,
Yeah.
11 and 14-year-olds. So I think it's just too wide a landscape. And Judge, also in terms of there being states referenced here, the nature of the relationship is extremely important. They're obviously trying to paint Mr. Rooks as a terrible person through these statements related to his mom and a bad relationship. Again, there have been no police reports or complaints or charges prior to this incident, Judge, related to any kind of domestic violence, which the state, talks about in terms of precedent here in their motion. There's been, there's been no other charges related to any of that. So any kind of disorderly conduct or misdemeanor charges that would, highlight this kind of behavior. So again, Judge, we believe that these should not be allowed in under prior difficulties. As you said, Judge, the state, is inclined to keep their witnesses around as rebuttal witnesses. They have the right to do that, but we are asking you to deny their motion.
Ms. Hilton, tell me if you're able to put some kind of time frame around what these folks will say. And I'm really looking at two buckets. Either they're going to say it's always been that way since, hey, how are you? Since Mr. Rooks was a kid, he and his mother have just had this, I hate you, you're no good relationship versus, gosh, in the last few years, I knew my mom and I would see whatever their relationship is to Ms. Rooks. And I knew Mr. Rooks. When I'd see them together, I'd be shocked to hear the way in which Mr. Rooks spoke to his mother, treated her verbally. These sound like purely verbal interactions and nothing more than that.
Yes, Your Honor. So I'll take them each piece by piece. Catherine Alston is the one who has known the family the longest. She actually grew up with she was the next door neighbor of Mr. Rooks and his family growing up on North Avenue. And she would testify that she heard them yelling when they were younger and being just disrespectful, but even later on as the defendant was in care of his mom, she would hear him kind of yell and be just frustrated with her. And that goes to the state theory, but I'll get to that.
Okay.
And we're talking roughly, Your Honor, it's hard to say it was ongoing. No one can give you a date. No one's gonna be able to say on June 1st, 2012, I heard him yelling because it was the way in which he treated his.
Sure. But there would be a way if my ruling came out this way for Ms. Alston to talk about her experience, her observations during the phase when Mr. Rooks was supposedly caring for his mother, as opposed to when he was 18 and maybe lived there or would come by and visit. In other words, it's not so blurry in her mind that she can't distinguish between those two different chapters. Ms. Rooks is on her own, doesn't need any help, versus she's reached a point where Mr. Rooks is present at that location because he's providing care.
She could distinguish, but I think it is important to start from the beginning.
I understand what you think is important. I just.
I'm not explaining why, but yeah, she can distinguish when they were younger to when he was providing, well, we distinctly can say he was providing care for her.
Okay.
Jacqueline Williams, she met Mr. Rooks initially in the late 90s, but had remained friends with him over the course of the years up until 2014. She will also say it was ongoing, but she specifically will talk about after Jimmy Lee Rooks died, which I think is really, really smart, which is about 20. Jimmy Lee Rooks is Ms. Mendoza's Rooks' husband, and all of this really begins with what the state's theory of the case of neglect begins after 2012, after he died.
Is Jimmy Lee Rooks Mr. Rooks's father, or okay, so he's both biological father of defendant and then husband of victim. Okay.
And she will testify that really after Mr. Jimmy Lee Rooks passed away is when she will talk about hearing him talk to his mother in a very disrespectful way. Matter of fact, this is one of the catalysts as to why she filed APS for one. So she will be able to discuss that. And then Cameron Rooks, who is the defendant's son, and Mrs. Rooks' grandson, will be able to speak about his experience with his father, speaking to his mother, and then speaking to his grandmother and the treatment of her. And again, all this would be kind of after Jimmy Lee Rooks passed away and she was living on her own and he was responsible for her care.
How old would Cameron Rooks have been during that window? Jimmy Lee Rooks is dead. Hilius Rooks is caring for his mother.
11th, 12th grade year of high school, and then it's his early years of college.
Okay, an adult, not he wasn't 3.
No.
Okay.
And Your Honor, this, us bringing in Mr. Rooks, the defendant's actions toward his mother is not character evidence. It talks about the relationship between the victim and the defendant at the time of her death. And it's the state's theory that he wasn't a loving son and that his care and his treatment of her ultimately is told, and we look at totality, is part of her ultimate demise, Your Honor.
Would Ms. Is it Alston with an N?
Son,
It is with an N?
Alston, yes.
Okay. Would Ms. Alston, Ms. Williams, or Cameron Rooks have anything to say about physical mistreatment?
No, none of them, I believe, will testify that they've ever seen him hit her or anything like that.
Okay, and would any of the three of them have anything to say about medical or care neglect?
None of them saw Ms. Rooks. What they will all testify to, which is why they're coming, is that they noticed that her memory was failing and that they offered assistance to Mr. Rooks to provide her care. But none of them saw her, and, excuse me, let me take that back. Ms. Alston would testify that she began to see Ms. Rooks look frail and start to, what it appears to her to deteriorate. But no one can, that's what they'll be able to tell.
Okay, but you wouldn't be relying on them to provide evidence that, oh, I saw her with these sores or this or that.
No.
And I talked to Mr. Rooks, meaning the defendant, about why aren't you addressing this?
No, they will
Okay.
all say, we saw her mentally declining
Mhm.
and we also saw her look frail. And because they've had experience with parents with Alzheimer's, they said, hey, we can help you provide her care. Please tell us how.
Got it. In terms of describing Hilius Rooks's relationship with his mother, then what they'd be limited to, what you'd be limiting them to, is these observations about disrespectful verbal interactions.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I better understand that.
Can I respond?
You sure can. And then I'm not gonna rule on it right now. I need to do a little research since this was filed this morning.
And Judge, we just want to reiterate that it's our position that this is gratuitous on the state's part in terms of trying to introduce these. Again, just going through the relationship of these three individuals that they've been to get these statements in through. Again, the neighbor, she has been a longtime neighbor of the Rooks family. However, remember that Mr. Rooks was not living there all of this time. He had an independent life, had an apartment in Buckland, was working at, Georgia Tech. He wasn't there during the whole span of these years that the state is stating. Ms. Alston is going to, bring up statements about their relationship, whatever that may be. Likewise, Judge, Jacqueline Williams is an ex-girlfriend of Mr. Rooks from many, many years ago, as much as 18 or 20 years ago. That remoteness is profound with both of these individuals, Judge, and therefore we feel that you should exclude those. And likewise for Cameron Rooks, again, I don't believe that Mr. Rooks' son wasn't living in his grandmother's house and wasn't in and around there on a regular basis. And definitely all three individuals would not have been around in the 2 months prior to Mrs. Rooks passing, which would maybe bring it in terms of more, less remote, in this matter. So for all those reasons, Judge, we again are asking you to exclude these prior difficulties. We also don't believe that there's any way that the jury or fact finder could find beyond a preponderance of meet the standard of preponderance of evidence that these acts or these behavioral patterns existed.
Okay. You're welcome. Last question for Ms. Hilton. Does Ms. Williams have more recent observations of Mr. Rooks's, the defendant's interactions with his mother? Because the way I just heard Ms. Williams describe, she would have been out of defendant's life years before the decline. And I appreciate your focus that really the jury ought to hear, and it's relevant and more probative than prejudicial for the jury to hear that there was a disrespectful relationship for years and years. To me, the probative value increases the closer in time it was to the alleged mistreatment. And I could see how Cameron Rooks would have been present to see his father interact with his grandmother up until the very end or hear it. And if Ms. Alston was a neighbor until the time that Ms. Rooks passed away. Similarly, she could give current, we'll call them current to the time of death. This is an old case. Ms. Williams is now suddenly sounding very remote.
She's not sure. They met in the 90s, and that's when they dated in the 90s, but they remained friends up until the mid-2000s. Matter of fact, she did his taxes in 2014 when she ultimately made the APS report. And that wasn't based on what was happening in the 90s. It was based upon her interactions and her observations, what she heard during that.
She can't have been too remote. She's the one who reached out to APS in 2014, which admittedly is 3 years before Ms. Rooks passes away, but that's very different from I was dating him 18 years ago.
So they dated in the 90s, that's what she'll testify to. But after the 90s, they still remained friends during the course of the 2000s. And like I said, she did his taxes in 2013 or 2014, somewhere around there.
Okay.
And a text message from her.
Okay. Ms. Jenks, you have a factual dispute about that? Or I just wanted to get a little more context about, okay, you're good. All right. All our jurors are here, so we are able to start. We won't till we bring Mr. Smith out. Assume I will enter an order that finds Mr. Rooks's 4 statements as they've been broken up are freely and voluntarily given. So if you want to refer to them in openings, you can do that. Don't talk about Ms. Alston, Ms. Williams, or Cameron Rooks as someone who could talk about the disrespectful interactions in your opening, if that makes sense. Okay. Because I need to think about that more, given when you filed the motion. All right. Can we bring Mr. Smith out, please?
After we speak with Mr. Smith, I have a comfort break before we start.
Yes, you may. Just don't use the juror bathroom now. Ms. Rivers, you ready? All right. We are ready to start our trial after a day-long jury selection. Before we can do that, juror number 12, Mr. Smith, wants to talk. Juror number 12, Mr. Smith, was interviewed yesterday by myself, by counsel for the state, by counsel for Mr. Rooks. Juror number 12 was informed of the charges in the indictment, raised no concerns whatsoever under oath on the record about the nature of the charges. Juror number 12 did identify that he had in his mind an important business conflict that he hoped he could make. And there were other things that the lawyers explored with Mr. Smith, but at no point did Mr. Smith indicate he would have any difficulty being fair and impartial to both the state and Mr. Rooks. And yet, late last night, in response to the email that was sent out by my staff, letting those who were selected know that they needed to be here today, Mr. Smith sent an email to me and my staff indicating he was, quote, vehemently opposed to a murder trial, unquote. A bolt from the blue. Mr. Smith, explain yourself and take your mask off. Thank you.
Thank you. After yesterday, obviously, you know, being highlighted as a public figure, I just feel very uncomfortable, you know, being in this situation under this. I understand my civic duties, and I've always been a person that my civic duties and would not mind serving just out of this trial.
Okay, so I'm hearing something a little different. Your email made it sound like it was the nature of the charges, but what you just told me is, Judge, I'm a public figure, and so I'm uncomfortable serving. Just sort those out for me so I can understand.
Well, as a public figure, I just feel uncomfortable for this type of trial.
Okay, you're uncomfortable because you think there's a security risk? Okay, I appreciate that. Ms. Hilton, do you have any questions for Mr. Smith?
At this juncture, had any threats been made against you
No.
as it relates to this case? Has anyone called to threaten you since this case has occurred? If you were chosen to still sit, would you still be able to listen to all the evidence in this case?
I do not feel comfortable.
Not that you don't feel comfortable. If you are not released, will you still listen to the evidence?
I do not feel comfortable.
Let's see if Mr. Korn has any questions.
I don't, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Smith, if you'll go back to the jury room, please. We're going to talk a little bit about this and we'll make a plan. So my proposal is that Mr. Smith remains on the jury. We will check in with him maybe midday tomorrow. I see no reason to excuse him now. I will certainly entertain concerns from either side if it's time to deliberate and Mr. Smith has in any way displayed inattention or he continues to raise his concerns. I see no foundation for those concerns, given the nature of these allegations. It's not a gang case. It's not getting public coverage. I don't expect it to get public coverage. If it does, I don't intend on making clear to the media who's on the jury or who isn't. I don't think this is a case that comes within miles of needing an anonymous jury or anything like that. So my plan is to maintain the status quo. Mr. Korn, do you have any concerns you want to get on the record at this point?
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, I'm going to renew my motion for challenge for cause for juror number 12. My client is on trial for his life in this prospective juror. This juror has said he's not going to listen.
Okay. It's actually not what he said, but I hear your concern.
No, in answering it, that was the question that was asked, and he did not answer. That's not a great step to go in that direction.
Understood.
Again,
And
my client's on trial for his life. And I don't want a juror on this jury who's gonna not listen to the evidence
okay.
for whatever reason.
I appreciate that. You said renew. Excuse me, we weren't done. You said you were going to renew your motion to strike for cause. I don't remember. You yesterday tried
to strike him for cause
because you thought he wouldn't
for
listen.
hardship.
Oh, okay. All right.
That was the reason he gave yesterday.
So you're revising your motion to strike for cause.
Doing and revising.
Okay, understood. Ms. Hilton, anything you want to add as to juror 12?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I do not find at this point that juror 12 will not listen to the evidence. Juror number 12 wants to be in Vegas. But as I said, we'll monitor this. And it's not like juror 12 can be replaced so that we have 14 jurors and he leaves. So I don't see the harm in having him stay for now, and we'll see how he does. But you have on the record renewed and revised your motion to strike juror 12. I'm not finding his version of events particularly credible at this time, but I'm open to revision as we see how things proceed. Ms. Hilton, other than a refreshment break or whatever you call it, anything from the state before we bring the jurors in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Mr. Korn?
Nothing from the defense, but just in response to what you just said, do we really want jurors who are, you find on the record, not credible?
So I believe, thank you for flagging that. I believe that Mr. Smith is and will be a capable and competent juror, but he was hoping that he could not have to be here by saying what he said. And I think he does have concerns because he's a public figure. I think he has places he'd rather be. But we get jurors like that all the time. I'm a doctor. I need to do what I do. I'm a CEO. I need to be at my meeting. And we work through those. And in the end, it's the foreperson on the jury or who knows what. So for now, juror 12 remains on the jury. Your concerns are noted. All right, we'll go off the record. Please take your refreshment break. And I'm going to have the jurors come out no later than 9:45 on the clock on the wall.
You want me to do it? Or
It's not copied.
You already copied?
This is from last night, but that's why I said this is what I copied last night.
So you're talking about your caution.
Yeah. Yep.
Always have that page, always have focus on it. Once you feel it, just keep it.
Ms. Nava Heger, you're not leaving, are you?
Oh, we're sorry, I thought it was around up.
Oh, you're coming back, though.
Oh, yeah, I just didn't know if I was allowed to leave my things. So that's-
You're welcome to take your things with you. You're welcome to leave them. I just want to make sure you're coming back.
Oh, yeah, well, we're allowed to go for a break and come back at 9:45?
Yes, ma'am. 9:45.
Okay, and it's okay if I take something?
It is okay.
Yes, yeah, I'm not leaving.
Good.
Okay. Oh, we haven't logged. We didn't get a.
The problem, it needs to be on ours because we're gonna have.
No,
we-
I'm about to do there's the
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Can I make a request of the state?
Yes.
So you all have 3 here. It would be great if whoever's doing the questioning doesn't also have to call the exhibits up. So, and that may be Ms. Willingham, it may be Ms. Russell, however it works. My last trial got a little frustrating because the lawyer who was asking the questions didn't delegate responsibility to his or her trial partner to then call up the exhibits. And that just slowed everything down because then the person has to bounce from the podium to the computer. So the more you all can coordinate that, the happier the jurors will be.
I think last time I was in here for trial, you referenced, is it a crack? What did you say? A crack? a crack. It was a sort of team. I can't remember. And that's what you have here.
Good,
That
excellent.
type of team.
Right, crack not in terms of drugs, but as in
Correct.
like your SWAT team. These are the folks who can nail the IT stuff.
Correct.
Excellent.
yeah.
Mine didn't work.
It
either.
didn't work.
Well,
And if you're
I-
having technical issues that seem not to be DA ones, but like courtroom ones, let me know so we can get court IT here to help you navigate that.
Perfect. Thank you, Judge.
You bet.
You can give that back to her. Is it signed? I have a personal one and this didn't work. I don't know. I have a personal one and it didn't work on mine. Dot.
Yeah, it's saying incorrect password.
Yeah, that's what mine. Oh.
Can you say you wrote for me?
Did you send the password to me?
Mhm.
Perfect. I just said. It's not done.
Yeah, it keeps saying incorrect password.
She said she might not know her password.
Oh, okay.
I just opened up a PDF.
I'm going to change your default to Microsoft Edge.
Okay. Excuse me, sorry.
She gave her user and password.
She gave us the wrong password.
She said she might have.
But it wouldn't work on my, yes, I have.
Oh.
Yeah.
So now you have to close it. And open it. So let's go here. Can you do hers? Sure.
Got it.
So open up the Microsoft image.
Okay. That's how mine usually open up, I think.
Adobe did an update and they won't let us use it anymore for free. And the simplest things you have to.
Right. And we'll be able to flip it.
It's gonna be girl. It's gonna be similar to Adobe.
Okay.
We can open up one really quickly and.
Yeah, that's what that,
Okay,
the,
first one.
yeah,
Forward.
and bottom,
Okay. Let's just see what we do.
please, yes.
Open it now.
Yeah.
That's why we're here.
Just make sure.
Rotate.
Rotate.
Got it. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I probably needed to just.
If you go to default apps in the bottom left corner where it says search. So and then you just start typing in default. You go to default apps at the top. And then scroll down and say choose default app by file type, the first one you do. And then scroll down to .pdf.
Yes, it does.
And you are logged in on here.
All right, Ms. Rivers, you ready? Ms. Hilton, are you ready for the jury?
Yes, you are.
Mr. Corn, are you ready? Everyone's looking backwards instead of this way. Mr. Corn, you ready? I will make Court's Exhibit 1, Mr. Smith's email, so that is made part of the record. And we'll bring the jury in just a moment. I will swear them in, give them some preliminary instructions, and then we'll get going with opening statements. We'll have a break. Lunch will probably be a little later today just because they're not coming out. The jurors aren't coming out till 10. So lunch might be 12:30 rather than at noon. We'll see how things flow. If there's a natural witness break, it'll be earlier. I just don't want to go for 45 minutes, take a morning break, go for 45 minutes and then lunch break. I'd like just to log some progress. I think that's it. So let's bring the jurors in. Can I give this to you? Court's 1. I have stickers, I think. Mr. Corn, I didn't mention, you know that I let jurors ask questions.
I did know that.
Good, okay.
As long as we can go over them before we answer.
And you get a follow-up.
But you can get. Mhm.
It's a Supreme Court endorsed approach. I don't have stickers. I thought I did. Sorry.
All right, for the jury. Do the present.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to courtroom 8D, much smaller, a little more intimate than 1D, where some of you spent a lot of time yesterday. Appreciate your focus yesterday. We are about ready to start the trial of State versus Hilius Rooks. There are a few things I need to cover with you before we can get going. From here on, when you show up for the start of the day and when you're taking breaks, et cetera, you'll start in that jury room. You're only out in the courtroom when all the lawyers are here, Mr. Rooks is here, and I am here. So when we take breaks, you'll start in the jury room. It's fine to use that hallway back there. If you want to make a phone call and you don't want to be talking in front of the rest of your colleagues, you can sort of spread out in that hallway. It's a secure hallway. When you go to lunch, you can go as a group, you can go individually, however you want to do that. But when you're returning to the building, get buzzed in and go into the jury room. Don't come into the courtroom. The lawyers may be milling about doing their own thing, but it is important that any interactions you have with the lawyers occur with both sides there and with me moderating, if you will. And a corollary of that is you might be walking down the hallway and there's Ms. Jenks or there is Ms. Russell. And you say, hey, could you tell me a good place to eat for lunch? You work around here. And they're going to act like you've maybe just tested positive for COVID and moved back. And it's not because you've done anything wrong. It's because they're not supposed to have interactions with you, even innocuous ones, outside the four walls of this courtroom where the other side could say, I object. Burger King is terrible. You should go to McDonald's. That's the way information flows during a trial. So don't take it the wrong way if the lawyers hop off the elevator because you got on the elevator. They need to only be interacting with you in here. Once the trial's over, you bump into them. If you do, you can ask them where to eat. They can tell you and they won't run from you. So if you do have logistical questions, Deputy Gordon is your number one point of contact. My staff, if you see them, they're the folks who can let you know, hey, I need to go outside to smoke. Where can I go? I want a soda. Here are the vending machines. In the jury room is a refrigerator full of bottled water. That's for you. Take as much as you want. You're welcome to bring the water out here to drink during trial. There's also a K-Cuppy machine that makes coffee, and I think there are the little cartridges also for you. Don't bring the coffee out here because if you spill that, that makes a stain, but that's for you to have. You're welcome to bring food in if you have special dietary needs or you're wary of the food options in downtown Atlanta. Just know that you can't get into the building glass, or if you bring a steak knife to cut your lunch, your steak knife will be stopped while the rest of you and your belongings go through the security system. We will always break for lunch for you. It will not be like yesterday where some of you had a 4-hour lunch break. Lunch will be 45 to 60 minutes, depending on what you say you need. Tomorrow's lunch may be a little longer. We'll talk about that at the end of today because of something else that's going on. And we will break on a regular basis once in the morning, assuming we start at 9. We're starting a little late today because one of you thought we started at 9:30. We didn't. And we'll certainly have an afternoon break. We will have more breaks than that if you need them. Your number one role in this process is to stay focused on what the witnesses are saying and whatever the documentary evidence is. If you find that it's 2:30 and the burrito you got on Broad Street is sort of weighing you down and want a break, let Deputy Gordon know, wave your hand, and we'll take a break. Ideally, it's because more than one of you needs a break, but we need all of you dialed into what's going on. And so if you're starting to fade, it may be time for a break. It might be a 5-minute one where we agree you can go up and down the hallway 3 times, but we'll build in a 10 to 15-minute break morning and afternoon and a lunch break every day. We'll try to stop as close to 5 as we can. If we're in the middle of a witness and the attorney examining the witness says, Judge, I just need 10 more minutes, and that lawyer has given us credible time estimates, which we don't get a lot from the lawyers, but if it's a credible time estimate, I might ask if you all could stay a little bit past 5 so we can wrap up with this witness. That way she doesn't have to come back the next day. So hopefully no one has a hard stop at 5. But that same dynamic means we might end a little before 5 because I'll ask around 4:50, 4:45, how much more do you have with this witness? And if the lawyer says, this is a good break time because I'm about to get into some scientific discussion that's going to be 30 minutes, we don't want to interrupt that halfway through. So we might end a little bit early as well. But in general, it's 9 to 5. If for any reason you are delayed in getting here in the morning, or you go out to lunch and somehow get the equivalent of a flat tire, please call. If you don't have my chamber, you have my chamber's number now because it was in the email you got, but I'll make sure that Deputy Gordon writes it up on the whiteboard in there. That's the number you should call saying, I am doing my best to get here, but there's an accident on I-20 and I'm stuck. And that way we know not to worry. We know not to send Deputy Gordon's friends to your house to wake you up, to get you down here, because they're good at doing that. And we'll all wait knowing that you're safe, you're just delayed. But also know that we can't do anything without all of you. So if one of you decides, I'm gonna sleep in a little bit this morning, you're impacting the other 13. And I would authorize the other 13 to be disappointed with you when you showed up. So hopefully that doesn't happen. I need to administer the second and final oath you all are going to take. It's the juror oath. Yesterday was the potential juror oath or the voir dire oath, but I'm going to now swear you in as jurors in this case. So if you could please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you shall fairly try the issue brought by this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Hilius Rooks, who is charged with murder, felony murder, neglect of an elder person, and exploitation of an elder person, and give a true verdict according to the evidence? Please say yes if you so swear or affirm. Yes. Does anyone not so swear or affirm? All right. I need 13 of you to go back in the jury room.
It's positive right now. Can you see?
He told me when I walked up.
Just
All right, Mr. Smith, this is your last chance to get anything on the record before I take the action that I think is appropriate, given things you have told us under oath yesterday. Anything else you want to tell me?
I'm not comfortable and I'm not willing.
Okay, sit in the back of the courtroom. You will spend the duration of this trial in the back next to Juror 48. Thank you so much. You can break when the jury breaks. You will return tomorrow when the jury returns. You'll return on Tuesday when the jury returns. You'll return on Wednesday when the jury returns until the jury is done with the work it is doing. Juror 48, you will not be here as long as Juror 12. Don't panic. Anywhere you want, find a comfortable bench. It's yours.
Before we bring the jury in, Judge, I think I have to move for a mistrial at this point.
And what's the basis for that?
I think that what just happened was the rest of the jury.
Okay, elaborate on how the other jurors would be affected other than disappointed in Mr. Smith's performance.
I don't see how they can put that aside, Judge. I've never seen anything like it in 30 years.
I haven't seen it either, but we have a remedy for it. Mr. Smith's heard what that remedy is. But I guess I need you to articulate how in any way this has affected the other 13 jurors' ability to be fair and impartial in this case. They wouldn't have ever seen it happen either. So they may wonder what's going on. And when the trial's over, we can talk to them about what's going on. They may wonder why Mr. Smith is sitting on a bench for the whole trial rather than next to them. But that has nothing to do with whether they'll process this case and be fair and impartial to both sides.
Judge, I have nothing for you.
Okay. Ms. Hilton, anything you want to add? No. All right, I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial, and I would invite the other 13 jurors to come back in. You should take your sticker off, Mr. Smith. Thank you.
Yes.
It's funny. I walked up to him, he was like, wait, and I was like, I know this too loud. Sometimes I was like,
Right.
But you're right, I've got to make a record.
All right, adjourned. Mr. President.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. Welcome back. Appreciate your patience while we worked through that. In order to serve as a juror, you have to swear or affirm, because some folks don't swear, that you will fairly try the case and base your verdict only on the evidence and not something else. Juror 12 was unwilling to do that, but we all spent a lot of time yesterday confirming that Juror 12 was eligible to serve, and he was, so he'll watch the trial. He won't participate as a juror. You should draw no conclusions from that. He just won't be part of your group. So we're down to 13. You are the jurors in this case. I'm going to give you some legal instructions in a moment. I want to talk about note-taking first. You all have notepads, and you are invited to take notes if you want to take notes. Note-taking is not required, is not an obligation, but you will not get a transcript of witness testimony. So if someone says something or does something that you think is important, that you think you might not remember, maybe you want to write it down. Your notes are private in the sense that you share them with no one until you begin your deliberations. And then you're free to rely on your notes to refresh your recollection or to share with others things that you jotted down, but they need to stay private until then. So if note-taking is your thing, go for it. If it's not, there's not a quiz at the end where you're going to need to rely on them. There is deliberations where you will, as a group, decide whether the state has proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt as to any of these charges. Your notes, should you choose to take them, as I said, you keep to yourself until the deliberations begin. You shouldn't share them. You should know that when the trial is over, they are destroyed. They don't end up getting published. They're not made part of the record or anything like that. If you do take notes, don't let that process become distracting. One of the other roles that I'll talk about in a minute that you have is you are the credibility or believability finder for each witness. It may be that one witness says X happened and another witness said the opposite of X happened. And you're going to need to try to reconcile that. And one way you might do it is to say, well, this person wasn't particularly believable because. And one way you might do that is to notice that when the witness in answering questions from one side was very cheery and interactive, and the moment the lawyer from the other side started asking questions, there was a very different demeanor. Maybe the person started sweating, didn't make eye contact, et cetera. You only notice that if you're also watching what's going on. So if you are a note taker, don't bury yourself in the notes so that you miss out on how witnesses are processing what they're asked and how they're responding. All right. The defendant, Mr. Rooks, is charged in this case with several crimes. Crimes are violations of the laws of Georgia. I'm going to read to you now what's in this indictment. You will get this indictment during your deliberation. So don't worry if there's some legalese in there and you're trying to write it down. This document goes out with the jury for its deliberations. There are 5 counts in the indictment. Count 1 charges Hilius Rooks with the offense of murder. And the allegation is that here in Fulton County, on or about February 8 of 2017, Mr. Rooks did unlawfully and with malice aforethought cause the death of Medotha Rooks, a human being, by depriving her of necessary medical care and sustenance. Count 2 charges Mr. Rooks with felony murder. And the allegation is that here in Fulton, on or about February 8th, 2017, Mr. Rooks did unlawfully during the commission of a felony, that felony being neglect of an elder person, caused the death of Medotha Rooks, a human being, by depriving her of necessary medical care and sustenance. Count 3 charges Mr. Rooks with the offense of neglect to an elder person. The allegation is that here in Fulton County, between the dates of November 2, 2016, and February 8, 2017, Mr. Rooks did, while having immediate charge and control of an elder person, that person being Medotha Rooks, Mr. Rooks did unlawfully and willfully deprive Ms. Rooks of necessary medical care and sustenance to the extent that her health and well-being were jeopardized. Count 4 charges Mr. Rooks with exploitation of an elderly person. And the allegation is that Mr. Rooks here in Fulton County between July 1 of 2014 and February 7 of 2017, Mr. Rooks did knowingly and willfully exploit an elder person, that being Medotha Rooks, through at least one of the following means. 1, forging and depositing to his own account checks made out to Medotha Rooks for his own benefit. 2, withdrawing funds from the account of Medotha Rooks for his own benefit. And 3, otherwise accessing the financial resources of Medotha Rooks for his own benefit. And finally, count 5 charges Mr. Rooks with unreasonable confinement of an elder person. The allegation is that here in Fulton County between November 2 of 2016 and February 8 of 2017, Mr. Rooks did willfully inflict unreasonable confinement upon an elder person, that being Medotha Rooks, by creating circumstances, specifically a dog and a locked exterior door, that prevented Ms. Rooks from being able to leave her residence. Ladies and gentlemen, these charges that I just shared with you are not evidence of guilt, and you should not consider them as evidence or even an implication of guilt of any crime whatsoever. Mr. Rooks today, just as he did yesterday, sits before you with the presumption of innocence in his favor. And this presumption of innocence stays with him unless and until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of one or more of the crimes charged in this indictment. A defendant should not be convicted of any crime unless each element of the crime is charged. And you don't know the elements of these offenses. That's the kind of thing I'll tell you at the end of the trial when I talk to you again about the law, until each element is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, stays with the state throughout the trial. It never shifts to the defendant. This doesn't mean, however, that the state is required to prove the defendant's guilt beyond all doubt or to some mathematical certainty. The state's burden is to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a phrase that means just what it says. It's a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It's not a vague doubt, an arbitrary doubt, or a speculative doubt. It's a doubt for which a reason can be given, a reason that arises from your consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence in this case. The defendant, who, as I said, and it bears repeating, is presumed innocent, has no burden of proof whatsoever. At no point will I announce, well, we've heard enough from the state. Now the defendant needs to do X or Y or Z. Mr. Korn and Ms. Jenks may not ever stand up again in this trial and say anything to you. I bet they will, but they're not required to because Mr. Rooks has no burden at all. If, after giving careful consideration to all the evidence that you see and hear in this case, you find that your mind is wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, that is a doubt of the law, and you would be obligated, required, to acquit the defendant. But if no reasonable doubt exists as to the defendant's guilt to one or more of these alleged crimes, you would be authorized to convict. The basic structure of the trial, ladies and gentlemen, is that in a few moments, the lawyers will have an opportunity to make an opening statement. An opening statement is a preview of what these lawyers think the evidence will be or won't be. It's an outline of what they think you'll hear or what you won't hear. Now, keep in mind, nothing the lawyers say is evidence. A lawyer can tell you the sky is green. That doesn't make it green. You'll decide what color the sky is based on the evidence that you receive during the trial. After these opening statements, the state begins the presentation of its case, and you'll begin to receive evidence. Evidence can come in the form of oral testimony, anything a witness says, or physical records. It could be photographs, documents, a video, something like that. Those will all be labeled with numbers, and most of them will go out to you for your review during your deliberations. At some point during the trial, I'll ask Ms. Hilton to call her next witness, and she'll say, "Judge, the state rests." At that point, the defense will be given an opportunity to present any evidence if they choose to do so, but they have no burden. So it may well be after the state rests, you hear from Mr. Korn, well, the defense rests. We don't have to prove anything. The state's done, we're done. But the defendant has an absolute right and ability to call his own witnesses, should he choose to do so. When the evidence is closed, both sides have rested, the lawyers get a second chance to talk to you directly. This is called closing arguments. And these arguments are an effort to persuade you to decide the case in favor of one side or the other. The lawyers are going to tell you, this is what you heard, and this is how you should process this evidence. These are the conclusions you should reach based on the evidence. And the lawyers are free to do that, but be mindful, nothing the lawyers say is evidence. They are attempting to persuade you. That's their job, that's their right. But you decide what the evidence is and what all that means. When the lawyers are done with their closing arguments, I'll address you one more time to give you the specific law. These are the elements of murder, felony murder, et cetera, that you must use as you're considering the evidence in this case. During the trial, and this is what you've probably seen on TV, the lawyers have the right to object to the admission of evidence if they think that evidence coming in would violate one of the rules of evidence. That's when the lawyer says, "Objection, hearsay." Some lawyers stand up, others don't. Some are real vocal when they do it. Others simply say, "Judge, objection," and we'll work through that. My job is to rule on those objections. If I sustain an objection, then the lawyer who asked the question needs to go in a different direction. If I overrule the objection, we keep on going in the way that the lawyer who asked the question was headed. You must consider only the testimony and exhibits that are admitted. What that means is if at some point someone objects and they say, move to strike, and I tell you to disregard what you just heard a witness say, because sometimes the question is innocuous. Well, what did you do next? And the witness starts to say what she did next. But part of what she says ends up being a statement that's inconsistent with the rules of evidence. So a lawyer objects. There may be a point where I tell you to disregard what that witness said. If you happen to write it down, cross it out. If you're back there in the jury room deliberating and one of you says, hey, remember when that witness said there was a stop sign and the car ran the stop sign, but that happens to be the thing I told you have to disregard? I need you to police each other and say, I do remember that, but we're supposed to disregard it. The good news is it should not happen that some central piece of evidence in the case you hear and then I tell you to unremember it. It's usually something peripheral. But either way, peripheral or not, if I tell you to disregard something, that's what you need to do. The lawyers also may from time to time stand or sit and say, Judge, I have a motion. That is often code word for you need to take a break, because a motion is something that I need to talk with the lawyers in greater detail, and they may need to talk about some things that they think a witness is about to say that they think you ought not to hear. Maybe I've already made a ruling in a case that the witnesses can't talk about X. And a question is starting to head that witness toward X. A lawyer may say, Judge, I've got a motion. You all will need to be understanding, take a break, and I'll work through that with the lawyers. We try to handle those kinds of things during your lunch, after you're done for the day, and before you start, because some of this we can see fairly far in advance. But it may happen that we need to do that in the middle of the trial. And so please bear with us. We're going to be as efficient as we can with your time. Now, as I mentioned, I need to rule on these objections. I need to rule on the motions. Nothing I say now or any other point during the trial is evidence. You should not interpret anything I say as indicating some leaning I have for one side or the other, that I find a witness to be credible or not, that I find evidence to be strong and compelling or weak and not compelling. That's not my job in this case. I don't ever mean to intimate anything like that. If I sustain an objection, all that means is, based on my understanding of the law, that was a good objection. If I overrule it, it's not one that's valid under the law as I understand it. My interest in this case is to see that it is fairly tried, consistent with the laws of Georgia and the United States. You all have an important role as well. You are the fact finders in this case. You decide what happened in this case. Was it murder? Was it not? That's your decision. And while I'll instruct you as to the laws you must apply, you will decide what the evidence is based on the testimony you heard and the exhibits you received. In doing this, you will necessarily be deciding the credibility or believability of witnesses. And I mentioned that when I was talking to you about note-taking. When you're thinking about whether or not to believe a witness, you are free to consider everything you've already heard in the trial, all the facts and circumstances of the case, the manner in which the witness is testifying. Is that person making eye contact or not? Does that signify anything to you or not? The witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of this case. Does she have any biases that have been highlighted? And the means and opportunity that the witness has for knowing the things he's talking about. You may from time to time have questions for these witnesses. 99% of the questions in this case will come from the lawyers. I may ask questions from time to time because I need to understand what's going on as well. At the end of every witness's testimony, when these lawyers are done examining the witnesses, I will turn to you all to see if you have any questions that were not answered during the course of the lawyer's questioning. And if you do, you're going to write them down on those note cards. You'll see there's a pretty thick stack of note cards in front of you. I'll ask you before we get the first witness in here to spread those around, because you're free during the course of testimony to jot something down. You may well get answered 6 questions later. But if a light bulb goes off for you and you want to write down that question you've got for that witness, please do so. At the end of the witness's testimony, I'll give you a little extra time to write down any other questions you have. Deputy Gordon will collect those questions. I will review them with the lawyers because in the same way that a lawyer could ask a question that triggers an objection, so too could you. And so I'll need to filter them. And you might well have a fantastic question that unfortunately is not allowed under the law. And I won't ask that question of the witness, but I'll screen the questions, and then ultimately I will ask witness X those legally permissible questions that you all posed. When we're done with that part, I'll let the lawyers follow up, because it is often the case that a juror has come up with a real interesting point that the lawyers say, I hadn't thought about that. I better ask this witness some questions about it as well. And so the lawyers will be free to do that. You should draw no conclusions from the fact that some of your questions do not get asked. All that means is that it was not a proper question. And questions are not evidence. As I've told you, nothing the lawyers say is evidence. It's only the answers to the questions. So during the course of the trial, I promise you there's going to be a question that is 2 minutes long. It's got so many words in it. The answer might be yes. That's the evidence. The witness said yes to that question. It's not the words in the question, it's the answer. It's important that you pay close attention to the evidence throughout the trial. You need to listen to what's going on. You need to watch what's going on. If at any point you cannot hear because the equipment's not working or a witness is soft-spoken, let me know and we'll fix that. If you can't see because these monitors are showing the wrong thing, I don't know what's on the monitors. You guys keep looking at them. I hope it's not television right now. It should be ultimately when the witness is testifying, we spotlight the witness's face so you can see that particularly clearly. And then exhibits, when exhibits are displayable to the jury. But if you can't see, let me know and we'll make it so you can see. And then finally, you can see and hear just fine, but you need a break. Let me know that too, because again, we don't rewind the testimony. You don't get a transcript of the testimony. It's your notes and your individual recollection of what happened that serves as most of the evidence back in the jury room. It's important that you view this evidence with an open mind and avoid reaching final conclusions until you've heard everything. Don't hear the opening statement and say, oh, I know what happened in this case. Because of course you haven't heard any evidence yet. You've just heard the lawyers tell you what they think it would be. Your deliberations should not begin until the evidence is closed and I've given you the law you must apply. Now, a corollary of that means don't, during your first lunch break, start talking with each other about, can you believe what that witness said? Talk about anything else but the trial when you guys are on breaks in the jury room. Until deliberation time, you will have as much time as you need to work through the issues in this case. There's not a clock that is running during deliberations. That clock does not start, however, until the evidence is closed, the lawyers have given closings, and I've told you what the law is. Until you start those deliberations, it would be improper for you, and thus you must not discuss this case with anyone. You don't talk about it with yourselves because that's starting deliberations early, but you don't talk about it with friends, family members. You certainly don't go to Facebook and say, whoo, I've got this case and this is what it's about. And the reason for that is we don't want you getting any evidence outside this courtroom, away from the lawyer so they could object or try to contradict it or rebut it, or so that I could exclude it if it's improper evidence. If you go online and Google, hey, this address they keep talking about on North Avenue, what's that look like? You're getting evidence that is outside the record. If it is important to the state's case and the state can get it in, they're going to admit that evidence. If it's important to the defense case and they want to get it in, they have the right and ability to get it in, but they don't have to prove anything. So that's why I let you ask questions. So you don't ask Google questions. So you don't go home and ask your roommate, your spouse, your significant other. These lawyers keep talking about X. What do you think they mean by that? Don't do that. Please no outside research. And that's why when someone asks you, hey, where are you? You just say, look, I have jury duty. If you need to tell them, you could say it's a criminal case, but it's better to just say I have jury duty. Well-meaning individuals will say, let me tell you when I had jury duty. When this thing happens in the case, that's what it means. Don't just trust me. When X happens, that's what it means. And maybe in that case, that was true, but who knows if it applies in this case. So go dark a little bit with friends and family about what's going on in your life. That doesn't mean you can't interact with people. Talk about anything else. There's a whole lot going on in this world right now that you can talk about that does not involve state versus Helios Rooks. Embrace that. Talk about that. Don't talk about this case. That, my friends, is all I've got. When this trial is over, you want to write a book about it, write a song about it, paint a picture about it, you can do so. Until it's over, you need to not engage with others about the substance of the case. I will get back with you at the end of the trial to share with you the law you have to apply. But now, if Ms. Hilton is ready, it's time for the state's opening statement. And can you help me, do the two screens or only one screen have your presentation? Both screens. Happy day. All right.
Good morning. Good morning. Honor your mother and your father. This is a statement that is heard across the way. And what does one mean to honor your mother? You treat her with dignity. You respect her. And you care for her. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence will show in this case is that this defendant, Rooks, failed to honor his mother. But what he did do was succeed in giving her back. See, ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence will show is that this defendant, because of his disdain, his anger, and his grief towards his mother, caused her to suffer for at least 2 years leading up to this day of February 8th, 2017, when Ms. Mendoza Rooks was found inside of her home, lying naked on the ground with severe decubitus ulcers, flies and maggots coming out of her body, feces and urine surrounding her, and she laid in that position for at least 5 days until police were called on February 8th, 2017. And it's the defendant's actions over the course of months and several years that brings us here today. Now, as you heard Judge McBurney just tell you, that the charges in this indictment are murder, felony murder, neglect to an elder person, exploitation of an elderly person, and unreasonable confinement of an elder. And these charges derive from what we first learned on February 8th, 2017. So let's talk about February 8th, 2017. This defendant, Rooks, you will learn is Ms. Mendoza Rooks' son. And we're going to talk about who Ms. Mendoza Rooks is in a moment. You will learn that he called 911. And when he called 911, he told the operator that his mother was dead and that it was expected. As a matter of fact, they're trying to find out if it's an emergency, they need to rush to give her some help and some care. Tell them, don't rush, it was expected. So you're going to learn that officers come to the scene. And you're going to hear from Officer Peck. And he was with, or is with the Atlanta Police Department. And he, along with another officer, arrived to 1251 York Avenue, which is in Atlanta, Georgia. And you're going to hear that Officer Pechtel, as he arrived, could smell a stench. He's going to tell you that the stench is undescribable. And as he gets out the car, along with his colleague, they walk to the door and start to see flies flying outside. And when they go inside, they see a woman, an elderly woman, lying on the ground, look partially naked. What they see, she's naked, and she has a blanket covered over her. They speak to Mr. Rooks, He tells us my mother, and they take off the blanket a little, and they see some injury to her. Now, because it was an elderly woman at home, and appears to be a suspicious death, the medical examiner's office responds to the scene. And you're going to hear from medical examiner investigator Gilbo. He's no longer with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's office, but he's gonna say that he arrives. And he'll tell you that this is not the first time he's arrived to an elder case in which they had to take the body. But there were things that were alarming to him, such that he thought it was necessary to call the homicide unit out. And what did he see that was concerning? Was large decubitus ulcers on Mrs. Rooks' body. And inside of those ulcers were several levels of fly and several levels of development. In addition to that, she was laying in her urine and there was feces surrounding her. He could observe that there were no diapers in the home. The home was in complete disarray. And specifically, there was a couch that was tipped over with all of the cushions out of the couch. And that alarmed him. So at that moment, he said, we need to call the homicide because there needs to be a further investigation as to what has happened in this house. So you're going to learn that several members of the homicide unit arrive on the scene, and that the lead detective, Kevin Leonpacher, comes on the scene. Now you're going to learn that they had spoken to, Detective Leonpacher spoke with the responding officer, and the responding officer had some initial conversation with the detective. And the responding officer will tell you that he tried to want to understand what was happening. But essentially, Detective Leonpacher decides, after hearing all this information, he as well goes and speaks with the defendant and asks him kind of what has led us to this end. And you will learn, and you will also hear, because you're going to hear this interview, that the defendant tells Detective Leonpacher a series of events that happened over the course of days leading up to February 8, 2017. And it's going to have to go back to the Friday before, which is February 3rd, 2017. Excuse me, Thursday, February 2nd, 2017. The defendant proceeds to tell Detective Leonpacher that the last time I spoke to my mother and heard her voice was on February 2nd, 2017. And she said something to the effect of, there goes my son. He will say that on Friday, he sees his mother and he tried to feed her some soup, but she didn't eat it. Kind of dripped out, she didn't eat it. Either on Friday or Saturday, he's going to tell you that his mother, who he had moved from her bedroom into the living room to sleep, had been sitting on the couch and she was stuck in the couch. And as her body was stuck in the couch and they could not get her up, he made the decision to turn the couch over and pull her out of the couch to which she was stuck to. And as he pulled her off of the couch and pulled her body off of the couch, the position where she laid is where she stayed there until Wednesday, February. That on either Saturday or Sunday, the evidence will show, is that he told officers that he did roll her an orange on the ground for her to eat because she was still laying in that position. He's going to tell you, or he told Detective Leonpacher, that on that Sunday, which was the Super Bowl Sunday, specifically the Super Bowl that the Falcons were in, that he went to his cousin's house while his mother laid on the ground and watched the Super Bowl. Now, when he told Detective Leonpacher that she wasn't talking, he did not get her any emergency care. He did not call 911 to help her. He came in and out for multiple days while leaving her on the ground. He goes to the game, he comes back home. On Monday, she's still sitting in that position, he goes to work, comes back home, she's breathing and snoring now, but she's not talking to me. Then on Wednesday, he goes back, it's getting up to go to work at about 5 o'clock in the morning. He says something to her, she doesn't respond. He gets up, takes a shower, and when he comes back, she's cold to the touch. He then calls some family members and then eventually calls 911 and tells them, you don't have to rush, because she was already expected to be there. So at that point, you want to hear the type of Liam Hopper says, I think we need to investigate this a little bit more. Because you didn't even call the police when you pulled her off the couch. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to learn that after he tells them this version of events, they decide they need to go down to the Atlanta Police Department headquarters to have a more formal interview. And so they take Mr. Rooks, the defendant, down to Atlanta Police headquarters. And they speak with him again. And after speaking to him, Detective Liam Parker takes out arrest warrants on that same day. Now, although he took out arrest warrants, his investigation did not stop there. He continued his investigation. And what did he do to continue his investigation? He learned about Ms. Madoka Rooks. This is Ms. Rooks. You will learn that upon her death, she was 83 years old. That she was a retired former school teacher, had taught in the Atlanta public school system. She had been retired for a good 30 years at the time of her death, retiring sometime in the 80s. That she was married to Jimmy Lee Rooks, the defendant's father, and she had 2 sons, Hillius Rooks and Addison Rooks. What you will learn is that they lived at 1251 North Avenue, moving into that house around the mid-60s. And that was the home that Hillius and his brother grew up in. And so she was still living in. You're going to learn that around 2006, Addison died at home. And then in about 2012, Mr. Jimmy Lee Rooks died. So the only surviving family member, immediate, was the defendant, Hillius Rooks. Now you're going to learn that Hillius Rooks had a son, Cameron Rooks, and we're going to talk about Cameron in a moment. Now, as his investigation continued, he started speaking to other people familiar with the Rooks and the Rooks family. He first speaks with Catherine Alston. You're going to hear from Ms. Alston, you're going to see Ms. Alston. And Ms. Alston will tell you that she was a lifelong neighbor of the Rooks family. That she moved in, her family moved in maybe a few months before the Rooks family, and then they kind of grew up together. And as the years went by, she moved from home or returned home, but always kind of checked on Ms. Rooks, as a neighbor would do, especially for that period of time. And what you're going to learn is as Ms. Rooks got older, and specifically the period after her husband died, which was around 2012, she started to see Ms. Rooks kind of deteriorate mentally. And she was familiar with it because her own mother had suffered from dementia. So she saw some signs that she kind of saw. And she would tell Mr. Rooks, hey, I think your mom is suffering. Do you need help? I've been through this before, so I got resources. I can help you get resources. I can walk you through the process. There's different organizations and programs that can help you with your mom. Do you need help? Can I help? And he would decline. He would decline her assistance and said he got And she would say every time she would speak to him, it wasn't every day because she didn't live there, but she still owned the home there. She would say that to him. And he always declined. You're gonna hear from Jacqueline Williams, who knew Hilliard for about 20 years. They had dated in the early 90s. But their relationship and friendship still continued into the 2000s. And what she will tell you that she also had experience with a family member suffering from dementia. And so when she started noticing some cognitive things, she would say, hey, you need to get your mom some help. I can help you. And he would decline. Also, what she will tell you, and she would decline. Then you're going to have Anthony and Vincent Williams, no relation to Jacqueline Williams, who are the cousins of the defendant. You're going to learn that Ms. Mendoza comes from a large group of siblings, about 8 to 10 of them, something like it's about 8 siblings, and that their mother was her sister, and that over the course of time they won't say they noticed her decline, but they did always offer to kind of help them watch Ms. Rooks. Anthony told police officers that, I offered to come over and watch Ms. Rooks, and he'll just say, no, I got it. Vincent also made suggestions like, hey, you should get a nurse to help take care of your mom. And he would say, no, I got it. And then you're going to hear from Cameron Rooks, the defendant's son. You're going to learn that Cameron, at a period of time when he was in high school, actually lived with Ms. Mendoza and Mr. Jimmy Lewis. Mr. Jimmy Lewis was still alive at that time. And when Cameron graduated from high school and went to college, when he come back home, he would kind of check on his mother, check on his grandmother, excuse me. And after his grandfather died, he actually started being responsible for taking his grandmother to grocery shop and taking care of her. And he'll tell you that he started to see his grandmother's memory decline as well. So much so that it got to the point where he said, you know what, Grandma, I won't take you, but I will get the groceries and come bring it to you. And he will also tell you that the defendant started to prevent him from coming over to the house. Now, how did he prevent him from coming over to the house? What you're going to learn is that the defendant purchased a dog, a Rottweiler. And you'll hear from a few witnesses that Rottweiler, as it got older, got more vicious. So much so that people were afraid to go to the house. And what Cameron will tell you is that the dog got so vicious and almost bit him that he stopped going to the house. But he was under the impression that his father was taking care of his grandson. So he thought that everything was okay. But ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence will show is that. Now, in addition to speaking to some witnesses, Detective Liam Parker said, let me go look at the bank records. Let me see what's going on with Ms. Rooks' account. Because during the course of his investigation, and when he had spoken with the defendant back on February 8, 2017, it appeared from what the defendant was saying is that Ms. Rooks didn't have the financial ability to get any care. So he said, well, let me pull the bank records. And so he pulled both the Wells Fargo account, which belonged to Ms. Rooks, as well as the Bank of America account. And what we learned from the bank records is that Ms. Rooks was getting 2 pension checks. She was getting one from her retirement as an APS, as an Atlanta public school teacher, but she was also getting a pension check from her husband, who had worked for the Atlanta Housing Authority. And what we will learn from the records is that at some point, the checks that came from her husband, Mr. Rooks, was no longer being deposited in her account, but being deposited in the defendant's account. And that over the course of about 2 years, this defendant had deposited almost $18,000 of Ms. Brooks' money into his account. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence will show is that from Ms. Brooks' Wells Fargo account, it does look like he paid her bills. We will not dispute that. And we believe that all the witnesses will say he used to bring her food every day. So we won't dispute that. She wasn't starving, except for that weekend before her death. And then he paid her bills. But there was another $18,000 that was not going towards her care. And what you will also learn, ladies and gentlemen, is that not only did she have money coming into her account every month, but she also had a savings that had about $100,000. So she had enough money for care to be provided for her. But there was no care given to her. Now let's talk about previous medical care. In addition to some of this other investigation, what you will learn is that Detective Liam Hopper learned about some of her medical history and learned that Ms. Rooks had been going to a doctor, Dr. William Downer, for at least 30 years. But that the last time that she went to the doctor was in 2014 to her primary care physician. But you will also learn that in both 2013 and 2015, Ms. Rooks had an accident at home and ended up going to Atlanta Medical Center. First in 2013. And when that occurred, you're going to learn from the records is that the hospital and the nurses at the hospital instructed and told Hilliard Rooks, your mother cannot be alone. She needs care, 24-hour care. And again, he did not. She last seen her primary care physician in 2014. And then the last time she was ever seen by a medical professional is in 2015. When again, she has an accident at home and goes back to Atlanta Medical Center. So over the course of 2 years, she had never been back to a doctor. Now, he'll tell you what the defendant told Investigator Liam Hopper was that her medical insurance lapsed. But never, the evidence will show that he tried to see how he could reinstate her medical insurance or seek Medicare. And ladies and gentlemen, you're going to learn that there was the previous APS report from 2013. Now, you're going to learn that APS is Adult Protection Service.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
This is 2013.
So I'm not familiar with the 2013. The 2014 is not on the table right now because of some ongoing motions litigation we're doing. Does referring to a 2013 ring a bell for you that makes you less concerned, Mr. Korn? I don't know the 2013. Okay, so we're limiting ourselves to talking about the 2013 interaction. Got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, there was a 2013 Adult Protective Services report. Now you're going to learn that the report was anonymous, but that Dante Thompson, who was a caseworker with APS, actually responded to that location. You're going to hear from Dante Thompson, and he's going to tell you about that interaction from that 2013 APS. And the investigation continues, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to learn that during the course of the investigation, Detective Liam Hopper got the cell phone of Mr. Rooks. And you're going to learn that Detective Liam Hopper did what we call a cell phone. He didn't do it, but another officer did what we call a cell phone extraction. Meaning that when you have your phones are like little computers. And you can hook it up to a system and everything you did in that phone could come out in a report. Your Google searches, your pictures, your videos. And ladies and gentlemen, what you're gonna learn or what you're gonna find out is that in the cell phone extraction, there were some pictures in there from November of 2016. And those pictures had Miss Rooks laying on the ground in her. Not only is there a picture of it, he had a video of it. And he recorded in 2016 a video of his mother playing in her feces. Then, ladies and gentlemen, we look at his Google searches. And what you're going to find is that starting in and around early February of 2017, he began making these Google searches. What happens when an elderly person's body starts swelling? Why are there flies around a dying person? My mother died and has no will. What do I do next? What happens to your deceased mother's bank account? Oh, what happens to bank account at your death? This is what he is Googling. Days before, he called 911 to find his mother on the ground. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear from Dr. Michael Penner. And he is the medical examiner in this case. And what you're going to learn is, after Ms. Rooks died, she's taken over to the medical examiner's office and they examine her body and he'll talk to you about their process. But he's going to talk to you about what the medical examiners label as manners of death. And there are 5 manners of death he's going to talk to you about those different manners of death. But specifically, this death was called undetermined. It's undetermined because there are a variety of different factors that can go in what you believe. And he's going to talk to you about why it was determined this is an undetermined manner of death. But what he will say is that he determined the cause of death to be combined complications of neglect and natural disease. And then he goes through what those things are: a pulmonary embolism, hypertension, coronary, I'm still getting this right, atherosclerosis, and probable sepsis from the cubitus ulcers. And what he's going to also tell you is that her life could have been prolonged if given reasonable care. And then you're going to hear from Dr. Diana Homey, who is an elder abuse expert, and she's going to talk about the power and control that caretakers kind of use with elders. And then she's going to also talk about how the totality of everything that we talked about could be consistent with neglect and abuse. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have some words for you. The pictures will be disturbed. I'm preparing for that. They will be disturbed. The video will be disturbed. The medical testimony will be challenging. And the bank records will be tedious. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not, I know some of you like true crime stories. This is not, a DNA case. This is not a case that you're going to have that kind of all that other scientific evidence outside of the medical examination report. That's not what this case is. I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that I have an ideal way that I want to put this case before you, but some people are traveling, so I have to maybe call witnesses out of order, but I'm going to try to put this case together in a way that we just talked about. That's my idea, but it may not happen. So I just ask that you all be patient with us, write notes. You may have questions, but it might come from another witness who's going to come in another point in time. And as Judge McBurney has said repeatedly, I'm going to ask you to pay attention. I'm going to ask you to watch how people testify, what they say, their demeanor. Again, this is not television. You've already been here for 2 days, so the show had already been over. Okay. You have your notepads, but again, as Judge McBurney said, do not use it to the detriment of paying attention to what's going on. Again, pay attention to body language. And when the state rests, and I come back before you for the closing argument, I'm going to come back and I'm going to ask that you find this defendant guilty of every single count in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hilton. Mr. Korn, will you be giving an opening at this time?
I will, Your Honor.
Now's the time.
Thank you, sir. May it please the court? Good morning. I want to reintroduce myself. My name is Larry Korn. I have the honor of representing Rooks, along with my co-counsel, Rachel Jenks. I want to take a moment to thank you for being here today, and as this case progresses. I know it's difficult, I know it's a burden, and I know this is going to be a difficult case for you to hear all this evidence. But I want to remind you at the outset that what I say and what Ms. Hilton says is not evidence. Many of you were nodding your head along with what Ms. Hilton was saying. I get that, but none of it was evidence. You haven't heard any evidence yet. In fact, much of the evidence that you hear in this witness stand and over the video and audio will contradict what was just told. It's the story of a man and his mom. A man who is dealing with something that unfortunately all of us, or most of us, will have to deal with at some point or another. Failing health and decline of an elderly parent. If you've dealt with this, you know how difficult it is. Police Rooks was dealing with it as best he could. Kept his mother fed, made sure her bills were paid, made sure her shelter was there. But the evidence will show that Police Rooks was painfully overwhelmed by this task. It was too much. The question that you must all be asking yourself at this point is, if you were so overwhelmed, why did you call for help? People did offer to help. Why didn't you take her to a nursing home? Why didn't you take her to a hospital? Surely those are questions that are going to be asked and posed. And the answer is this: in part that you have not heard yet. She did not want to go. She did not want to go to a nursing home. She did not want to go to a hospital. She did not want to go to a doctor. Her doctor, the one she'd been going to all her life, was gone. He was dead. She did not want to go to another doctor. She made her intentions very, very clear to her son. Every time he asked her, "Do you want me to take you there? Do you want me to go to a nursing home?" she would say no. She wanted to stay in her own home. And what Mr. Rooks, what he understood from that was, she wanted to die. That's not uncommon. Many elderly people want exactly that. That's not unusual. Her husband, Jimmy, had cancer. But he was recovering from that cancer. He had had successful cancer surgery. One day, about a year or two, but in the rehabilitation following that cancer surgery, it was on the spine, so we had to go and rehab in a nursing home. One day, about a year later, he just got a call from the nursing home saying his father was unresponsive. He just wasn't breathing. He rushed to grave. He recovered. He seemed fine. And 2 days later, he's dead. He's gone. This is the experience with nursing homes and the hospital that NATO, the Rooks, and Hilly Strokes had. That was their experience. That was what they knew about hospitals. That you do something bad. So you see, it's hardly any surprise that NATO, the Rooks, wanted no part of the nursing home, wanted no part of the grave. They had every reason to mistrust the care they would receive that. They had every reason to mistrust the care they would receive in any such facility. Some are better than others, but those require money that Phileas Rooks simply did not have. Phileas worked all his life. He was a maintenance man at Georgia Tech. He didn't make a ton of money, made some. He made enough for an apartment that he shared with somebody else. But he was not a wealthy man. He did not have the money to pay for the kind of care that his mother required. And she was uninsured. Now, Detective Leon Packard had the ability and the knowledge to go through all of her accounts and find the money that Mendoza Rooks had. Police didn't have that. He didn't go through her accounts. He didn't know what savings she had. This is knowledge that Detective Leon Packard got much later. I can tell you standing here, a 59-year-old man, I have no idea what assets my mother has. She isn't going to tell me. She was in Arizona. She's doing okay. I think she's doing all right. But I can tell you that I don't know what she's got. And if I ask her, I don't know what she's got. So the evidence will show that when Phileas Rooks asked his mom every single time to go to a nursing home, one they could afford, she told him in no uncertain terms, absolutely not. This is my home. She had been there for over 50 years. This is where she raised her family. She did not want to go anywhere else. She did not want to die among strangers. She lived in that home on North Avenue for her entire adult life. The evidence will show that the will of Mendoza Rooks was strong. By will, I mean her force of nature. She is not the kind of person who would be swayed by anybody's. And even if the family had all stepped up, which they didn't, they only had this. She would not be swayed by any of their pleadings to go to the nursing home, to go to the hospital. She had one that she wanted to go for that. You will see many pictures you will no doubt find disturbing. Pictures that will depict the conditions of the home at North Avenue at the very end. These pictures will demonstrate that Phileas Rooks at the very end was overwhelmed by the massive job that was caring for his mom in the final days. The state is going to make a big deal of the fact that Phileas Rooks received his father's pension checks. But what they won't tell you, what they don't know, is that Phileas Rooks received these checks because his mother wanted him to have them. She told him, I don't need this, I have my own pension. You didn't touch that. He got the pension checks from his father's pension that his mother wanted him to have. It's not a crime. These were gifts. He was given this money. And you'll see, he didn't do anything with it. Excuse me. He did not lead a lavish lifestyle. He worked. He worked hard. He worked his full-time job at Georgia Tech. He did some side jobs, maintenance. He operated a recording studio, which generated him some small income. And he took care of his mom. That was his life for the last couple of years of her life. That's all he did. He couldn't afford to not work. He didn't have the money to hire someone to come into the home during the 8 hours he was in Georgia Tech. He did the best he could, and that's all. Phileas Rooks led a Spartan minimalist lifestyle. He was not driving around in big fancy cars on his back. He's not driving, he's not living in a big fancy house. Not have expensive clothes, he did not have expensive jewelry. He just got by on his job, taking care of his mom. Why was he doing this? The evidence will show that Hillary Rooks cared for his mom for 2 weeks. One, he did know it. He did care for him. There are evidence that they had defensive argumentative age, as every parent and child does. Show me a parent and child that never argue, all three, we won't know each other. But the simple fact is, no one else in this family stepped up. If they wanted to help, they could have. They could have. They came to the door, knocked, they didn't like the dog, so they ran away. Nobody else came up. So they're gonna come up and testify. They're all gonna get up and testify that this was all on Hillary's. And that they were scared of the dog. The dog was 1.5 years old. They were not scared of it. But the fact is, that's their way of saying they didn't want to. If they wanted to be there to help, they could. The evidence will show that they did. Is this neglect? I don't believe so. I don't believe the evidence will show that it is. Is this murder? I am certain the evidence will show.
Thank you, Mr. Korn. Ms. Hilton, you ready with your first witness?
Yes.
Let's call that witness.
Your Honor, state called Officer Peckle to the state.
Officer Brandon Pechtel, Brandon, last name Pechtel, Pectol.
And Officer Peckle, where are you employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
Officer, I'm sorry to interrupt. This is not my examination right now. It's Ms. Hilton's. As long as you're comfortable with it, it helps us if you keep your mask down while you testify. That way we can hear you, get friendly with the microphone. But as long as you're comfortable health-wise, please keep mask on.
All right.
Thanks so much.
Did you say how are you currently employed?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
6 years.
6 years. And what do you currently do for the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm currently assigned to our Apex unit. So we focus on violent offenders, weapon offense, street level drugs, warrants. We serve the majority of the warrants in the city, mostly related to narcotics related.
And how long have you been at the Apex unit?
2.5 years.
Prior to your role at the Apex unit, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to Zone 1 crime suppression unit, and before that, Zone 1 evening watch.
And if you could tell the jury, when we're talking about Zone 1, what do you mean?
So Zone 1 is Northwest Atlanta. So you're going to have Bankhead, which is Donnelly Hollowell. At the time, we had from Northside Drive west all the way down to roughly about the AUC Center. So we had incorporated the Bluff, Vine City, Simpson, and all the way out to Fulton Industrial.
And with the Atlanta Police Department, is the city separated into various zones across the city?
It is.
And as also you were assigned to that specific, at this time, specific section of Zone 1.
Correct.
Taking you back to February 2017, were you in the Zone 1 crime suppression or what you were in?
I was actually just entering field training at the time. I was about a month in. and I was currently at Zone 1 Day Watch.
And what were your job duties and responsibilities back in 2017 when you were in Zone 1 Day Watch?
I was handling 911 calls, so anything from a noise complaint all the way up to serious offenses, anything that came through the 911 dispatch.
I want to direct your attention to February 8th, 2017. Did you have the occasion to respond to 1251 North Avenue in this situation?
I did.
And is that location in Fulton County?
It is.
And do you recall, and I know it's been about 4 years, if you recall, what time you responded to that application?
I couldn't give you the exact time, but working day watch at the time, I would say about mid-morning.
And what were the times or hours of Day Watch?
Day watch operated 6 to 2 and 7 to 3. 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
And so when you were responding to respond within those hours?
Correct.
And if you recall, do you recall what day of the week was February 8th, 2007?
That was a Wednesday.
And what was the weather like that day?
It was overcast.
And it's February 8th, 2017, that's still the winter.
Correct.
And why did you respond to that location?
On that particular day, me and my field training officer had gotten a call for a person down or injured call. Remarks saying that an elderly female was not alert, not conscious, not breathing, possibly deceased at the scene.
And did you know at the time who made the 911 call?
I did not know at the time who made the 911 call. We just got the 911 call through dispatch and we responded to the scene.
And did you respond?
Yes, correct.
What happened once you responded to the scene?
We arrived a short time after receiving the 911 call, parked on the street and began to approach the location. At which time, as we were getting closer to the location, I could see flies on the window and everything like that. And at which point I'd personally thought that we were going to be dealing with a deceased person at the location.
Okay. And you said we responded, who's the we?
Me and my field training officer, Officer Brandon Jackson.
And you said that you saw flies. What about seeing the flies made you think you were going to deal with a deceased person?
So through my knowledge, training, and experience, flies are one of the indicators to dealing with deceased people due to a decay process. You'll start having different insects start gathering around anything that had deceased once it starts to decay.
And you said that you saw the flies. Did you see or observe anything else?
As I walked up to the location, I'd seen that the door was closed to the location. I'd also heard a dog barking at the location. We approached the door, and that's when we met with another individual, which ended up being the decedent's son, Mr. Rooks, at the location, who stated that he had to put the dog up before he was able to open the door for us.
And you said you saw flies. Did you smell anything?
Yeah, you could definitely there was definitely an odor. A deceased body is a very distinguished odor. It's hard to explain, but once you smell it once, it never leaves your brain. And it's different than a deceased animal because, of course, the body has different bacteria that we hold as a human being. It's very, very distinct.
Okay. And you smelled that when you were
Yes, you started having those smells.
Now, once you said you saw the decedent's son, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
If you can identify him by article clothing that he is wearing.
Mr. Rooks is sitting in between, presumably his defense team, has a black mask, and I can't really see over the podium, but looks to be a black suit jacket.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that he's identified Mr. Rooks.
Officer Pechtel has identified Mr. Rooks.
Now, once you said that he had to put up the dog, if you can describe for the jurors the house and what it looked like.
So the house itself, from the outside, has a very old-timey feel. Night, larger property in the area. Driveway had a lower level where another car was parked. There was a boat in the driveway. If you're facing it from the street, the door is off center towards the driveway area. But what we would consider the one side of the property, which is usually facing the street.
Now, once you approach the door, are there two doors, one door?
So when we approached the house, there was a burglar bar door that we encountered, at which point we encountered the decedent's son, Mr. Rooks. There is another door, but that had been open, but the burglar bar door was closed.
And when you say closed, was it locked or? Closed?
Yes, it was locked at the time.
And you said that Mr. Rooks said he had to put away the dog. Did you actually ever observe the dog at that time?
At that time, we did not observe the dog. We observed the dog later.
And once, did Mr. Rooks put away the dog?
Yes, he did.
And what happened once he put away the dog?
Once he put away the dog, he had come back to the front door, unlocked the door and opened the door, and at which time we started having a conversation about what was going on at the location.
And what, do you recall what he told you?
He had explained that he had found that his mother had passed away, at which time he had called 911 to have officers respond to the scene.
Is that all he told you?
At that time, we started, had further conversations afterwards, but at that time, that was the initial conversation that was had.
So after he told you, had that initial conversation, what happened next?
That's when we observed Mr. Rooks's mother in the house. He was able to allow us into the front living room where his mother was deceased at, and we observed his past mother and saw her laying on the floor with a blanket over her. Of course, we were dealing with the flies and everything at the time. I'd also observed that there was animal fecal matter on the floor as well. It wasn't as cleanly looking as your first approach to the house.
And what did you do at that time once you observed the defendant's mother's body on the ground?
At which point, me and Mr. Rooks began talking about his mother. At which time, given my condolences, that's never easy when you lose a family member. So trying to be as supportive through the process as possible while we were waiting for any medical staff to arrive on scene, trying to ease the pain as best as I could, and not knowing an individual. Sorry for your loss. Anything that we can do to help you. Mr. Rooks was visually upset at the time, understandably, for his mother passing away.
And once you all have that conversation, is that inside the house or outside the house or somewhere else?
So that first initial conversation was conducted inside the location. And then, of course, that conversation, just consoling him, continued outside as well.
Now, going back inside the house, you described how you saw the condition of his mom. Did you notice anything else about any of the other furniture or anything inside of the home?
Yes. Where she was positioned in the house, of course, when you walked through the front door, you were able to see his mother right in front of you on the floor with the blanket over her. And directly behind her was the couch that was in the living room. The couch had been flipped up on its face and the cushions had been removed from the couch.
Now, once you observe all this, did you ever go over to the body and take off the blanket or anything?
I did not do that. That's not in our protocol, especially with a deceased person. We'd let medical staff handle that.
And if you can recall, if you can describe, how did Mr. Rooks appear?
Mr. Rooks appeared clean. Like I said, he was visibly upset when we first met with him, and understandably, the passing of his mother, Mr. Rooks appeared like he was getting ready for work at the time. And that was later informed to me that he had been getting ready for work earlier that morning. And that's when, after he was done getting ready for work, that he had found his mother passed away.
He said it was later informed to you.
Well, like I said before, we had our initial conversation, the condolences and everything inside of the location. But I also stated that we continued our conversation outside in the driveway, front yard as well. Just kind of setting the picture, trying to get as much information. Sometimes I know people that have dealt with deceased relatives like to get things off their chest, try to work through their feelings. Just allowing him to talk, be an open ear, let him go through his grieving process.
So what did he tell you that part of that conversation?
He was kind of setting the stage for the fact, okay, this is the timetable of how everything was happening. He would get up early in the morning for work. He would get ready, and he said when he exited the bedroom to get ready for work, he just kind of made a quick glance towards the living room and felt like his mother was still asleep, got ready for work. And then once he was ready to leave, that's when he realized that, hey, I think my mother's not breathing. And at which point identified that his mother might had been passed away.
And during the course of that conversation, did he tell you about the days leading up to that Wednesday that you arrived at the scene?
Yes. He'd stated to me that one thing that his mother was dealing with was dementia. That it was not always easy to handle that process. You had increasingly, I would say, mental facilities were decreasing at the time. He'd stated that prior to that, and because I'd asked why the couch was flipped up, that his mother had gotten stuck in the couch because she was quite sedentary. She didn't move around too much, and due to the fact that she was sedentary, she had maneuvered in a point where she'd gotten stuck in the couch, and he had to remove her from the couch. And at which time he felt that it was a better place to keep her away from the couch so she didn't get stuck in the couch anymore.
And did he tell you when he had removed her from the couch?
I believe he stated that previous Friday.
The previous Friday before the Wednesday?
Yes.
And did he tell you how he had removed her from the couch?
He'd stated that she had gotten stuck in the couch, and that while he was picking her up, that he observed a bed sore that had opened up because of the placement that she was in the couch. She had gotten, from my understanding, quite deep into the crack and crevice in the couch, and he had to remove her from that location.
And did you all talk about anything else?
Through the conversation that we were having, he had then asked me at one point, he'd actually told me that his mother had worked for Atlanta Public Schools for over 30 years. She was a teacher, and had asked me if I would think that she would have a life insurance policy.
And did he ask you about the life insurance policy one time?
No, he'd asked about it multiple times.
Okay. About how many times did he ask you about whether or not she had a life insurance policy?
I remember directly 2 times that he asked me about a life insurance policy. First time, hey, I could understand you're trying to figure out your process, how you're going to deal with the funeral costs and everything like that. And that second time, I had to take a step back and wonder why in a short time period you were asking me about a life insurance policy twice. I would have no idea. I don't know your mother.
And to your knowledge, did he ask anyone else on the scene about the life insurance policy?
I'd overheard a conversation that he was having on the phone with presumably a relative, because he was saying that, hey, mom has passed away, trying to inform family, but I'd once again overheard a conversation and him asking the person on the other line if they believed that his mother had a life insurance policy.
And this is all on the day you arrived on February 8, 2017.
That is correct.
Now, during the time that you were speaking with him, were you ever to confirm whether or not he was living at that location?
I was able to confirm.
And was he living at that location?
Yes, according to his driver's license, that was the exact address that was on his driver's license.
And during the course of your conversation with him, did he tell you how long he had been now staying at that house?
He stated that he would spend time at that house and a different location. He never fully gave the other location, like an actual address. But he did say that he was splitting time at the time.
Now, after speaking with him, or even while speaking with him, did anyone else arrive at the home?
Shortly after, we had, I believe it was fire to arrive first on scene. And that's when they had made the announcement that she was in fact deceased. That's when, by protocol, we've called the medical examiner out to the location. A short time later, the medical examiner arrived on scene and started doing their duties, observing the body, making their assessment on scene.
And did you speak with the medical examiner? Did you tell them what information you had at that point in time?
Yes, I'd given them a brief rundown on the information that I'd collected, age of the decedent, what Mr. Rooks had said, that she was dealing with dementia, that she had been stuck in the couch. That's why that she was on the floor. That because Mr. Rooks had removed her from the couch, and just gave a preliminary setup. So when he did enter the location, he would know what he's walking into.
And you said you had gotten Ms. Brooks' age. Do you recall how old she was?
I couldn't recall. I know that she was in her mid-80s.
And outside of the medical examiner's office, did anyone else come out to the scene?
Later on, after the medical examiner had done his preliminary assessment on scene, he'd got with me and Officer Jackson and advised us that it would probably be a good idea if we raised Homicide to come out to the scene.
And did you raise Homicide to come out to the scene?
We did raise Homicide to come out to the scene.
And did someone from Homicide come out?
Yes, multiple individuals from Homicide.
And did you speak with anyone from the Homicide?
First person to arrive on scene was, at the time, Lieutenant Hampton, who is now Deputy Chief Hampton. He was the commander over Homicide at the time. He was the first one to arrive on scene. And then the lead detective arrived on scene a few minutes later. That was Detective Liam Packer.
And did you tell Detective Liam Packer and Lieutenant Hampton what you basically told the jury and what Mr. Brooks had told you?
Yes, I had given him all the information that I had gathered before he then spoke with the medical examiner.
You're on permission to approach?
Yes, both sides have continuing authority to approach witnesses unless I tell you otherwise.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Peckel, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 through 11. If you could take a moment, tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 1 through 11.
do recognize all state exhibits 1 through 11.
Your Honor, for the record, I did show defense counsel Stacy Exhibit 1 through 11. How do you recognize Stacy Exhibit 1 through 11?
Those were all pictures that were taken on scene. Those were the overall shots of the location, starting with the address that was posted, 1251, and then overview shots of the location, including the front side of the house, the yard. Mr. Rooks is in a couple of the exhibits, and the driveway, the front door, the burglar bar door that I had explained to you guys earlier, and then the interior door that I'd stated that was open, as well as the decedent.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of 1251 North Avenue, as well as everything that we discussed as you remember it on February 8, 2017?
It is.
Your Honor, this time state like 10 Stacy Exhibit 1 through 11 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted,
Permission to publish.
granted.
First, we're going to start with Stacy Exhibit number 1.
And for everyone's purpose, the screen on the witness stand is a touch screen. So if you need a witness to point something out, we can activate the touch screen. The witness actually has to activate it, but it is markable. So we don't need to get witnesses to stand up and move away from the microphone.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
And is this just a picture of the address of the home?
That is just a picture of the address of the home.
Okay, now looking at Stacy Exhibit number 2. And is this the house as you just described it earlier at 1251 North Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia?
It is.
Now we're going to get to Stacy Exhibit number 9. Is this how you saw the defendant on when you arrived on the scene?
It is.
And I know earlier you testified that it appeared that he was on the phone calling family members, which is kind of what it looked like.
Absolutely. Yes.
Now we'll go to Stacy Exhibit number 6. Again, you mentioned earlier that burglar door, and there was another door. Is this what you were referencing in Stacy Exhibit number 6?
Yes, ma'am.
Now looking at Stacy Exhibit number 8. Again, is this that second door that you were referencing?
Yes, it is.
Now, is it that this door was open, but the burglar door was locked when you first approached the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sorry, going back to Stacy Exhibit number 6. Where were you when you first started seeing kind of flies kind of buzzing around?
As you were coming up from the property, if you look to the right of the screen over here, that would be North Avenue. You can see the old plant across the street. That's that rusted tower.
And you can touch it. I think this is.
So if you tap the lower left-hand corner of the screen,
Okay.
the little pencil,
Okay.
now you're active. You should be able to draw with your finger.
Okay. So this is across the street at the old plant, and along this line right here would be North Avenue. We'd parked. You can almost see the butt end of the patrol car right there. We'd parked at the front side of the house near the driveway. Once we were approaching through the driveway, because we'd assessed that the door was at the placement that it was, you could first see some flies gathering on that front exterior window. When we had the overview, it had that big panel window. You could first see them.
And we can go back. State exhibit number 2. Please.
And officer, you'll need to,
Erase.
yeah, there should be it's like an undo. It's a circle with an arrow on it. That should undo the things you did.
Circle with an arrow on it.
Is there not, yeah, that one.
That one.
Yep, hit it again. Oh, look at that, it's not working.
I don't think I can, because it's on his computer.
So try, hit the eraser then, see if that does it.
Eraser.
No, that's not doing it.
You broke it.
Sorry, Your Honor.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Everyone ignore the red circle with the line on it.
Fine, technical.
Yeah,
But this is the panel window that I was referring to. That's where we first started seeing the flies gather. And then, of course, once we got to the burglar bar door, that's when you saw more flies.
And then we're gonna go to state exhibit number 11. And as we mentioned earlier, is this what you saw when you walked inside the home and saw Ms. Rooks on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this point, you said, at this point in time, you did not touch the body at that.
No.
Okay. And that's protocol.
Want to stop sharing?
That's, you said the protocol, why is it that you don't touch the body?
So in a situation like that, that was a person down call. Based on the description of it, we perceived no threat. At the time going to the location, there was no mention of any firearms or anything like that. That would call for us to have to make an adjustment to the body to secure something that potentially would be dangerous. In this case, it was an elderly female, not alert, not conscious, not breathing, possibly deceased at the location. When we hear that elderly individual, we start thinking that passed away of natural causes, something like that. When we got to the scene and met with Mr. Rooks, there didn't seem to be any threat from Mr. Rooks at the time, so we weren't going to touch the body.
And I believe we did this earlier, but we did, is this address 1251 North Avenue in Fulton County?
It is.
And after kind of responding to the scene, I'm getting the information from the defendant, speaking with the medical examiner's office as well as Detective Lee Packer, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
We remained on scene while they were doing their preliminary investigation. We didn't clear until we were advised by Homicide that we could clear. We did have to wait towards the end of the encounter until animal control got there to secure the dog at the location.
And did animal services come to secure the dog?
They did.
you may have already answered this, but there's no dog in any of these pictures. You've opened the front door. Where is the dog in connection to pictures we've seen?
So Mr. Rooks had, on initial approach, stated that he had to put the dog away. If you went into the house and to the left, there was a closed door that he had placed the dog in the room and closed the door. So it didn't have any involvement with officers on scene, medical staff on scene.
And did you eventually see the dog?
I did.
If you can describe for the jury, how big was the dog, how the height, or what kind of dog was it?
It was a Rottweiler. It was a adolescent Rottweiler. When I mean adolescent, it's not going to be a puppy. It's technically in its teenage years. So we're talking about in that 1 to 2 year old range from what it appeared. It was in good shape. It was a happy, healthy dog. Once the medical examiner brought the dog out, it was happy to be out. It just wanted to say hi to everybody. It was still a puppy, you know, and at heart.
When you say a puppy, like a little big?
No, a Rottweiler is considered a large breed dog. Rottweilers are going to range from anywhere 80 to 120 pounds, possibly bigger, depending on if you have a working line, show line, European breed, anything like that. That could all influence the weight.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Korn, questions for Officer Pector?
Certainly, just a few, actually. You testified earlier that Mr. Rooks was upset.
Yes.
What about his demeanor, what did you observe about him that would lead you to conclude that?
Like I said, on first approach, that Mr. Rooks was teary-eyed. Like I said, that was understandable given the circumstances. Mr. Rooks at first gave that appearance that he just lost his mother and was working through those feelings.
You indicated the dog seemed happy,
Yes.
healthy.
Yes.
Was the dog aggressive?
No, it was not aggressive.
Thank you. No further questions.
You said something specifically under the direct, you said at first he seemed like he was crying and said, killing his voice. Did his demeanor change or fluctuate as the time progressed throughout?
It did.
Okay.
It was like a roller coaster ride. At first upset, then brief time later, completely calm, cool, and composed. Very direct with his statements. Then he would give the appearance that he was upset again. And then he would be back to just very direct, speaking with me, speaking with anybody on scene. It was the weaning and weighing of those different demeanors.
And this is the first time that you had ever seen this dog, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Couple follow-up questions.
All right, we're not always going to do cross, recross, all that, but okay.
But
I mean, we'll always do cross.
Some new evidence came up.
Okay.
I have to discuss. At the time, you were fairly new at you were still in your training phase of your work?
Correct.
Since then, have you had occasion to deal with people who've lost loved ones?
Yes.
Has it been your experience that roller coaster is consistent with how people grieve?
Depends. I would say that it's mostly, especially on first encounter with law enforcement, that you're going to have a much more consistent line of grief with somebody that had just lost a family member, loved one, or even just somebody that they cared about, a friend.
But the roller coaster happens, doesn't it?
It can.
No further questions.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions for Officer Pector, now would be the time to write them down. If you didn't get note cards, let's make sure they're passed around. And if there are no questions, that's fine too. All right, please only write on one side of the cards. They end up, all the cards go into the record, whether the questions are asked or not. And you can put more than one question per card if you have any at all. Just write only on one side of the card and write legibly. Don't write like me. And you don't have to have any at this time. Does anyone have any questions? Seeing no one jotting down? You do, okay.
Well,
Thank you. All right, counsel, if you'll come with me, please. Officer, a few more questions. Were you I don't know if unit is the right term, were you the person who had homicide report, or was it a colleague?
I do not recall. It was probably my field training officer that requested homicide to the scene.
Did you and your field training officer discuss whether homicide should be dispatched?
No, we did not.
Was there anything you observed at the scene that would have prompted you, as opposed to the field training officer, to call for homicide?
Well, one, the ME stated that we should probably call homicide.
Judge, I'm going to object to the hearsay on that.
Okay, so you all should disregard what the officer said about, when you say ME, this would be the investigator from the medical
Medical examiner's office, yes.
Okay, All right, so if the jury's going to need to learn about that, we'll have that person here. So apart from what people told you to include your field training officer, I'm just wondering if there was anything you observed that would have prompted you, if you even had the authority as the non-field training officer, to get on the radio to say, we need homicide.
The only thing that raised some suspicion in that to me was the multiple statements regarding the life insurance policy. Like I stated, I never touched the body, so I couldn't make the assessment of Mr. Rooks's mother. But the only thing that raised my suspicion was the multiple questions regarding a life insurance policy.
Did you and Mr. Rooks discuss in your conversation with him what position his mother was in when she was on the couch and he said he needed to get her off the couch? Was she sitting? Was she lying? What?
He had stated that she was sitting on the couch. Therefore, once she got stuck, she was in the couch. So from that statement, I took that she was more upright and had slipped into the cracks towards the back of the couch and the side of the couch.
In the house, inside the residence, did you observe human feces?
Later on, after the blanket was taken off of her by fire, and the medical examiner was there, yes, there was human feces there as well. One of the stages is that when a body passes away, that it will start releasing the fluids and material in the body.
Did you see dog feces inside the house?
I did.
Did you and Mr. Rooks discuss at all whose dog it was? You explained that Mr. Rooks put the dog up in that room. Did you speak with him at all about whose dog it was?
I do not recall that conversation. We probably did, but I don't recall that conversation.
Okay. Ms. Hilton, do you have any follow-up based on what Officer Pechtel and I just discussed? Mr. Korn?
No, Your Honor, I'm good.
All right. Officer Pechtel, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Hilton, your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State's on call. Investigator Gilbo to the stand.
Before Investigator Gilbo comes in, ladies and gentlemen, my thought is that we go a little ways past noon. We may not finish this witness. I know you didn't have a morning break, but we didn't start till 10 and you actually had a mini break right after you came in. Is there anyone for whom going for another 20 minutes or so, whether we finish this witness or not, would be a problem? Because if you want to take a quick break, I'll give you a 3-minute break, although that's hard to engineer with a group of 13. I'm not seeing any hands, so we'll keep going. Let's get Investigator Gilbo in here, please. And there's an attorney in here. I may not get the name right. Van Y. I'm aware you're here. I'll talk with you once we start the lunch break, okay? Sure.
Raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth or nothing? I do. No, you have a seat. Can't explain your name for the record.
My name is Mark Gilbo, Guilbeau.
Investigator Gilbo, thank you for being here. If you are comfortable with it, it helps everyone in the courtroom hear you if you testify with your mask off.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, sorry.
We're ready. Well, the witnesses.
Where do you work?
The Clayton County Medical Examiner's Office,
And how long have you been in the Clayton County Medical Examiner's Office?
about 1.5 years.
And what do you do for the Clayton County Medical Examiner's Office?
I am an investigator.
And prior to your time at the Clayton County Medical Examiner's Office, where did you work?
For almost 25 years at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office.
And what did you do for the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office?
I was a senior investigator when I retired.
And can you tell the jury about your education, training, and experience that allowed you to perform your duties as a senior investigator?
Okay, I had a bachelor's, master's, and PhD in anthropology. I worked as an anthropologist for the medical examiner's office, but that was just one of my jobs. I was also a investigator. So on day to day, I did investigations, and periodically I would look at skeletal remains.
And when you say you do investigation with the medical examiner's office, what does that mean?
Basically, investigators for us are people that go out to death scenes and gather information about the person that has died. We may take pictures, we talk to the family, we look at the scene, because our doctors, at least at Fulton County, do not have the time to go out on scenes routinely. So we go out, we gather all the information to basically present the case to them so that they can have a better idea of what happened.
And as an investigator with Fulton County, how were the cases assigned in your office?
The calls would come in and they would announce over the PA system that the call was in, and basically whoever could activate their phone could take the case.
And then you would go out to that scene.
Yes, ma'am.
What do you do once you get to the scene?
Generally, when we get to the scene, we'll talk to if it's a police officer who has called us, we will talk to the police officer, excuse me, find out, what's going on, who is who, basically what's going on, and then we'll proceed into the home to take a look at the person that has passed away.
And do you have that initial conversation generally outside of where the body is?
Most of the time outside.
Why is that?
Well, we don't know if it's going to be a crime scene yet, so the police are going to not disturb the scene any more than they need to. Plus, they're outside typically by their car, so that's typically where it happens.
Now, how many death scenes you've been at Fulton County 25 years, you're at Clinton County a year and a half? How many death scenes have you been to?
I tried to calculate and I never did come up with an exact number, but at Fulton, it was around 5,700.
And are all these scenes considered homicide scenes when you go out to the scene?
They teach us to view every scene as potentially a homicide until you can prove it otherwise. But a lot of times, within 10 seconds, this is not a homicide. So, we try to safeguard everything as best we can in case it's a homicide, but most of the time you can figure out that it's not soon after you get there.
And as a medical examiner investigator, do you have the occasion to, when you go out to the scene and begin your investigation, to maybe assist in determining how that person may have died or what may have happened?
Yeah, we can certainly, when we generate our reports, we can express our opinion as to what we think has happened. Sometimes they're more complicated, sometimes they're very straightforward, but that's typically what we do in our report.
And how many scenes have you been to over the course of your years in which the death was that of an elderly person?
Most of them. Most of the people that pass away are elderly people, and most of them were natural causes. But if they pass away at home, that's one of the things that we would go out and take a look at.
Now, I'm going to take you to February 8th, 2017. Did you have the occasion to respond to 1251 North Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia, in response to a deceased person?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that location in Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can recall, and if you remember, do you remember what day of the week this was that you responded?
I think it was a Wednesday.
And I know it's been years later, but I asked the same thing. Do you know about what time you responded?
It was in the morning. I don't remember exactly, around maybe 8:30, 9 o'clock, something like that.
It was the morning of February.
Yeah, because it was after our morning meeting that we had at the office, and plus the medical student and the resident physician were there, and they only worked during the day.
And at the time you were, why did you respond to this?
The police officer reported that there was a deceased person that had been found at home. So that's typically what we respond to.
And What did you do once you received the call?
We gathered my gear, got the resident doctor and the medical student, took the van out to the address where the death had occurred.
And at the time when you responded, did you know if this was going to be considered a homicide case or not?
No.
What, if any, information did you have about the victim prior to arriving on the scene?
Maybe the lady's name, maybe her age, and that was about it.
And if you did have her name and her age, would you have recorded that somewhere?
Probably in my notebook somewhere, yes, ma'am.
And would you have generated a report later on once you got back to the office?
Yes, ma'am, that's how we did it.
And when looking at a copy of the report, help you remember her name and date of birth in this case.
Yeah, I have a copy of my investigative summary.
Okay. Yeah, may I approach you with?
Sure, you can just make sure it's the same thing. I want to make sure Mr. Corn has the same thing, but if we're all talking about, it looks like a brief document, the same thing, then he's welcome to use his unless you're going to be tendering what you hand him.
I am going to tender it.
Okay.
So I'm going to tender what's been marked as Stacy exhibit number 44. Is that the same investigative summary that you brought with you here today?
Yes, ma'am.
It is a fair and accurate depiction of your scene report that you did back in 2017.
Yes, ma'am, they're identical.
Your Honor, this time say like tender Stacy exhibit number 44 for the record.
I do object, Your Honor. I don't think we need to have the report. He's going to testify about it.
So the last three words that Ms. Hilton said is for the record. So Ms. Hilton wants to be in the record, the report. I don't think it's something that the jury would see. I don't know that it's anything that would be published. Do you object making it part of the record?
I do not.
Okay, so I'm going to admit 44. It's one of the exhibits. It would be one that we'll discuss before all the evidence goes out to the jury as to whether it's included in that universe. I suspect not, but you'll have a chance to talk about that. So it's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And looking back to her, what was the victim's name?
Miss Medotha Rooks,
And what was her date of birth?
5/31 of 33,
And how old was she?
83 at that time.
And tell us what happened once you got on the scene.
We got to the scene. There were two Atlanta police officers near their patrol car. In addition to the decedent's son, they were just kind of chit-chatting. I was able to speak to them at that time, find out kind of what was going on. That if I remember correctly, the lady had been seen alive the day before and was found deceased that morning, at which time the son called 911 to report that his mother had passed away.
And when you said she was seen alive the day before, what do you mean?
She was alive and breathing, according to the son.
Okay, so when you say alive, you mean she was breathing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. After speaking to the officers, what did you do?
We went up the steps to the front of the house and to view the decedent.
And what did you know to observe once you started going into the house?
When we first went in, she was right inside. She was in the first room that we went into, and she was lying on the floor, no clothes on, stains around the body, flies flying around. And, this kind of was unusual as far as how most elderly people are found.
And when you say it was unusual, what do you mean?
Well, I think we had gotten information that she possibly suffered from dementia, but she was completely naked, had no adult diaper nearby, and was lying on the floor, not in a bed. It was not a bed. She was next to the sofa.
And in the scene that you had been to with elderly people, were some of those other things you just mentioned there? The adult diapers in a bed, not on the floor, not naked.
Right.
Once you saw her body like that, what were your thoughts as the medical investigator?
Well, of course, we wondered, how did she come to be this way? And we looked around a little bit more. She had decubitus ulcers on her hip. There were fly pupil cases around the body. The stain on the floor was at least to me, a combination of urine and feces. She just appeared to not have been well taken care of.
And when you say decubitus ulcer, you can briefly describe what you're referring to, what are decubitus ulcers?
Decubitus ulcer is a pressure sore when a person is lying in the same position for an extended period of time. A lot of times nursing home patients that have to lie in a bed all the time will get a decubitus ulcer on the sacral area, the small of the back, or the hips if they're laying on one side and the other. The surface that is touching the mattress, also the heels when you're laying on your back, will get a diminished blood supply and it will make an ulcerated spot on your body. The tissue will break down.
And generally, how long does it take for the decubitus ulcer to heal?
I don't know exactly, but it's over a period of days and weeks typically.
Now, you talked about you walked around the house. You can tell the jury, what was the condition of the home as you kind of walked around?
I mean, from the room that the lady was in was kind of the den, kind of living room. If you went to the left, that was the kitchen. If you went to the back of the house, there was a bathroom and a bedroom back there. Then there was another bedroom or two back there too. Sparsely furnished in the room where she was. But the rest of the house was, one of the rooms was very cluttered. I think that was a bedroom. There was a dog locked in the bathroom that I never did see until they took him out by animal control. But kind of, you know, some people live in different ways than others, but somewhat cluttered mostly.
And you talked about when you saw the body, started to see flies. If you can tell the jury, are you familiar with the life cycle of a fly?
Yes, ma'am.
And how are you familiar with the life cycle?
As a forensic anthropologist, we deal with maggots and flies and insects all the time.
And you can tell the jury briefly about the cycle of a fly.
Okay. There are basically 4 parts to the life cycle of a fly. They lay eggs. The eggs hatch, which is a maggot. The maggot will form a pupal case, which is kind of like a cocoon. And then the cocoon hatches and it's an adult fly. So then the adult flies lay eggs and the cycle continues. So there's basically 4 stages.
And how long did you take for a fly to go through those 4 stages?
Some are quicker than others. You know, each species is different, but typically within 3 or 4 or 5 days, they can complete the whole cycle.
And when you saw Ms. Rooks on the ground, what cycle, was it multiple cycles of flies or was it one cycle or?
Yeah, I do not remember seeing any live maggots, but I remember seeing the pupal cases, which were the like the little cocoons. When they hatch, they leave a little brown shell. It's like similar to an eggshell, but it's not like an egg. And then the adult flies, those are the only 2 that I remember seeing.
Now, I know you said earlier that you had spoken with the 2 officers that were on scene. Did you speak with anyone else?
The lady's son also,
And do you recall what his name was?
Mr. Rooks.
And did you put his name inside your investigative report?
Yes, ma'am, I think I did.
And you can just look at the report and tell us if that helps refresh your memory as to what his name was.
Let's see. Yeah, Mr. Hilius Rooks. Yes, ma'am.
And what information was he able to provide?
I mean, we just had some basic questions for him. When was the last time he saw his mom alive? When did he find her? What her medical history was? You know, who her doctor might have been, what medications she took, you know, those basic kind of questions.
Okay, so let's start with victim medical history. Did he tell you what provides to her medical history?
Yeah, he said that she suffered from dementia.
Did he say anything else about her medical history?
I don't really recall anything else at that point, no ma'am.
Did he tell you about when was the last time she had been to the doctor?
Yeah, it had been quite some time because I remember he said that her doctor had passed away.
Did he tell you whether or not she took any medication for her Alzheimer's?
Yeah, she had no current medication.
Now, did you ever speak with him about his job where he worked?
I don't remember how he had on a work shirt, had Georgia Tech on it, but that was all that I knew. And I think he was a full-time employee.
Do you probably write in your report what he did at Georgia Tech?
I think so. I thought he had some kind of a service job at Georgia Tech.
But looking at the copy of your report, how professional is what he told you he did at Georgia Tech?
I don't know if he actually told me or if I assumed from his uniform, but some sort of maintenance or service type job.
Right. And did he tell you during that conversation about how he would leave his mother when he would go to work?
Yes, he said that he would leave to go to work in the morning. He would leave her usually seated on the sofa, and the family dog would be in the house with her.
And what kind of dog was it?
He was a Rottweiler type dog, I believe.
Now, did he tell you how his mother came to be on the floor? How she came to be on the floor?
I don't remember that he said that part of it.
Did he discuss with you the couch-related injury about how she was
Yes,
on the
ma'am.
couch?
As far as I remember, the middle part of the couch was caved in, and he told me that a few days prior, she had gotten her buttocks stuck in that space in the couch, and that when he got home, he had to help her up out of the sofa because she was kind of stuck in that part of the sofa.
And did he tell you how he kind of got her off of the sofa?
As far as I remember, he just, kind of picked her up and pulled her out of that space.
And did you ask him, or did he tell you whether or not he had called 911 as it relates to him having to pull her off of that couch a few days prior?
Yeah, I think I asked him, but he said he did not seek any medical attention at that time.
Do you recall him talking about where he lived when he spoke with you?
Yeah, at that time, he was living there with his mom, but that had only been for about 2 weeks. And prior to that, he had a place that he lived in Buckhead, but he had only moved to the home for had only been living there for about 2 weeks.
Now, after you spoke with him and observed the victim and conditions, what did you do?
Well, I was concerned about the circumstances of her death, and if there was some possible neglect involved. So I contacted APD Homicide, asked them to have a detective come out along with their crime scene unit.
And why were you concerned that there might be some possible neglect?
Well, out of the cases that I've worked, most people that we see die of natural causes and are being cared for by their families or a caregiver of some sort. And you can see the level of care that they have. They have medical supplies, they have adult diapers, they have a hospital type bed. They are on these absorbent pads on the bed. There's a lot of stuff that goes along with it. I didn't see any of that in this case.
Now, after you called for the homicide unit, or not you called, what did you do in order to get the homicide unit to come out?
I think I went down to the patrol officers that were there and asked them to call homicide on the radio, because that's always a faster way than us trying to call anybody on the phone.
And do you recall that they did call homicide?
Yes, ma'am, they sure did. Officer Jackson,
Officer Jackson called homicide.
as far as I remember.
And after you had them call homicide, what else did you do as a part of your investigation to memorialize the scene?
At some point, I took photographs of the scene of the decedent and just some of the surrounding information that I was going to include in my report to our doctors at the medical examiner's office.
I'm going to show you what I've already shown in the defense counsel as Stacy Exhibit 12. If you can look at Exhibit 1243 and tell me if you recognize.
Yes, ma'am. That's it. That's the scene that I was at.
And you looked at all of them?
Well, the first one is the lady who passed away.
So what I need you to do is look through all of them. While you're doing that, I'm going to ask the jurors their first conference question. Some of the photos that the state may share with you may be a little difficult to look at, as Ms. Hilton forecast in her opening. And we're about at the lunch break. And so I need you to let me know, is it better for you to see these before you eat or after you eat? It may not make a difference, in which case we've still got some time before I was going to have you break for lunch. But if it is significant to you all to have eaten before or after, you should confer and give me a group session answer.
Right.
Either way,
I'm hearing either way. No? Is that folks are neutral? I mean, prefer not to look at unpleasant pictures, but it's going to happen. Okay. Let's press on a little bit more. Please.
Okay.
And looking at State's Exhibit 12 through 43. Those fairly accurate depict the scene as you recall it on February 8, 2007.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I just trying to say like the tender State's Exhibit 12 and 43 is that.
Mr. Korn?
I'm not going to object.
Okay, they're admitted.
Permission.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
First, looking at State's Exhibit number.
Want me to do it?
Yeah.
Okay, so stop sharing. I'm gonna do it.
Oh, we're working on the tech.
I'm gonna do it.
I guess I should have told the state, get the pictures ready during that long time the investigator was looking at the images. All right.
If you can, kind of describe to the juror what we're seeing and how, what we're seeing.
Pretty much as soon as we came in through the door, this is the decedent as we viewed her lying on the floor covered with that light colored blanket, and then the sofa propped up against the wall behind her.
And were you able to determine the stuff that's kind of on the blanket, a couple of those stains? Were you able to look at and determine what those stains were?
We did, our opinion was human waste of some sort.
Okay. Now, looking at State's Exhibit number 15.
Fifteen.
Is that your hand in the,
I think it is, because we use those blue gloves.
What were you trying to take a picture of when you were, if you can recall, when you were holding her hand?
Probably just her hand and her fingernails.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 17. If you could zoom into 17. what are we able to look at or see in 16 and 17, if anything, of significance?
Oh, I was documenting the ring that was on her finger.
Now, State's exhibit number 18. You can rotate, please. And we'll say it again.
Just so your team is oriented, you generally want it displayed so that the exhibit sticker is face up. All right, let's try to do that.
Okay, what are we looking at, State's exhibit number 18?
The staining on her palm, which kind of looked like blood, and then the pupil cases that were stuck to her thumb.
And the people, that's what we discussed earlier in that kind of life cycle of the fly.
Yes, ma'am.
stage.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, State's exhibit number 19. This one might be slightly oriented differently, with the State's exhibit up in the upright hand corner. But this should be upside down. And here, what are we looking at?
The condition of the eye. Soon after a person passes away, the eye will be very clear and moist. This one is kind of getting cloudy, which gives us a little bit of an idea of how long the person may have been deceased.
And this I'm looking at is how long do you think she may have been?
It's hard to tell just from that, but she hadn't just passed away within the previous few hours. So it was, 12 to 24 hours that she had passed away.
So really by the time the police had called, she'd already been gone about 12 to 24 hours.
Just based on that.
Just based on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you look at to the bottom of the picture, is this some of the pupae that you were still referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of like on the ground, in and
Yeah,
around her body?
on the carpet. Yes, ma'am.
And looking at State's exhibit number 20. Is this looking at the opposite eye?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you seeing that same kind of cloudiness as within the other eye?
Yes, ma'am. The same thing.
It would indicate that same type of condition that she might have been deceased for at least 12 to 24 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's exhibit 22.
Yeah.
Now, is this how you found the body once you took off the blanket?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you can tell the jurors what we are looking at, what we are seeing as we look at this Rooks.
The
And you can use
If you tap on the, there you go. Great.
pen right here. Yes, and then you can use that to kind of circle
with my finger.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That area that I circled is the ulcer that's on her right hip. And again, it's an open wound. It started to dry a little bit, but basically what we're seeing is the fat and muscle tissue underneath the skin.
And what else is depicted in this?
What appears to be feces and more fly pupil cases and just general staining and fecal material on the lady's body, which is not unusual when someone passes away, but generally it's taken care of in a different fashion.
And also looking, we see some other objects like orange, forks, and all those things, where those kind of underneath.
Yeah, those were kind of
Like,
in and around the decedent. Yes, ma'am.
and that's to say that you all just placed that there, that was there once you uncovered the blanket from over.
Once we removed the blanket, this is what we saw.
Thank you. You can take it down. Now, when you were examining her body, when you were examining her body, did you see multiple ulcers on her?
Yeah, the right and left hip, and I believe the small of the back.
And is it your job to examine the ulcers in depth, or does that left up to the medical?
That's left up to the medical examiner.
So you take the initial picture and then you'll take all this information and give it to the medical examiner, who'll do the full examination of her body.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been admitted as state's exhibit number 24. And what are we looking at? What's the picture of state's exhibit number 24?
That is, when we roll the body over, that's the left hip. And it also has a large ulcer on it.
And if you can identify where that ulcer is going.
Yeah, it's right here.
And then I'm going to show you what has been admitted as state's exhibit number 26.
I think you should be able to make what you put up 26, what you mark go away, because the next picture, it's going to be confusing.
Yeah, I don't.
There's
I don't know.
a undo circle on the left-hand side. It's a circle with a little arrow. If you tap that once, see that circle with an arrow right there? You're
This one?
pointing at it. Tap it once. No, just tap that.
I'm trying to wait till he.
Try tapping that circle again.
It'll still.
We're just trying to figure out how to make, if she stops screen sharing and shares again, that'll make it go. All right, thank you. It worked.
Mhm.
Showing state's exhibit 26. What do we see on state's exhibit 26?
Yeah, this is the ulcer that's on the sacral area, the small of the back. Wait, no, let me.
You cover it?
Yeah, it's the upper back. I'm sorry.
Okay. And now showing you state's exhibit 27. Now, state's exhibit 27, what are we looking at, state's exhibit 27?
This is once the decedent's body was placed, getting ready to be placed into the body bag.
Okay. And is that injury that's on the bottom right hand, or is that the same injury we were just looking at?
Yes, ma'am, that's the left hip.
Okay. And when you put her in a body bag, take that state's exhibit 27.
What is, before you take, what is this black area? Looks like fabric or something. Do you know or recall what that is? It's actually what's in the middle of the circle right now.
Yeah, that's some kind of material that was adhering to the body.
Okay.
Because thank you for that, Judge. When you pick up the body, you just, or we didn't place the body in the body bag, you just pick up her body as is and place it into the body bag.
Well, we have a removal service that came out, and the two guys from the removal service physically pick up the body from its original location to place her into the body bag.
And you don't remove anything that is on
No,
the
ma'am.
body.
No, ma'am. Occasionally, they may drape a sheet over the body before they pick it up, or place the body on a sheet inside the bag.
Now, looking at state's exhibit number 28. Once you put the body in the body bag, what do you?
We generate a tag with the information on it, and then that little red thing is a seal that we put on the bag to basically lock it. I mean, it's not like a lock that you put on your shed, but if you tamper with it and break that lock, we know that it's been tampered with. It's similar to the little lock that they put on your electric meter, so they know if it's been tampered with. And it's got an individual number on it, and that's what the seal number is. On the opposite side of that red seal is that number. And then That is how the person is transported back to the medical examiner's office inside the bag with the seal and the tag.
And then is it then unsealed by the medical examiner once they begin to perform the autopsy?
Not to be unsealed until the time of the autopsy.
Now, in addition to taking pictures of the Ms. Rooks, did you also take pictures of the scene as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and why do you do that?
Just to document what else we saw, general conditions of the home.
Are you going to shift to that topic?
I was.
All right, so I think what we'll do is break for lunch. I need to figure out how to make the circles disappear because that's going to be frustrating for the rest of the trial. The jurors need a break, they need to eat. So ladies and gentlemen, this is your first extended break. Like I said, it's fine if you eat as a big group. You don't have to eat as a big group. You can eat as 13 individuals. If you do dine together, don't talk about the case. Don't talk about your impressions so far. Talk about anything else you want if you want to talk at all. We'll try to start up at 1:30. We cannot do so if one of you is late. So try to keep it to an hour. If you're running late, call my chamber so we know, juror, whomever is late, and we'll exact the toll for that. No outside research. If you've got questions about what the witness is talking about, you answer that by jotting it down on the card as you've demonstrated that you can do. One thing I would ask you to talk about during the break, because you'll be together right at the beginning, you'll be together right at the end, is how you want to manage masks. Masks can be optional in my courtroom 8D. And so if you reach a consensus that you'll let each juror decide you don't want to wear a mask while you're in the courtroom, that's great. But if one of your numbers says, I'm not comfortable having to sit in a small group with you without all of you wearing a mask, I'll ask you all to wear masks and respect that person's preference. But if there is general comfort with let each juror make his or her own decision about the mask, then I want to honor that, and you all should mask up only if you choose to. So make sure you cover that either just before you leave or when you get back. Any logistical questions? All right, enjoy your break. We'll see you at 1:30 based on that clock. So sync your watches. Investigator Gilbo, you are on break for an hour-ish, a little bit less. Please don't talk about your testimony with lawyers for either side during the break. Okay. If you could be back a little before 1:30 so we can have you on the stand for the jurors. All right. Mr. Smith, we'll see you back at 1:30. I assume Ms. Nava Heger is coming back. She busted out of here real quickly, but we'll figure that out. She was not excused. Ms. Hilton, anything you want to get on the record before we break for lunch?
Do we need to give any instructions to Mr. Smith and Ms. Pfizer about not communicating with the jury on the lunch break?
Don't talk with the jurors if they approach you, Mr. Smith. Anything else, Ms. Hilton?
None.
All right, Mr. Korn, anything from the defense? All right, we'll be on break for, I need you all here a little before 1:30 so that we're waiting on the jurors and not vice versa. Okay.
Right, the only other question I have is if the court would have a ruling on the prior difficulties by after lunch, because potentially that witness needs to go to that, she needs to testify today, so she would be.
I'll make that one of my lunch projects. So we'll discuss that before the jury comes back in. So another reason for you all to be here more at 1:20 than at 1:30. Last thing we need to get on the record. Every question, every card submitted by jurors will be made part of the record. So you'll have a complete universe of every card submitted, and then you can sort out from what questions were asked, those that were excluded. There'll be court exhibit 2. If we don't have a surprise exhibit before then, when we're done with the evidence. All right. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Van Wy, if you'll come on up, please.
I can clear it out. Judge,
Just by hitting the clear box.
no, I gotta go through it. Judge, I can clear it from here, from my computer, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I just cleared it.
What did you do?
I went to annotate and then I did clear all drawings.
Cool. All right, I want to see if we can teach me and ultimately, I know how it worked before, it wasn't working now.
Right, it wasn't working earlier when I did it either.
Yeah, well, I'm glad, so you've got that capability. All right, hey, how are you? So tell me what's going on.
You gotta be here.
I'm in trial.
So you had,
Okay.
Well, the other way, I can't trust you.
sorry, I can.
Sure.
Yeah, of course,
Oh, so you're with Mr. Durham. Got it. So I did get this and I assumed that we'd discuss it on Friday. Mr. Samuel's going to be here on Friday to be talking about the legislative privilege. I know this is different. I mean, it's connected because it's the same, one of the same witnesses. But this is a debate about when should he be required to appear. I'm happy to talk about that. So yeah, I've already read through, I didn't read the 9 million emails that were attached. But if you want to have this filed, that's great. You have to go through the clerk's office.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
You were hoping that we, because it is in.
It'll probably be-
It'll
probably be.
What would the basis for it to be under seal?
That, I'm just.
And I want the
Okay.
and then.
Yeah, but this wouldn't be something that, there are a few things that have been under seal. I'm actually
But here's the one that-
later today probably gonna figure out a way with the help of the clerk's office to get this docket publicly available, because it should be. There are things in it that are sealed and there will be things in the future that get filed that will be sealed. I don't, having read this, but not all the emails, I didn't see why the motion would be sealed, maybe some attachments. If you,
Oh, no, but you know what?
I'm happy to say, don't file it yet if you want to have part of the, were you planning on be here
I
or
was not. I mean,
was Mr. Durham going to be here on Friday?
Cause that's gonna
Okay.
go really
They
quick.
are, related as you had noted, but.
Does Mr. Samuel represent, is it pronounced Ligon? Ligon. He doesn't represent, that's the one person not represented by Mr. Samuel in the universe of legislators /
That's fine.
lieutenant governor.
My
I mean,
understanding is that Mr. Sanger represents the
Okay,
General
we should talk about
Assembly as an institution and not the individual.
What y'all got?
Yes, and a number of legislators have said, please represent me on the motion to quash. But it was flagged that your client might be having Mr. Durham, that firm represent him. But then Don Samuel said it may be that we're partnering on it. And he was not trying to steal business or anything like that. He said it's unclear to me how Ligon's going to handle this.
My understanding of it is that.
Hold on one
our
second.
interests are so
That was part of
closely
it.
aligned with respect to legislative privilege issue
Hmm?
that Don is. very-
Okay.
I would like to clarify that.
Okay, so on Friday, we're talking about legislative privilege. Will Don Samuel be talking about that in connection with Mr. Ligon?
No, that is, I mean, purely just scheduling.
Well, let me put this down. So on Friday, will Don Samuel be arguing about the contours of the legislative privilege and how it ought to be applied in front of the special purpose grand jury on behalf of Mr. Ligon?
Yes, as he relates to General Assembly.
Yep, okay. Since that we'll be talking about Mr. Ligon, why wouldn't we talk about this as well on Friday? Maybe because no one can be here.
Maybe because.
Okay.
I'm here, and two, because I do think that it was important to at least get something down to the extent that.
I think so, because the date's approaching.
Yes.
So you may want to confer with Mr. Durham. My initial reaction is this would not be sealed, with the caveat that I didn't read all the emails. Most of the attachments are scheduling orders and things that are already public. So there'd be no reason to file those under seal. If there's something in the email exchange, because it's counsel talking to counsel, Mr. Durham talking with one of the ADAs, fine. But if it's just sort of conceptually, they didn't want this in the bright light.
It is conceptually,
Right.
Your Honor.
All right. I reject the concept.
Reject the concept.
Yeah.
Had to make sure.
That's okay. I appreciate it. So did you come all the way up from Savannah?
No, so we have an office in Savannah.
Oh, okay.
So, Jane Griffin says hello.
Say hello to Mr. Griffin.
I will, yes, I'll work with him in complex.
Well, good for you. Danny's very excited to be with that group.
Yeah.
He and I were talking about it last time I bumped into him, and sounds like a good practice. So I may not see you then on Friday. If you want to get that file, do it, but it won't be under seal.
Okay.
And if that causes sufficient heartburn that Mr. Durham wants to litigate it more, I guess you need to have a motion as to why it should be filed under seal, and then I can rule on that before you have to file that.
I do not foresee it causing much heartburn.
Okay.
So I believe.
But you made the effort.
Yes, I made the effort, and I believe this is filed. That's out.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Right. Oh, something there.
Oh, I just read that.
can get something to eat.
I'm definitely. I'll problems with no ball.
Oh, where'd you go?
I don't know.
Oh. You don't want to eat anything?
I got to go in.
Oh, well, maybe have it now before the germs come. Okay, we just want to have an extra copy of his report. We can't find it.
Of whose report? Which one?
Gilbert?
I can email you a copy. I don't have a printed
Physical
up.
copy?
Yeah.
Could you?
Oh,
Please.
no problem.
This morning, there were 286 people watching on YouTube.
Watching what?
This,
Yeah, there was up to, at one point it got up to 300.
yeah, there's a lot of people this morning. I've never seen them.
Are you serious? Someone, maybe your colleague.
I think she is, but they're right there. The deputy.
How did they know that it's on there?
I don't think they do. I think people, because like I was reading through the chat like on my lunch because I was interested. There's like some guys
Yes.
from the UK watching. I used to really interested. There's some crackers. I think I got some.
Dang, did we leave those?
Are we
those-
sure you have-
Wait one second.
Artie's YouTube channel.
And it's.
This is what I have right now, but I'll also tell them to bring over.
It runs to this, there's a right next to each other. See, they want those. And then inside of my office.
Are all of the trials still on YouTube even though we're opened up?
Just-
No.
No.
Oh, so this is just,
Yeah, he likes to be.
I see, okay, I thought, because I know for a while there was, they were making things available because things were closed up.
They said they don't have, I'm about to send Miss Jinx, right? Is it Miss Jinx?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
Rachel.
All right,
Yeah,
just want to
and
make
we spoke to
sure.
Larry too.
Her the,
I'm sorry, we never actually were officially introduced.
Hey, Miss Jinx. Hi, Danielle.
It's
Investigator.
Lawrence
Report.
You don't have an
have-
investigative report?
Horn.
Lawrence
We have
dot com.
Henninger's, but not this guy.
What's your name?
Rachel, RACH.
Oh, I mean, what's your email? That's what I meant.
Rachel.jenks@fultoncounty.gov. You have Lawrence in there already?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have another case.
Oh, okay. Let me let them know your email.
Attached file.
So you can probably reach out to Ken Armstrong. He's not a head of appeals.
Let me see. I think it was exhibit 12. No, that's not right. Which exhibit was it? Do you remember?
So.
Oh, it was 44.
Yeah. And then he'll even know who even has the appeal. Now, someone actually working on the appeal. Yeah. Help you.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin, because I don't have it anymore. Okay.
Got it.
When you're ready, Ms. Rivers, we can talk about the prior difficulties because Ms. Jenks is here and you're the prior difficulties lawyer. So we've got everyone we need.
You calling me a prior difficulty?
Oh, right, yeah.
Nope, just the lawyer handling them. All right, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, we are back on the record in State versus Rooks. We're at the end of our lunch break for the lawyers and Mr. Rooks and myself and my staff. The state this morning at 8:15 a.m. filed a motion in limine wanting to discuss the admissibility of prior difficulties pursuant to 404B. We talked about that briefly this morning before the jurors came in, so that I got a little oriented as to what the state is seeking to do. I did a little more work on the matter over the lunch break, and am prepared to hear more if either side wants to add more, and then let you know what I think ought to happen. I have a question, and then if there's anything you want to add, Ms. Hilton, you can do that. So the analysis I have to apply is 404B analysis. That's what Flower says. It's not the old school where prior difficulties are like intrinsic acts and they just slide on in, which means I need to find that there is a proper purpose, something other than bad character evidence for Mr. Rooks. I think you argue that it's motive. It's not explicit in your motion, but I think that's the purpose is motive.
Yes, sure. It goes to worse.
Okay. The other question I had is just exploring more a little bit the timeline for each of these witnesses. I find that it is much more probative and thus satisfying the 403 test, the closer in time to the months, maybe even years leading up to Ms. Rooks's passing. If one of these three witnesses is going to say back in 1990 or even the year 2000, so 17 years before the death, I heard Mr. Rooks use profane language towards his mom. That to me is less compelling. It may be that that witness will say it's an arc of conduct, and that's when I first heard it, but I fairly consistently experienced that from then until then I was kept away from the victim. I wasn't allowed to offer care or spend time with her. Is that what you expect? And let me just flip it around. Would any of these witnesses be witnesses who would say, yeah, back in 2005, Mr. Rooks seemed not to be treating his mom well verbally. I can't tell you what's happened in the intervening 12 years to the time of her death.
Correct. No, that's not what's going to happen.
Okay.
What I suspect the evidence will show, and I specifically Ms. Catherine Alston, and I could limit her. She would just talk about hearing it initially when they were children, but then specifically when they got closer in time to her death. And again, I'm talking about that period between 2012. After Mr. Rooks died is what I'm usually focused on. So that area between 2012 and up until closer time to her death.
Can each of the three witnesses talk about experiences they had observing or overhearing Mr. Rooks use abusive or disrespectful language to his mother 2012 or later?
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Ms. Jenks, is there anything more you want to add besides the good argument you made this morning?
Judge, just that anything, prior to 2016 would be remote.
Okay, what's magic about 16 versus 12 or?
I mean, closer in time to the actual, event of her death.
Okay, is you think less problematic for the state to argue that the probative value is not substantially outweighed by the prejudicial effect? The closer in time it is, the more probative it is.
Correct.
Okay, I didn't say it well, that's what I meant. All right, let me make a record. As I understand it, the state is interested in calling three different witnesses: Ms. Alston with an N, Jacqueline Williams, Cameron Rooks, to testify to the effect that they have overheard, maybe they saw a mouth moving as well, but they experienced Hearsay Rooks speaking to his mother in a disrespectful manner, abusive language, all verbal, nothing physical, not shoving his mom, throwing something at his mother, but using language that they would characterize, and that might be objectively characterized as being disrespectful language. These are prior difficulties because they would represent a conflict between the defendant and the victim in this case. I have to analyze that pursuant to 404B. So says Flowers versus State at 307 Georgia 618, a 2020 case. The one exception to the 404B analysis for prior difficulties is that the state does not need to provide advance notice. They didn't provide much advance notice, but it was far enough in advance that we're not having to do it right after Ms. Hilton asked Ms. Alston, did you ever hear Hearsay Rooks say this about his mom? So that box doesn't need to be checked. It was kind of checked because we're talking about it before these witnesses come in. Three-pronged test, there has to be a proper purpose. That evidence has to satisfy Rule 403, meaning its probative value must not be substantially outweighed by undue prejudice. And finally, I have to find that the state could prove that these prior difficulties occurred, that they could prove it by a preponderance, so pretty low evidentiary standard. I think there are proper purposes, S, on that. The state has asked about motive, I think intent as well. These kinds of cases, intent is going to be a central question. I think motive is as well. Why would you do this? And the defense is, I didn't intend for this to happen. So absent Mr. Rooks testifying, which the state cannot require, evidence that highlights or sheds light on why Mr. Rooks may have done or failed to do or chosen not to do some of the things the state says happened or didn't happen in this case, that is probative. And I think that this evidence shines a light on both intent and motive. In terms of Rule 403, none of the allegations, as I understand them, are particularly inflammatory. When one thinks about the evidence of how Ms. Rooks died and in what situation and condition she died, I'd be hard pressed to, short of one of these witnesses coming in saying, oh yeah, Hilius Rooks would routinely say, I hope my mother dies a slow, painful, awful death. Be hard to have the prior difficulties be deemed to be more inflammatory than the case in chief or distracting or causing sort of a sideshow trial. I don't think that's the case. And I think the state's need for this kind of evidence is strong, given that they are having to prove intent and motive somewhat indirectly. And finally, the proof prong, that's the easiest one. As I understand it, each of these witnesses are ear witnesses, eyewitnesses. They'll be talking about what they heard Mr. Rooks say. They'll be subject to cross-examination. Their credibility can be directly challenged. So the only concern I had was temporal proximity. And I'm going to address that by saying, don't ask anyone about their recollections of how Mr. Rooks treated his mother verbally prior to his father's death. Just draw that line. After Mr. Rooks's father is deceased, the type of evidence you were trying to get in pursuant to your motion, I find is admissible under the 404B test. Anything else you want me to get on the record in terms of my ruling or analysis?
Nothing on your record, nothing on the record. And I would just ask for a moment to be able to instruct my witnesses accordingly so that I'll instruct them, try to instruct them again before they take the stand, but at least with preliminary instruction so they know what they can do.
That's not a problem. I also don't mind. I don't think it's a leading question, but if your questions when you're getting to those three witnesses talk about that are along the lines of after Jimmy Lee Rooks passed, did you encounter X or Y? Because then in your question, you are baking in the timeline that we're focused on. So, but certainly you can do that with each of the witnesses so that we avoid a violation of that ruling. Ms. Jenks, I know you object to the evidence coming in. You've got a continuing objection in connection with that. Anything you want to get on the record that you think maybe I didn't fully capture in terms of the analysis or your concerns?
No, Judge.
Okay. We'll consider that taken care of for now. If something changes between now and when those witnesses are going to testify that you think I ought to reevaluate, Ms. Jenks, let me know. Otherwise, those witnesses can talk about those things. Anything else before we bring the jury in?
Yes, Your Honor, we just want to very quickly test our sound system because after this witness will be our 911 call and we're using a funky little Bluetooth speaker thing so it can be loud, and we just want to make sure that we don't have any technical difficulties.
I'll note for the record, it does not look like a little speaker. It may well be Bluetooth, although there's a cord coming out of it. So why don't you test it out? See if you can knock Mr. Korn out of his seat.
Can you see if it's hooked up to yours? Because you know how it was hooked up to yours a long time ago, though. Actually, I think I got it.
We good?
Wait. And then let me get it's on the mother drive, right? The car. Yeah, we have the CD. Okay. Can we get the CD here?
Can you go talk to your witnesses while this is happening? Do it 2 for 1? And can one of you get Investigator Gilbo back in here, please?
Here, honey. I should volume it. I'll volume this up. I'll just. On. Hold on 1 second. That's right. That's right. That's right. Connected. Audio. I think this is connected. Just make sure it's connected. Yeah, that's it.
Yes, ma'am.
I know really disturbing it, it's possible for me to step out for a few minutes.
Yes, ma'am. You're welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to this.
So this is taking a long time. Is it not working?
No, it's not working.
Okay. Do you want to try it briefly through our sound system?
Yes.
Just like any other.
Historically, hold on 1 second.
audio has been hard to hear.
Exactly. But I'm trying to figure out.
It's coming through now.
Is it coming through that funky speaker?
No, there's no microphone or touch.
Okay.
But that's weird.
I think it's still,
We have an echo.
yeah, I don't know why that is. There's everything else is muted here. I blame that speaker. Anyway, try playing it through the system, and then we're going to bring the jurors in.
Ms. Williams is not here yet, but when she comes, I was saying.
Okay,
But we're ready to talk. Thank you.
good. Well, you guys are having technical difficulties, but that's not a reason to hold up, finishing up with Investigator Gilbo, you and the defense. Just wait for this document to finish printing out. All right. Ms. Hilton, anything before we bring the jury in?
No, you're right.
Mr. Korn?
No,
All right, let's bring him in, please. Did they take your Leatherman tool when you went through security?
No, I left it in the truck.
Oh, okay.
I've learned to get rid of all my hardware before I give you.
It's a good choice.
No.
All right, adjourned.
Good afternoon, everyone. You all can be seated. Welcome back from lunch. Hope you found something kind of nearby to eat. One thing I forgot to mention, although it looks like you're already doing it, which is good. No one owns any one of these seats. I encourage you to sit in a different seat from time to time because you literally get a different perspective in the courtroom. So someone may need a seat for hearing purposes, or the seats all the way to the right, the way you're seated, allow you to stand if you've got a back or a hip issue. And so feel free to claim those. Otherwise, don't sit in the same place every time. Move it around. When we paused for lunch, the state was partway through its direct examination of Investigator Gilbo, formerly with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, now with the Clayton County Medical Examiner's Office. And I will ask Ms. Hilton to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Gilbo, right before we get to break, we talked about the position of the body in the body. Now, when you found the body of Ms. Rooks on the ground, the manner in which her body was positioned, can you talk anything about how her body was positioned? Her legs crossed, did that happen because of her death, or can you tell, or do you?
I didn't make too much of the position. She was just on her side on the floor.
And the fact that her legs were crossed, does that have anything to do with the time her body may have been on the ground and that she may have been deceased, or can we even tell as to why her body may have been like she did like
Sometimes, excuse me, sometimes when a person is moved, if they're laying flat on their back and they are rolled over one way or the other, you may get the legs to cross. But I mean, I thought that pretty much the way she was the way she had died.
Okay, so how she was positioned, how she had been for however long she had been.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now we were talking about briefly taking pictures of the rest of the home while you were there. And I'm going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit number 29. And looking at State's 29, describe your significance of taking this picture on the day of February 8, 2017.
This was a picture of the floor underneath where the decedent had been. So once her body was removed, this is what was underneath her.
And it appears to be an uneaten orange. Was that there?
Yes, ma'am.
Remove the body?
Yes, ma'am. And I think that bottle of water still had water in it.
And then there's multiple, when we talked about earlier, forks and things as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And is there also appears to be a bottle of water inside of the couch?
It looks like it is. Yes, ma'am.
And again, with that couch, that's how the couch was and appeared when you all arrived on the scene.
Just the way it is the way we found it.
Now looking at State's Exhibit number 31. Again, picture of the home. Is that again how it appeared when on February 8th?
Yeah, if originally when we were looking at the body, this is to the left. So if we're looking further back into the home, this is what was in the other part of the room.
And State's Exhibit 32. Same thing, the condition of the house when you got there.
Yes, ma'am.
And was that appears to be a broken chair on the?
It did appear to be broken. Yes, ma'am.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 33, and then we'll look at 34. What are we looking at, State's Exhibit 33?
The door that's on the right was the bathroom. That's where the dog was, inside that bathroom. The door to the left is the doorway to the bedroom that I assumed was for Ms. Rooks prior to her moving to the sofa area. And it had a string or a shoestring that was used to keep the door closed.
And is that how you found it when you walked inside?
Yes, ma'am, exactly as we found it.
And at the time that you were on the scene, do you recall if Mr. Rooks had ever told you how long, or if Ms. Rooks was ever sleeping in that bedroom at this point in time?
I don't remember that, no, ma'am.
Okay. Now looking at State's Exhibit 35. Now, can you tell, looking at State's Exhibit 35, what, which room, is that still that same room that had
The string on the door? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And now looking at State's Exhibit 36. Where are we looking at State's Exhibit 36?
This was the other bedroom that appeared to be occupied.
And there appears to be some type of boxes and stuff in there.
Yes, ma'am.
Are some of those, can you tell like the company that some of those boxes come from?
Not really. I mean, some of them look like they're from Amazon.
Is that because of the arrow indication?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we all know those boxes. All right, State's Exhibit 37. And what's the picture, State's Exhibit 37?
This was the bathroom, once the dog was removed by animal control.
And I don't know if I heard you this earlier, did you actually see the dog?
I did when they were taking him out to be taken to the dog pound.
And can you describe the dog for us?
He looked like a Rottweiler dog,
Big, small?
big,
Okay. When we say big, can you tell pound wise how much?
70, 75 pounds.
And looking at State's Exhibit number 37, towards the back, this silver bowl, what does that appear to be?
Looks like a water dish for a dog.
Looking at State's Exhibit 38.
This was the kitchen.
Okay. And that's again how the kitchen looked when you went in there?
Yes,
Did you
ma'am.
serve anything?
No, ma'am.
And what are some of the things that we can see inside of the kitchen?
There looked like a bunch of food and a bunch of products of different sorts. Kind of Raid insect spray.
It's like a bed bug kit in there as well?
Yes, ma'am. That was in a different picture, I think.
Or is that it to the front of it?
Oh, yeah, right there in the corner. Yes, ma'am.
Exhibit 39. What was your purpose of taking a picture of the refrigerator?
To show that there was food in the refrigerator.
And did the food look fairly recently purchased, if you may enter?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. State's exhibit number 40. And they're just kind of further into the kitchen.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the last picture, well, excuse me, I'm sorry, not the last. State's exhibit number 42. And what was your first taking pictures of what's in the contents of the trash can?
It was the Boost nutritional supplement drink package.
Okay. And you don't know when those were put into the trash can or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then last, the state's exhibit number 43. And what's depicted in state's exhibit number 43?
These were the only two prescription vials that I found, and they were in that back bedroom that had the string on the knob. Both prescribed for the decedent, Ms. Rooks, and I think both were the same. They were the same prescription for the same drug, but from different years, and both were expired.
Okay, and how expired were they?
Years expired.
I'm going to show, I'm not sure if you can see one there. Can you look and see? At least for the one on the left-hand side, can you see the date?
Yeah, it looks like it was filled in 2007.
Okay. And the prescription, I might say it wrong, chlorphenol? Do
Yeah.
you know what it is?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, after you examined the body and took pictures, did you have any other involvement in this case?
No, ma'am.
And did that conclude your total involvement in this case, except for testifying here today?
Once I generated my report, that was it.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Korn?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, Investigator Gilbert, am I pronouncing your last name right?
Yes.
Thank you. You view every scene as a potential homicide, is that correct?
Well, I didn't know exactly what it was, but it appeared to be something possibly other than a natural.
Okay, here's my point. You are taught, I believe you testified, that you view every potential scene as a potential homicide.
Right.
And that's the presumption until and unless you see evidence that it's not a homicide.
Yes, sir.
That's correct?
Yes, sir.
There was plenty of food in the house.
Yes, sir.
You saw lots of fresh food in the refrigerator.
As far as I remember, yes, sir.
Okay. You saw, however, a lot of, for lack of a better word, hoarding activity there. Would you agree that that's what that is?
There was a lot of stuff stored in the home, yes, sir.
I mean, 10-year-old pill bottles, the sort of stuff that somebody might keep for many years if they were, say, a hoarder.
Could be, yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to tell whether the feces materials around the body and throughout the room were animal or human?
No, sir.
Okay. It might have been animal.
Could have been, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you have no knowledge of whether Mrs. Rooks was covered up in her son's presence, do you?
I mean, all I know is how she looked when we got there.
You don't have any idea if he even knew about the bed sores.
I do not know, no, sir.
Okay. Now, approximately what time did you examine Mrs. Rooks' eyes?
It would have been 9:30-ish.
9:30ish in the morning.
Yes,
Okay. And you determined that they were cloudy,
right.
and that gives you, in your mind, an big approximation of the time of death?
Very approximate.
You wouldn't want to say to any kind of degree of scientific certainty, pin that down to 12 hours or 24 hours, would you?
Neither one, no, sir.
Okay. Did you have any indication of what the condition of her eyes were prior to her death?
None whatsoever.
Can eyes be cloudy prior to death?
Possibly so.
I mean, my wife's dragged me to movies that made my eyes cloud over, so it's really not true. She don't do that. In other words, you can't say to any degree of scientific certainty whether she had died 5 hours earlier, 6 hours, 12, 24 hours before that 9:30.
No, sir.
Okay. Would the medical examiner who examined the body be able to better pinpoint the time of death?
They look at a lot of things that are different from what I look at for different reasons.
I mean, he's a medical doctor, correct?
Correct.
And you're
I'm not.
many things, not that. Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yes. Now, you were just you go in with the thought, because how you're trained, that it's a homicide. It could be a homicide. When you call cases out, especially your elderly cases, that you're going to a number of those, do you often call the homicide unit out if you don't think it's a homicide?
No, ma'am.
Or if you don't think there's evidence of a homicide?
If there's no evidence of anything other than a natural death, I won't be calling them.
So in this instance, you saw something a little bit more than just being a natural death.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the pill bottles, if you recall, was there any medication in it, or were they empty?
I think they were empty.
Now, we just talked a moment about the eye cloudiness. In your experience in 25 years, what made you kind of determine, based upon the eye cloudiness, when the death could have occurred?
We look at a variety of things, the stiffness of the body, the temperature of the body, the eyes, to either fit in with the story of when the person was last seen or kick it out of that arena. If they say they last saw them 10 minutes ago and they've got full rigor, well, we know that can't happen. So we're just kind of documenting what we see at the time that we're there at a particular time to give that information to the medical examiner.
And you just said full rigor, what does that mean?
The body is as stiff as it's going to get.
And as it relates to Miss Rooks, what part of rigor was she?
I can't really remember. She was fairly flexible as far as I remember, so rigor may have already come and gone.
And so you take all of those things and all of those factors to determine kind of when and approximate time.
Yeah, it's not like TV where the medical examiner says, oh, they died between 10:15 and 10:20. No, it doesn't work that way.
In real life, it doesn't work.
Not in real life, no ma'am.
You can only give an approximate time.
That's correct.
And in this case, could you give an approximate that it was closer to 12 and 24, or is it closer to like maybe 5 and 2 and 5?
More that she had passed away the previous day rather than that day.
Okay. No further question.
May I briefly?
You may.
Well, could it have been that evening?
It could have been early that morning.
Did you see anything in your examination that was inconsistent with the story Mr. Rooks told you?
No, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any questions from the jurors for Investigator Gilbo? I see a few cards. Anyone else need to write anything down? Thank you, sir. Counsel?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, did I not press the button? Sorry, it's the little black button. Investigator Gilbo, was Ms. Rooks weighed at the scene where her body was collected?
No, they weigh, we don't have any way to do that on the scene. The medical examiner's office, one of the first things that they do when they come in is weigh the body.
Did the amount of fecal material you saw on and around, I don't mean like 5 feet radius, but directly on or around Ms. Rooks, seem like more or less or about the same as what you've encountered in your many other scenes with expired elderly individuals?
I really didn't have any point of reference for that, but it seemed like an appropriate amount for a few days if she had a bowel movement, once or twice a day. But then again, I don't know anything other than what we saw, how long she had been there, any of that.
Was there anything about the scene that would have enabled you, were you able to determine if any of the feces were part of a bowel movement that occurred pre-death versus post-death?
Not really, no.
Meaning you not able to determine that?
No, I couldn't determine that because often when when a person passes away, all the muscles relax and they do evacuate.
Okay. Ms. Hilton, any follow-up?
None from the state, Juror.
Mr. Korn?
Just one quick question. You have no idea when the decedent last ate or how much?
No, sir, none whatsoever.
All right. Thank you, investigator, for being here. You are free to go.
Thank you, sir.
And one request for the jurors, if you've got a question, if you could sort of spell it out, just putting on the card, blue glove. Not quite sure what you're asking if you write blue glove. So put, not that anyone wrote down blue glove, but if you flesh your question out, it's more likely that we can get it asked. Next witness. How are we doing with audio? We're going to try it through our system.
We'll try.
Don't look so unoptimistic. It takes the right operator.
Right.
Remember to click the little box about share audio.
Yes, Judge.
Hello, Ms. Latners.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you? I do. Go ahead and have a seat. Say your name for the record.
I'll take my last one.
Please.
Sharon Latners, SHARON LATNERS.
Please state your name for the record.
Sharon Latners.
What is your occupation?
I am custodian of records for the City of Atlanta Communication 911 Center.
And who's your report? You might just answer that. How long have you worked at the Atlanta Police Department?
32 years.
What are your job responsibilities today?
I'm responsible for the 911 system, the 911 CAD reports, all the audios for the center. I handle all the subpoenas for the DA's office, and I testify all the court cases.
Okay, and does your job as records custodian include the responsibility for maintaining the call records of the 911 calls and CAD?
Yes.
Please explain to the jury what a CAD report is.
CAD report is a computer aided dispatch. A CAD report is created when you call 911, the operator creates that CAD. And what's on that CAD is the date of the call, the incident number, the location of the call, type of call it is. And you will see different times, what time the call came in from 911, the time the call was dispatched to the officer, and the time that he cleared the call.
Okay, and how is the information for the CAD maintained?
It's maintained in my office 24 hours.
Are CAD records maintained for each 911 call?
No,
When would it not be maintained?
but you could,
You can be at the podium, you can use the microphone, or you can belt it out. But if you want to stand away from a microphone, you got to project.
When would it not be maintained?
it all depends on the call. Call can dial 911 and ask for a phone number, and we'll advise them we don't give out phone numbers. So it all depends on the call.
Okay, so are CAD reports kept in the regular course of business?
Yes.
What type of information is included in CAD report?
The information that the caller gives to the operator, she types it in the remarks section.
And in the normal and ordinary course of business, when is the information that is included in the CAD generated?
At the time of the call.
Does that information on the CAD accurately reflect the act or information contained within?
Yes.
After a CAD is generated, how long is it kept with the police department?
While CAD goes back to 2000 to present.
How long are 911 tapes kept with the police department?
I'm gonna say Atlanta handle over 1 million calls a year. So our system purged on its own. We possibly can go back 3 years so far,
So as of right now, it's maintained
about 3 years.
in your time with APD, how many CAD reports and 911 recordings have you maintained?
Like I said, we take over 1 million calls a year. I've been with APD 32 years.
So that's a lot of calls. At some time, were you given a request from APD for a 911 and CAD report for an incident on February 8th, 2017, specifically in case number 170390884?
Yes,
And were you able to produce a 911 tape?
yes.
Were you able to produce a CAD report?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 106 and 107, and for the record, Your Honor, I have shown this.
Okay, 106 and 107. Got it.
Okay, can you identify these exhibits?
Okay, 107 is the copy of the incident report for that day. 106 is the 911 call that I placed to the DA's office.
Okay, and how can you identify it?
107 is a CAD report that you all got from Homicide by the incident number. 106 is a 911 call I gave. I have my initials on there, on the CD.
Okay, and you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes, ma'am.
Are both the CAD and the 911 call that was produced kept in the regular and ordinary course of business for APD as we previously discussed?
Yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, I would like to tender state's exhibits 106 and 177.
Mr. Corn, any objection
No
to?
objection.
They're admitted.
Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish both 106 and 107. I'll start with the CAD report, which is 107.
So tell me why you're publishing the CAD report.
There are gonna be some questions that she'll ask, or that I'm gonna ask her about it, and it may be helpful for the jury to see.
Okay. Any objection to the CAD report being published?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, go for it.
All right. I just wanna go through the CAD and get a little bit of information. So, Ms. Ladner, what is the date that this CAD was generated?
February the 8th, 2017.
Okay, and can you tell from the CAD who made the 911 call?
It says, what is this? Here, your Rooks.
Okay, and what's the location of that?
1251 North Avenue Northwest,
And what time did that call come in?
0825 AM hours,
What time was an officer dispatched?
0827 AM hours.
And you're now asked to publish exhibit 2, the 911 recording.
Okay.
Did you say exhibit 2?
Yes, the 911 recording.
But it's actually exhibit 106.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, just so the record is clear, because 2 is already in, is a picture of the front of the house.
106.
106, all right.
Your Honor, just to clarify, if the jury, I'm sorry, for the jury, Ms. Ladders, can you circle that time and the date and then the address?
So if you tap the lower left-hand corner of the screen, they're gonna tap that little pencil picture. See in the lower left-hand corner, a little circle with a pencil, tap that again. Now your finger is a pen. You can circle whatever you want to circle.
And you want me to circle the date?
Yes.
Okay.
And then do another circle for me around the location of the incident. And then, what time did that call come in? And lastly, the time the officer was dispatched. Thank you. And what time did the officer arrive at the location?
Sort of crossed it out.
0831
Yeah.
hours. Sorry, y'all.
No, that's all right. You didn't know you were gonna be asked that.
All right, thank you. Okay, and now the state would ask permission to publish exhibit 106.
Yes, ma'am. Just make sure the right boxes get checked. Try to play it.
My mother is deceased. Hello? 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 Hello?
Atlanta 911,
Hello?
number 2662, what's the address of emergency?
Yes, this is a non-emergency. My mother is deceased, and it was expected.
Your mother is what, sir?
She passed away.
Okay, so you need the
She died.
police to a location, what is it I can help you with?
That's what, coroner, the police coroner? I'm not sure.
I'm not
Who to
understanding you,
call?
sir.
My mother has passed away, and
Okay,
I was like a coroner or the police or the coroner.
Okay, where do we need to come to? Where are we coming to?
1251 North Avenue, Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30318.
House apartment business?
House,
What is your name?
Hillius, Hillius. Rooks, ROOKS.
And what's your phone number?
It's 404-934-5660.
It's 404-934-5660, and how do you know she's that way, sir?
How do I know what?
She's that way, sir.
She's in the living room now, on the floor.
Okay, I understand she's in the
Right.
living room. You're saying she's a certain way. How do you know she's that way? She's not breathing? What is it that she's doing?
Right,
that makes you think
right.
She's
She's
gone?
not. She's cold. She's not breathing.
Okay, so you need an ambulance. Hold on one moment. Hold on.
Okay.
EMS, what's the address of the emergency?
Excuse me?
EMS, what is the address of the emergency?
12. It's not an emergency. 1251 North Avenue. Hello?
Repeat the address to make sure I have it correct, please.
1251 North Avenue, Northwest.
Is that a house, a business, or an apartment?
It's a house.
What's the phone number you're calling from?
404-934-5660.
Yeah, you got to that.
And your name?
Hillius, Hillius. Rooks, ROOKS.
Hillius, tell me exactly what happened.
My mother's deceased. It was expected. She passed away. And that's why I was trying to tell the 911 operator it's not an emergency. I'm not sure how what's the procedure you call the police and the coroner or.
I understand.
Huh?
Let me ask you a few questions, and we'll get you the help that you need, okay?
Oh, okay. Yes.
How old is your mother?
She's 83.
And is she awake?
No, she's deceased. She's cold and not breathing.
Okay.
It was expected she had dementia, Alzheimer's.
All right, if there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now in case we need it.
Huh?
I said if there's a defibrillator available,
No?
send someone to get it now, and just let me know when you have it.
You want me to get one?
If there is a defibrillator available, yes, sir.
No, it's not one available. Hello?
Yes, sir, hold on a second.
Okay.
Atlanta, go ahead and start PD for me, please.
We have him on the way. I'm 2662.
I'm 726. I appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Ms. Letters, other than the CAD report and did you do anything else involving this case?
No, ma'am.
No questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for Ms. Latners? Seeing none, thank you, ma'am, for being here. Next witness.
The state will call Darren Smith to the stand.
You swear affirm that testimony you will give the oath to
Yes.
you will have state your full name and record.
Darren Smith, DARRIN SMITH,
And Detective Smith, where do you work?
City of Atlanta Police Department,
And how long have you been with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
17 and a half years.
And what is your current assignment with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Currently, I'm assigned to our Office of Professional Standards in our Internal Affairs Unit,
And how long have you been assigned to that unit?
a little over 2 years.
Prior to your assignment to your current unit, where were you assigned?
For a brief time, I was in East Atlanta as a detective in the Zone 6 precinct for about 6 months, but prior to that, I was in the Homicide for 7.5 years.
Learn something new today.
Yes,
And how long were you with the homicide? You just said 7.5.
7.5 years.
And if you can tell the jury, what was those years that you were with the homicide?
2012 to 2019, early 12, late 2019.
And if you can tell the jury, as a detective assigned to the homicide unit, what are your primary job responsibilities?
As member of a homicide unit, we respond to all homicides in the city of Atlanta. We respond to and handle any active kidnappings that occur in the city of Atlanta. Sometimes we'll respond to deaths that responding officer may not know exactly if it's like a natural death or could be suspicious in nature. So we'll respond to those if they don't know, to provide some assistance to make sure that if a crime did occur, it wasn't overlooked based on our experience.
And when you were assigned to the homicide unit, how were cases assigned to detectives?
We have a rotation. When I was there, maybe been anywhere from, at some point, 10 of us in the rotation up to 15 detectives. There was a list on the board. If I was number one, the next homicide or next case that required investigating, that I would be the lead detective. I would move to the bottom of the list and unfortunately work my way back up to the top.
And when you were assigned, or when a person is assigned as a lead detective, do they have other detectives who may assist them in their investigation?
Yes.
And why is that?
It's a lot of work for one detective to do. There's a lot of moving parts or potential moving parts in any type of homicide investigation where we all work together to try to resolve the issue to determine what occurred and who was involved. So a lead detective may kind of farm out some of the work, canvases, trying to locate witnesses, assisting crime scene and processing and search warrants and so on.
I want to direct your attention to February 8th, 2017. Did you have the occasion to respond to 1251 North Avenue, Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County?
I did.
And why did you respond to that scene?
We were requested, I believe through a beat officer that responded through the request of an investigator, Gilbo, with the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office due to the nature of the death that they were on scene.
And what happened once you arrived?
When I arrived on scene, I met with Investigator Gilbo with Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office, and he kind of explained what was going on and why he requested the homicide unit to respond there because of the nature of the death.
And were you assigned a lead detective?
I was not.
Who was your lead detective?
Investigator Kevin Leon Packer.
And when you arrived, you said that you spoke with some of the officers and the medical examiner, investigator. What else did you do?
I had a conversation with Investigator Leon Packer and I'd come to the direction, I guess, of him in the conversation we had where I would assist in processing evidence that needed to be collected in the crime scene and completing a crime scene diagram of the location.
And when you say you spoke with someone about processing the scene, if you can explain to jury, what do you mean by processing the scene?
Processing any scene, we want to make sure that we're collecting any evidence that is relevant to the type of case that we're working. Photograph the area to get a better idea of it, draw a diagram, a basic diagram to kind of show the pictures. We may take a video walkthrough of a crime scene. We just want to make sure that we're collecting any evidence that we may have to use later that may assist us in obtaining a suspect and throughout the court proceedings.
Now, you just discussed that you were responsible for processing and doing the crime scene sketch.
That's correct.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 45. Tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 45.
I do.
And what is Exhibit 45?
This is the crime scene diagram I completed at 1251 North Avenue.
Is that a fair accurate depiction of the crime scene sketch as you did back on February 8, 2017?
It is.
Your Honor, this time state like the State's Exhibit number 45 and 7.
Any objection to states 4-5?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Your Honor, excuse me. Next, I'm going to show you what's the mark of State's Exhibit number 46. Do you recognize State's Exhibit number 46?
I do.
And what is State's Exhibit number 46?
This is a video of the crime scene or the inside of the home.
And why do you do a crime scene video?
I like to do them personally because it gives people a perspective. Photos only give you a little portion of what you're looking at. Videos give you a perception, better depth perception, how close objects are to each other, and just an overall view of how everything looks.
And looking at Exhibit 46, is that a fair and accurate video of the home at 1251 North Avenue as depicted on February 8, 2017?
Yes, it is.
You're right, this time of state like the State's Exhibit 46.
Any objection to states 46?
No, Your Honor.
Also admitted.
You're on permission to publish.
Granted.
Thank you. First, look at State's Exhibit number 45. Thank you. Thank you. All right. As we look at State's Exhibit number 45, that's kind of your cover sheet of your crime scene diagram
Yes, it is.
with the address and the date and the incident number,
Correct.
and then the date of the drawing.
Yes.
And did you do that on the same day that you responded to this?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, you can orient the jury to what we're looking at State's Exhibit number, page 2 of State's Exhibit number 45.
This is a bird's eye view of the inside of the home that we were at. On the lower left-hand corner, you'll see a depiction of some stairways. That's the main entrance into the home. And then when you walk in, you're in the main living area quarters. And then further off to the left, there's a kitchen area. Beyond that is a bedroom, and past your right is a bathroom, and then another bedroom in the back. And then there was another room that we didn't go into.
I'm sorry.
I said the back corner room, I believe there was a room, I believe there was a dog in there, so we didn't enter that room.
And what, is it because you heard the dog or why was that?
We heard a dog scratching at the door, and without knowing the background of the dog, we may not be entering it.
Okay. Now looking at State's Exhibit number 46.
And 105.
It's about the sentence. Okay. And when you start your crime scene,
It takes it a second.
take it a second, okay. No, just let it play and then it'll put it. When you start your videos, where do you normally kind of start the video?
Usually on the outside of, or as far away as we can, just to give an overall perspective of it.
So starting and stopping will be tricky. If you're asking, if you just want to let it run, it'll work.
I'm just letting it run.
Okay.
If you let it load for a second and pause it, it'll catch up and then hit play.
While we're doing that, permission to approach again, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what I've shown to the defense counsel, state statement number 47 through 82. If you can take a moment and look through those, please. Looking at State's Exhibit 47 through 52, number 54, 56 through 57, 59, 61 through 62, 65, 69, 72 through 80, and 72 through 81. Do you recognize those pictures?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
Those are photographs of the address at 1251 North Avenue, inside and outside.
And is that a fair accurate depiction? If you remember the scene back on February 2017?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state would like the tender. State's Exhibit 47 through 52, 54, 56 through 57, 59, 61 through 62, 65, 69, and 72 through 81. And 82, I'm sorry. 72 through 82.
Judge, I do have an objection to numbers 50 through 56, the one she didn't mention all of those in that inclusive, but I'm objecting to all of those, just to make sure I covered the ones that she is introducing at this time. Otherwise, I don't have objections.
Okay, so you're concerned about 50 through 56?
Correct.
Which from 50 through, your list is all over the place. 50 through 56, which ones are you trying to admit? All 50 through 56? It's not right. You didn't try to admit 53.
I have as my section 47 through 52.
Okay. So not 53. I need to know of photographs numbered 50 through 56. What are you trying to admit?
47.
That's not within 50 to 56.
So out of that is 52,
Not 50 and 51.
50, 51, 52, 54. 56. and
Okay.
56. Those are the ones I would like.
So 50, 51, 52, 54, and 56. I get that right?
Those are the pictures that you are to duplicate 50 to 56.
Yes.
correct? So the state would like to admit 50, 51, 52, 54, and 56.
Okay.
And
The basis for your objection.
I wonder if it maybe be best to take that up outside the presence of the jury?
If you're,
I can give the basic objection.
why don't you just give the basic objection?
They're repetitive. They do not add anything to those pictures already admitted. They
Can I
are
see 50?
designed to inflame the passions.
Okay. Let me see
And I
the,
think if we're going to get a fair trial, we should do less inflaming and more evidence.
tell me what 52 is meant to add to what's already in. Because you can use things that are already in.
Correct. So from the picture that are already in, these show fuller.
I'm asking about that picture.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
They show more of the insects at a different stage than what was already.
Okay. I will allow in 50 and 51, so right here. And I will not admit as duplicative and for some of the other reasons you mentioned, because I suspect when we hear from another witness later in the trial, namely Dr. Henninger, we'll be getting some of this same that we don't need to get from law enforcement. So 52, 54, and 56, I'm not admitting at this time. You can use photos already in if you think they will help this witness, law enforcement, not medical, elaborate on things. But the three in your hand, 52, 54, and 56 are not coming in at this time. Does that make sense?
I do. Can I place my objection as a 52? But that's my 54 and 50, 54 and 56 are close. I can bring that to another witness. I didn't plan on showing pictures with that witness, but I do believe that this witness can testify as to what he saw on the scene. And I don't believe that those are pictures that are closer ups of.
So let me see 52 again.
54 and 52 is different because that evidence is not before the jury.
You're doing a good job of handing the pictures back.
Thank you, Judge. It's been a while since I've been in your courtroom, so.
Okay, no, I stand by what I ruled. As long as I understand, the photograph of 52 is after Ms. Rooks is deceased. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So 52, 54, and 56 are not coming in at this time.
Is it potentially coming later? Is a reserve ruling?
Well, if there's a witness who is in a position to talk about 52 is a post-death photo, and the fact that it shows what it shows, that there's nothing about that that's an in-life photo. So I see what's in 52, but that I don't see how that's relevant. What is displayed in 52 could be present on any deceased individual that law enforcement's taken a picture of if there's not like a fan blowing or something. So that I don't think is probative, but it doesn't look good. And so I concur with the defense argument that it's more prejudicial than probative. The other two, if there's a medical professional who can talk about what's going on in those photos medically, then they would be germane, which is why I mentioned Dr. Henninger's name. Okay?
Thank you, Ron.
You're welcome.
Looking at now, Exhibit 47, 48, 49, and 50 and 51. We'll start with that first. Those are admitted, Ron, correct?
Everything else was admitted. Well, there was no objection to it, so I'm admitting all the others.
And we'll start with the picture until we get the video to that. Well, first term 47. We're gonna actually start with 6 exhibit number 2, which has already been admitted. Now, is this the house that you responded to back on February 8th, 2017?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, we're looking at safety exhibit number 47. What are we looking at, safety exhibit number 47?
This is to the left side of the house. If you're facing the house in the previous photo, this is a fenced area looking into the backyard of the house.
And the way that the pictures are depicted was this kind of overgrown shrubbery and trash and things like that. Is that how the side of the home looked upon your arrival?
That is how it looked.
Now showing you what state exhibit number 51. And we're going to specifically talk about very quickly.
Hold on a second.
Okay, you take it down.
Is this one of those that were admitted?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
We're going to specifically talk about the yellow card. You can take it down. What's the purpose of that yellow placard?
The yellow placard is just for us to identify what evidence that we're looking at or what specifically we're noting in that photograph.
And was that the only placard placed down in this case?
Yes.
Now showing you what's been marked as state's exhibit number 72. Now looking at state exhibit 72, where were those items found?
In the kitchen area on top of the stove.
And looking at state exhibit number 73. Now, who were some of those packages addressed to?
Rooks.
And if you can recall, were most of those packages on the counter addressed to Mr. Rooks?
I believe they were, yes.
And did you all ever open up the boxes to see what was contained within those boxes?
I did not.
Okay,
I'm not sure if somebody else may have.
but you did not?
I did not.
Okay. Looking at state's exhibit number 74. Why did you all take pictures of state's exhibit 74?
Because that was another name listed at that address. At that time, I don't know if I had specifically knew the actual identity of the deceased female at the location. So it's just a item that we would photograph and collect because it has that name associated with that address.
And what was this?
Or
where was it from? I guess you don't know what it is, but where was it from?
AARP.
And what does it say?
Medicare supplement plans addressed to Medotha Rooks at 1251 North Avenue in Atlanta.
Looking at state's exhibit number 75. What is this?
Again, this is another notice from AARP addressed to the same individual as the previous notice.
And does it indicate this is the second notice?
Yes, it does.
All right. Looking at State's Exhibit number 76. And what is State's Exhibit number 76?
It's like a piece of mail from Gen Care Senior Medical Center out of Decatur, Georgia.
And did you open that?
I did not.
Now looking at State's Exhibit number 81. Now, looking at the second bottle, are you able to tell the date in which this prescription, the date of that prescription, or the date that the prescription would have expired?
Looks like you said refill of 9/01.
And that indicates September 2001.
Yes.
Now, going back to State's Exhibit number 45, which is your crime scene sketch. Now, there is a 1 indicated on your crime scene sketch. Is that consistent with that yellow placard 1 that we saw in that other picture?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And why do you have it on side of your crime scene sketch?
So it's, again, that's identifying a piece of evidence in this matter, to identify specifically what we're looking at or what we're trying to identify for any potential evidence.
And your person doesn't see the video. And here, what street are you kind of video recording, or is being video recorded?
The video is being recorded on North Avenue, giving a perspective of the entire street associated with the house.
Now, there's some cars in the driveway. Were those cars there when you arrived on scene?
Yes.
And earlier we showed you some pictures. I don't want to say pause. We showed you some pictures of a gate with some shrubbery. Was that to the left that we just saw? The videos kind of panning back to.
Actually, right where you're looking now in that general area.
And could you tell what was in the back of the home prior to all the shrubbery and all of the items back there?
You can see there's some loose tires and it looks like some old ladders.
Do you know if there was a pool back there?
I do not know that.
And again, that's how you found the body, everything with all of the flies and all that when you got there.
Yes, this was all done before the scene was photographed.
So the video comes first and then then the pictures?
Correct. Usually the video is as is without us entering any evidence markers or anything into the scene, introducing anything. This is as we see it.
And why do you do it that way?
It's important in an investigation to see how things are, how a scene looks before we enter into the scene. Because once we get to the point, we may have to conduct a little more intrusive searches, looking for evidence, moving tables, emptying out drawers, moving boxes. We just want to see the situation as is.
And there's no sound, but at this time, is there stuff going on outside and it's happening? Like, is there actual sound, but we're just not listening or hearing it right now?
There is, I believe.
And when you're zooming in, are you trying to, what would be the purpose of kind of zooming in on some specific items or things about the home?
If you zoom in, you want to try to see what you're looking at. Look, sometimes when you just pass by real quickly, it may be some detail that you can't view until you pause and zoom.
Now, what was going on here with this? What is that?
That was the couch. It looked like it was inverted upwards. Beyond if, I don't, that may have been into that back bedroom that we didn't go into as well. I honestly don't recall, but it is in a doorway or flow through area inside the home.
But that's not the same couch that we see in the living room. That's a totally different couch that's standing upright.
That's correct.
Could you tell, it looks like it was zooming in on that, on the white panel. Can you tell what those things were on the white panel?
No, I'm not sure why it was zoomed in.
After doing kind of the video, collecting the evidence or taking pictures and doing the crime scene sketch, did that conclude your involvement in this case?
It did.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Korn?
You have the evidence from the record?
Nothing.
Ms. Hilton, the photos that were admitted are up at the corner. So Mr. Korn has them.
Yes, he does.
Great. What's missing? The photos you wanted excluded?
No. 70. $75 is not up there. That's the one I was looking for.
We can put it on the screen if it was admitted. I'm not sure there were. So we'll put 75 on the screen.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Dr. Smith, you see, this is State's Exhibit 75, which is testified. You read before what it said on the top. Would you read below the bottom left of that?
This is an advertisement. Its purpose is to alert you of an important 2017 Medicare Advantage options before December 7th enrollment deadline.
Document, right?
I don't know. I'm not a member of the AARP.
Not yet. It'll come.
Thank you, Judge, for the reminder.
You don't have any further knowledge about that?
I do not.
This and the other one, this one is also a solicitation, would you say?
I mean, it could be. I mean, it's mail. Like I said, I didn't go through specifically any of the mail. I just collected the envelopes. I couldn't tell you specifically what's inside of them.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect? Questions for Detective Smith? Yes, okay. Take a moment if anyone else has them to jot them down.
Always get one.
Always get one. It's a product of the lawyers, not the witness.
Exactly.
We're good. Counsel?
I'm not at home. I'm home 50 hours.
Good. Detective, two questions. One, the video showed some food. It looked like it may be shoes in front of the refrigerator. Do you recall whether those items prevented you from opening the refrigerator such that you or a colleague had to physically move things out of the way to get the refrigerator door open?
I didn't specifically open the refrigerator door, so I may not be able to answer that.
Well, there was some, I saw a bunch of ice cream and cookies in something, so maybe you only opened the freezer?
Both the doors were open. I didn't open either one of them.
They were open when you walked in the room, or someone opened them?
Somebody else opened them with the video.
Okay,
So I don't know.
you don't know the answer to the question.
Correct.
Got it.
Somebody else may.
Fair enough. Similar question. There was a room that its door was closed and it looked like there was a piece of string holding it closed. How difficult was it, if you know, if you were involved in it, getting into that room that was ultimately filmed?
Not very, but if I do recall, that was where the dog was. So I think we waited for the animal control to get there. They may, I don't recall if I was still there when they arrived on the scene or not, but that was the one that we heard scratching on the door. So we didn't go in there.
But the difficulty with whatever room you heard scratching on wasn't, gosh, the door was glued shut. It's, I don't want to find Cujo on the other
We
side.
could have, I believe we could have easily got it in there by removing that string or wire, whatever was holding it. There wasn't anything restricting us on the other side of that.
Okay. Ms. Hilton, any follow-up based on Detective Smith's answers to those questions?
Is it, you remember that the dog was in the room with the string or not?
I believe it would, now that I recall, I believe it was the one with the string, because if you could hear the audio in the video, you hear the scratching on the door.
No questions.
No questions. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. Good to see you.
You too.
Next witness.
My witness is here, but based upon what has happened prior to launch the ruling, I was unable to instruct.
Okay.
So someone had a moment to do that and take a conference.
Okay.
Who's the witness?
Jacqueline Williams.
Ms. Williams is the next witness. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon break now. It's a little earlier because you had a slightly later lunch, but that's how it flows sometimes. So we'll try to keep it to about 10 minutes. I'll have Deputy Gordon check on you in about 10. We'll call it a little after 3:15, maybe 3:16. If you need more time, tell them because you get it. If you're good to get back in here, please get back in here. Thank you so much. Don't talk about the case. No outside research.
Reserve.
And for the record, I apologize, Ms. Catherine was out there when I took the break, but Jacqueline was not. I cannot instruct her.
That's okay. We'll take our break now. You need to, during the break, do both comfort and counseling, not just one and then need more time.
Nope, I'll be ready.
All right. Anything else from the state on the record?
None from the record, nothing.
Mr. Korn, anything on the record?
No, you're.
Okay. Ms. Nava Heger, if you could come up here, please. Can you come around? I'm going to chat with her for a minute, away from all these microphones.
Yeah, they do that. But yeah. The judge will instruct the jury that a reasonable doubt can be found from the evidence, from the lack of evidence, or contradiction in the evidence. So every time they contradict themselves, we got to bring it on a closing. That was kind of an obvious one. I mean, without the document, I can see it's 5 years ago. It doesn't remember, but he said.
Oh, yeah. This. I don't know. There's something going wrong with it.
Yeah.
Let's see what I can catch.
Yeah. It's almost like it's like a Reader's Digest. It's, you know what I mean? You just get these people understand.
No, that's not. See you tomorrow. Taylor's on vacation. No, he's just the soundtrack. No, we're very definitely. What's the wrong with it?
as well.
Ms. Hilton, is your witness ready?
She is.
She doesn't need to come in. I mean, you can call her in front of the jury, but you've had a chance to counsel her.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Rivers, you ready? Mr. Corn, ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's check to see if they're ready. If they're ready, let's bring them in, please.
All right, so jury. Mr. President.
Welcome back. You all can be seated. When you're ready, Ms. Hilton, your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state called Jacqueline Williams is there.
You swear affirm that testimony you will give will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you?
Yes.
You know your name, I see. State your name for the record.
Jacqueline Williams, JACQUELYN, Williams, WILLIAMS.
And Ms. Williams, where are you from?
Decatur, Georgia.
And if you're comfortable, you can keep your mask on, but if you're comfortable, you can't take it off.
Thank you. That'll help us hear you a little bit better. I appreciate it.
Decatur, Georgia.
And is that where you were born and raised?
I was born in Atlanta, Georgia.
But you currently reside in Decatur?
Yes.
And do you work?
Yes.
What type of work do you do?
Financial services,
And who do you work for?
Primerica.
Primerica?
Financial Services as an independent representative.
And prior to work for Primerica, did you work for any other organization?
Yes.
Doing the same stuff in financial services?
No, I was a more independent contractor doing anything from IT to administrative.
And did you ever have the occasion to get your CPA license? Or get your CPA?
No.
Did you ever have the occasion to learn how to do taxes?
Yes.
And when was that?
Oh, I started doing taxes in 2000.
I want to say 2008. I started doing it for IRS at a Vital site down at the Georgia building on Porter downtown. What do they call that building? It's on the corner of Hank Aaron. It's down that way. It's where you go for training, things like that.
And so you learned how to do taxes back in the early 2000s, down somewhere downtown.
Yes. Well, I learned how to do, I just used to ask for to work for IRS. So,
Now, do you know Hilius Rooks?
yes,
And how long have you known Hilius Rooks?
since 95.
And how did you all meet?
I met him through his cousin, Anthony Williams.
And are you related to Anthony Williams?
No,
And do you see Hilius in the courtroom today?
yes.
If you can identify him by item of clothing that he is wearing.
Black jacket, white shirt.
So we got two gentlemen there with
Okay, the
black,
white-
they didn't do that intentionally. There's a white guy and a black guy.
The black guy with the black jacket, white shirt. He's in the middle between the female and the male.
You have identified Mr. Rooks. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. And since you met through your cousin, through his cousin, Anthony Williams, where did you all meet?
At a party.
And about when did you all meet each other?
Ooh, that's so long ago. When you say when, you mean like month?
No, not like year.
It was around 95.
And tell us a little about your relationship when you first met Hilius Rooks.
When I first met Hilius Rooks, we started dating.
How long did y'all date for?
About a year.
And was this back in the 90s, like the 95 time?
Yes, yes.
You said you dated for about a year. After you all stopped dating, did you all remain friends or in contact with each other?
Yes.
How long did you all remain in contact with each other?
I'll say maybe up to 2000, maybe 2013, something like that.
Is it on or about 2013?
Yeah.
Could it have been a little bit longer in 2013?
Whenever I called the defects is when the last time I really communicated with him.
Okay. And when you say defects, you mean the adult protective service?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
we'll get to that in a moment.
Okay.
Right? During the course of your friendship with Hilius Rooks, did you ever have the occasion to meet his mother, Adolpha Rooks?
Yes.
When did you meet her?
Probably around that time, around 95. Yes.
So early on in your friendship relationship.
Yes.
And do you recall where you met her?
At her home
And where was her house?
on North Avenue
And then the North Avenue.
in Atlanta, Georgia.
This is Atlanta. And how many times did you meet her?
I may have seen her maybe about 5 times.
And is all that still kind of in that early 90s or mid 90s?
Yes, yes.
Now, I know you said you met her at her house.
Mhm.
Have you ever been in or around her home and not see her?
During the time we were dating?
That started during the time you all were dating?
Yes.
What about after you all were dating? Would you ever go by the house?
No.
Now, when you first met Ms. Rooks, was she working?
No, she was retired.
And do you know what she was retired from?
She was a school teacher.
And at the time when you first met the defendant, was his father around?
Yes.
You know his father's name?
Jimmy Rooks.
And what about Jimmy? Was he working or was he retired?
He was retired as well.
And did Helios have any siblings?
Yes,
Okay, do you know how many?
one. He had a brother, Allison, and he had another brother, Gregory, and he had a sister, has a sister.
Now, let's talk about Addison first. Do you know who Addison's mother and father was?
Madolta and Jimmy Rooks.
What about, you said he had a sibling, Greg. Do you know who his mother and father were?
I know his father was Jimmy Rooks. I didn't know his mother.
Was Madolta his mom?
No.
Okay. And he said he also had a sister?
Yes.
Was the sister Madolta's child?
No, Jimmy.
And to your knowledge, was Greg and that sister, did you know her name?
No,
Do you know they were older or younger than the defendant?
older.
Now, when you first met Helios, was he working?
Yes.
Where did he work?
He was working at the Underground Atlanta Hotel.
And this is back in the 90s?
Yes.
Did you know if he had any other jobs at that time?
I know he's worked at ESPN Zone in Buckhead, and he's also worked at Georgia Tech.
Now, was these at different times that he
Yes.
was working at, you said the Underground Hotel and then ESPN Restaurant and then at Georgia Tech?
Yes.
Do you recall where did he work first? Did he work at the hotel first?
Yes.
And then after the hotel, where did he work?
ESPN Zone,
And then after ESPN Zone?
Georgia Tech.
When he was working at Georgia Tech, around what time was he working at Georgia Tech?
Oh, wow. I don't know exactly when he started, but I know it was up until his mother's death.
Okay, so you don't know when he started, but at least in 2017, he was working at Georgia Tech.
Yes.
All right. Now, I think we briefly talked about this, but you dated him in the 90s, but after dating him, you remained friends with him up until the APS.
Yes.
Report, right? How often would you see him? And we're going to kind of fast forward in the 2000s. How often would you kind of see him? And I'll frame it for you. Let me ask you this. Is Jimmy Lee Rooks alive?
No.
Do you know about when he passed away?
Wow. I'll say maybe 2 or 3 years before Adulter's death.
So maybe somewhere between 2012 and 2013?
Yes.
All right. So we're going to go after Mr. Rooks died. Did you have occasion to be around Helios?
Yes.
And during that time, talking about that period after Mr. Rooks died, how often would you see Helios?
It wasn't on a regular basis. It would be periodically. If I'm on that side of town, I'll see him.
He said you were on that side of town. Were you living on a different side of town?
Yes, I live in Decatur, and he lives on the west side.
Where on the west side was he?
Well, his mother lived on the west side. I know he was also living in Buckhead with a young lady named, she had a really unusual name, starting for J.
So he lived in Buckhead. Does the name Janara sound familiar?
Yes.
So he was living in Buckhead with Janara, and his mother also lived on the west side.
Yes.
And when we say she lived on the west side, that on North Avenue?
North Avenue.
And you wouldn't see him that often. Would you talk to him on the phone or on the phone?
Occasionally, I would talk to him. Yes.
When you would see him, where would you see him?
At the park.
What park?
Maddox Park.
And where's Maddox Park at? In relation to North Avenue?
North Avenue ends and then you make a left. I don't know if that's still North Avenue that goes onto Bankhead, but his house is behind the park. His mother's house is behind the park.
And so that park is near his mother's house in the city of Milton.
Yes,
And sometimes you see him at the park.
yes.
Would you see him anywhere else?
Mostly at the park, yes.
Would you ever have the occasion to kind of drive by his home?
To meet him, yes. But I never would go inside. I will always stay in my car.
Why won't you go inside?
I didn't have a reason to go on the inside.
So if you were going by his mother's house to see him?
I would meet him there because he would usually take her some food to eat and then he would leave.
And then he would leave?
Yes.
Okay. And then you would just talk to him in his route, either coming to drop the food off or to leave?
Yes.
Now, when you were at the house in this period, when you may drive by, see him drop off food, or he would come outside and speak with you, did you ever have the occasion to see his mother during that period of time?
No.
During this course of time, would you ever ask him about his mother? See how her well-being, see how she was doing?
Well, he would tell me, that she had dementia. She would be forgetting things. He would take her food. She would forget that he brought her food and would go and get food in the kitchen. So he would tell me these things.
Okay, so he told you about the condition of his mother?
Yes.
And is this again during that period after his father died, probably around 2012, 2013, up until 2014?
Yes.
And when he would tell you these things about his mother, what would you say to him? Or what, if anything, did you say to him?
Well, I would share my experience that I was going through with my grandmother because I was helping take care of my grandmother, and she had dementia as well. She was 100 years old. So, I was sharing my experience with her. And I know once he had called me and asked me to help him find a doctor for her because I think her doctor either retired or passed. I can't exactly remember the conversation. So I told him, sure, I'd be glad to help him find a doctor, but I never heard anything else about it.
When you said you never heard anything else about it, so he actually had you help me find a doctor?
Yes.
You said yes?
Yes.
And he never followed up with you?
No.
Did you ever follow with him or inquire with him about finding the doctor?
No, because I assume maybe he asked someone else. I don't know.
But you were willing to help him locate a doctor?
Yes.
Now, during that time, I know you said you didn't see Miss Rooks, and I'm still talking about this period after Mr. Jimmy was passed away up until the APS, Adult Protective Services report. Did you ever have the occasion to hear him speak to his mother?
Yes.
Okay. How many times or how often have you had the occasion to hear him and how he spoke to his mother?
Maybe about 4 or 5 times I've heard him speak to his mom, either on the phone when he would be there and I would be talking, or he will call her. And he was always just very frustrated, irritated, make comments like, well, she's interfering with my life, blah, blah, blah. Just not nice. He didn't speak to her very nice.
Was that all those times that you heard it? You said about 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, he would raise his voice at her. He was just always frustrated when it came to his mother.
And when you heard him speak to his mother in that fashion, did you say anything to him about it?
Yes, yes.
What did you say?
You shouldn't talk to your mom like that. That's your mom.
And what was his response to that?
No response.
But then, would that be every time you say that to him? Like every time?
No, not every time, but it just gets to a point. It got to a point, it was getting frustrated with me to hear him always talking to his mom like that.
Now, you said you would hear him kind of yelling. Have you ever heard him call her out of her name?
No, he didn't call her out of her name.
So it would just be kind of an anger, aggressive, frustrated.
Yes, yes.
Now, you said you had some concerns about how he was speaking to his mother. Did you ever have any other concerns about his treatment of his mom?
I had concerns when one day I met him at his house and he went in. I saw him open the burglar bar door and he went in to take her some food. And I asked him, do your mom have a key to get out? And he said, no. I'm like, well, that's not good. You shouldn't leave her in the house all day like that by herself because of the dimension. And it's suppose something happened while she's in the house. She can't get out of the house. And he said, well, I'm trying to keep other people out of the house or somewhere like that.
Did he ever elaborate as to why you're trying to keep other people out of the house?
No, I didn't ask. No.
So that's just what he told you as to why she did not have a kid.
Yes.
And again, that's in that time frame after his father passed away.
Yes. Yes.
Now, I know that you said earlier that Mr. Rooks, talk to you about the fact that his mother had dementia, and then you would hear him maybe in a frustrated tone talk to her. Did you ever make any suggestions to him about her care, what if anything he could do about giving him assistance with her care?
Yes, I had suggested because his cousin, Anthony Williams, didn't live too far from him. And I had suggested, since he still had both of his parents' vehicles there.
Who had both his parents?
He did.
Hillius.
Hillius. That why won't he ask Anthony to let him borrow one of the cars and let him come over there, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind coming to help his aunt cook, and sit there and watch him because he took care of his mom before she passed.
Who took care of his mom?
Anthony.
Anthony took care of his mother.
Yes.
And so you made a suggestion that Anthony could potentially come and watch him.
Yes. Yes.
And what was Hillius's response to those suggestions?
He didn't give me a response.
Do you know if he ever got Anthony to come over and sit and watch?
I don't know.
Now, did you make any other suggestions outside of potentially having his cousin come over and watch her and suggest that maybe Anthony could use one of the vehicles that were inside the house?
No.
Now, when it comes to the vehicles, did Hillius have his own car?
Yes.
What kind of car did he have?
PT Cruiser.
And do you recall the types of cars that were at the Rooks' home?
His dad had a Jeep Grand Cherokee, maybe a Ford. I know it was a small pickup truck, and his mom had maybe a Ford Explorer, I believe. And she had another vehicle as well.
And so was it your suggestion that it could be one of these other cars, not the PT Cruiser?
Yes.
That Anthony potentially could use to come back and forth to the home?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned it earlier, but did you have the occasion to make an anonymous report to Adult Protective Services?
I made one report.
You made one?
Yes.
Do you recall the year in which you made that?
No, I don't recall the year, but it was when I made the report, that was the last time I communicated with him.
Communicated with?
With Hillius Rooks.
Well, looking at a copy of her refresh your memory as to when you
Yes.
made that report. she made the reports. I think I can use it to refresh her memory. It says the dates for the report. But I'm not entering them. She needs to refresh her memory. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification. What I show you defense counsel as states exhibit 110. I want you to look at the top of this report, see if it helps refresh your memory as to the month, date, and year that you may have made that report.
Yes,
Okay. Does that help refresh your memory?
yes.
When did you?
Okay, yes, yeah, I remember that. Yes,
Okay. When did you make the report?
June 2014, June the 30th, 2014.
Today's date. I just gave you the year.
June the 30th, 2014.
And what prompted you, or why did you make an anonymous report to adult protective services?
My main concern was her being locked up in the house by herself with no key to get out. And then they don't have central air. So, it's hot during the summer. And just concerned about her being by herself with dementia. And, she's by herself.
How did you know she was by herself?
Because he was he was the one that was taking care of her.
And was he working?
Yes, he works every day.
And was it your understanding at that time that while he was working, there was nobody at the home with her?
Yes.
Now, in addition to some of your concern being the fact that there was no air conditioning and that she was by herself, did you in that report talk anything about some of that verbal, what you may have heard him say and how he spoke to him?
Yes.
Now, at any point in time, do you know if anything happened as a result of your anonymous report?
No.
Okay, you just made the report and that was it.
Yes.
Now, you said that you were aware that he was working. I don't know if you said it, but where was he working?
He was working at Georgia Tech on that time.
And do you know what he was doing for Georgia Tech?
Maintenance.
And did you ever have the occasion to become aware of how much money he was making while working at Georgia Tech?
Yes.
How did you become aware of it?
I did his taxes 1 year.
When do you recall you doing it? When do you recall that you did his taxes?
It may have been around 2013, somewhere around there.
And why did you come to do his taxes that year?
He asked me to do his taxes. I had set up at the Family Dollar store on Bankhead. So we were doing taxes through their store. And I, was just letting everyone know that I was doing taxes. And I was very affordable. So he asked me to do his taxes.
And if you can recall, at that time, 2013, 2014, about how much money was he making around that time? You can remember.
He was making about 26,000 or maybe 21. So it was in the 20s because I know 10,000 of it was going towards health insurance.
And that was in that 2013, 2014, that 1 year that you did his taxes?
Yes.
Now, did you ever have the occasion to see the defendant with wads or sums of money?
Yes.
When was it?
Ooh, I would see him pull money out at the park.
Was that was that same time frame after Mr. Rooks died and before his mom passed away?
It was after Mr. Rooks died.
Now, prior to seeing him at the park with wads of money, prior to that, would you ever see him carrying that type of money?
No.
In that type of fashion?
No, he always had his money inside of his wallet.
And when you said you see him with wads of money, can you describe how he would pull out that money out of his pocket?
It would have a rubber band around it. It would, I guess, fold it with a rubber band around it.
And again, prior to Mr. Rooks's death, Jimmy Lee Rooks,
Mhm.
you did not see him carry money in that fashion.
No.
But it was after she died Was this when he began taking care of his mother? When he started-
Yes, because he had gotten power attorney. Yes, because her bills, she had been forgetful in paying her bills. So he got power attorney so he could make sure that, in particular, the household bills were paid, the utilities.
How did you know he became power attorney?
He told me,
He told you.
yes.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 113C. Do you recognize Exhibit 113C?
Yes,
And how do you recognize Exhibit 113C?
and that's how he carried his money. Yes, that's how he carried his money, folded with a rubber band around it.
And looking at Exhibit 113C, have you seen that picture prior to today? Did I show you the picture prior to today?
Yes.
Okay, and don't show it to the jury.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Can you recognize that to be his hand in that picture?
Yes, it looks like his hand.
Right, this time, say like 1060 with 113C into evidence.
I do object to it. She didn't take this picture. She doesn't know its provenance. She doesn't know where it came from. She sees a picture and might be his hand and some money. I'm gonna have to object. I don't think foundation's been laid.
So why do you think that's Mr. Rooks's hand?
The watch?
Have you seen him with a watch like that before?
Yes. That's how he carried his money. If he turned his hand on the other side, I definitely wouldn't be able to tell, but
Okay. She doesn't have to have taken the photo, but she does need to, I believe, need to be more certain that that is Mr. Rooks's hand as opposed to someone else's. So I'm not admitting 113C at this time, at least not through this witness.
Okay, not a problem. But looking at 113C, that is how he carries his money. And as you remember, in that period after 2013, excuse me, after Mr. Rooks died.
Actually, let me intervene. Were you planning on laying additional foundation through another witness during the course of the trial?
Yes.
Then I'll provisionally admit it and you can publish it, knowing that you run the risk of a motion if it is not later more thoroughly, I don't know if authenticated is the right word, but a more sufficient foundation is laid. But if you know that someone can say either I took that picture or I was there when this happened, so I can tell you who it is, I will let you admit it through this witness based on what she's had to say, knowing that you'll supplement the foundation for it.
This foundation will be supplemented, but what I'll do is just have her describe it now, and then when it comes in, the manner that it's going to come in, I'll deal with it.
Well, I don't want her to describe what's in it if it's not coming in.
It is going to come. I have a good faith basis that it will come in. It's
Okay.
from his cell phone transfers. I believe it will come in.
Okay. Okay, based on what you've told me, I will allow this witness to talk more about what's in there because I think it will be tied up. And if it's not, I invite you all to make a motion. Okay? So
And I only have one last question.
go for it.
You just testified, how this money is in this picture is how you recall him seeing it in that time period, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, when you would see him with the wad of money, did you have any thoughts about that, given you were familiar with the salary that he had?
yes.
What was that?
Where is all this money coming from? Because I know he didn't earn that type of money.
Now, when you were doing, his tax, did you have an occasion to get his W-2 statement?
Yes, I had his W-2 statement, yes.
And did you get his, any paycheck stuff or just a W-2?
It was a W-2 statement.
Now, did you ever have the occasion to know if Helios had a dog in his mother's home?
Yes,
Do you know what type of dog it was?
No, not that one, no.
We say not that one.
Because he had dogs back in 95. He had Rottweilers back in 95.
So in 95, he had Rottweiler. What about that period after Mr. Rooks died and before this?
I don't know what type of dog it was.
But you know, he had a dog, but not what type.
Yes,
In that period from after Mr. Rooks died, so 2012, 13-ish to 2017 or 14, did you ever have the occasion to speak with the defendant about as to why he purchased the dog or why he got it dog?
no, I didn't ask because I heard the dog barking. So like he said, he was trying to keep people out and keep her in. So I guess to keep people away.
So that why he told you that why he purchased the dog to keep people out?
I'm
Objection,
assuming.
speculation.
I'm asking, is that what he told you?
So repeat your question and don't answer it yet. Just repeat the question so then I can see if Mr. Korn is concerned.
Did he tell you that is why he purchased the dog?
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't, please don't answer. When I say don't answer the question, don't answer it till we get through the whole process. That question was okay. Next question.
Now, did you know anything about the music studio that Mr. Wilson was in?
Yes.
What event did you know about the music studio?
He told me that he had a studio for him and Cameron, who's his son.
And do you know if he had to pay for the studio equipment?
I don't know.
And again, this music studio, was that also in and around this time of after Mr. Rooks died, up until when you were still communicating with him back in 2014?
Yes.
Now, since 2014, and I believe you said earlier, the last time you communicated with him was in and around the time you made the Adult Protective Services report. Have you spoken with Hilliard's?
No.
Have you seen Hilliard's?
No.
Do you have any anger, vendetta, or anything against Mr.
No.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Korn.
Please support. You and Mr. Rooks dated in the 1990s
Yes.
and it ended?
Yeah, we stopped dating afterwards.
Okay. And he ended the relationship, isn't that correct?
Did he end the relationship?
Yes.
We both ended the relationship.
All right. How many times in the 21st century were you, Medotha Rooks and Hilliard Rooks all in the same room?
Maybe about, like I said, maybe about 4 or 5 times.
I'm talking now, not in the time,
In the 21st
only in the
century?
21st century, only since 2000.
Oh,
Never.
the last time I saw her was at Allison's funeral
And when was that?
when he passed. But it wasn't, I know it was like
Let's hope it wasn't
2000,
before. but-
2006, I believe, if
Okay.
I'm not mistaken.
And that was the last time you recall being in the same place as Medotha Rooks?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I believe you've stated that you heard him yelling at Medotha, you heard Hilliard yelling at Medotha?
Yes.
And this was over the telephone?
Yes.
So you heard half the conversation?
Yeah, I heard him talking.
So you didn't hear anything she said?
No, no.
Okay. So you don't know whether she was being just as abusive or loud to him?
No, I don't.
No. Now, you indicated that there was no central AC in the house, but does that mean there was no air conditioning at all?
Well, the times I were at the house, there was no central air. It was
Okay.
always hot.
In fact, there was a window unit in the house, wasn't there?
I don't recall a house unit.
Now, you say he took out wads of money at the park.
Yes.
Did you count this money?
No, I didn't count it.
So as far as you know, it could have been a 20 and a bunch of ones or wadded up paper. You don't know what was inside that, do you?
No.
So it could have been $21, it could have been $20, it could have been nothing.
True.
So. You were aware that he carried on a recording studio, or a music studio.
Yes.
And that was on Cameron's behalf? That was for Cameron, I think? you
Yes.
said?
Yes.
Isn't it possible that he made some income off of that?
I don't know.
Okay. Are you aware of whether he did any other cash business like maintenance or anything like that?
I don't know.
Did the Rooks house on North Avenue, did it have any kind of security system?
I don't know.
Would a dog have been a pretty good security system?
A dog? Yes.
In that neighborhood, do you think that might have been not such a bad idea?
I think if in that neighborhood, I think you would need a security system as well as a dog.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Yes, when you did his taxes back at one time, did he file any other income outside of his Georgia Tech income on his tax?
No.
So to your knowledge, the only income he had coming in was from Georgia Tech?
Yes.
Any questions from the jurors? All right, thank you, Ms. Williams, for being here. Next witness.
Catherine Austin.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. You can, if you don't mind, taking your mask down will help us hear you. If you're comfortable with that, that'll help us a bunch. Thank you.
My name is Catherine Jeanette Alston. Alston is my last name.
And I'm sorry that chair's so heavy. We just don't want people falling off the edge there. There's no little guardrail, but thank you for getting near the microphone.
And Ms. Austin, where are you from?
I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
And where were you raised at?
I was raised at 1255 North Avenue, Northwest Atlanta, Georgia.
And do you work?
Excuse me?
Do you work?
I'm retired now.
Where did you retire from?
I retired from the Atlanta Journal Constitution newspapers.
And do you still currently live in Atlanta?
I live outside of Atlanta in Ellenwood, Georgia.
And do you still have a home here in the city of Atlanta?
Yes, I do.
And what home is that?
1255 North Avenue, Northwest Atlanta, Georgia, 30318.
I'm sorry.
30318.
And so you own the home that you grew up in?
Yes.
And who currently resides in that house?
My brother, Howard Alston.
Now let's talk about your time at 1255 North Avenue. When did you first move into 1255 North Avenue?
We moved in the house around the early 60s, around 62, 63. It was a brand new house.
And when you moved into this house, did you have any neighbors?
At the particular time, we didn't have any neighbors because the Rooks house was on the left and it hadn't been built yet.
About how soon after you moved in, did that house get built and the Rooks moved into their house?
I think within a 2-year span, maybe around 64, around that time.
And about, how old were you think, if you can remember, when the Brooks moved into their house?
I know when we moved in our house, I was 8 years old. And when the Rooks moved, I was about, how old was I?
Yes.
About 10.
Who moved into the house with the Brooks family?
Excuse me?
Who moved into that house with the Brooks family?
The Mendotha, Mrs. Rooks, Mendotha Rooks, Jimmy Lee Rooks, Addison Rooks, Hillius Rooks.
Was it just the four of them that lived
It's
in that
just the
home?
4 of them, yes.
And if you're at 1255, is their house 1251?
Yes, correct.
And do you see Hillius Rooks in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
And if you can also identify him by article.
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can describe to us the article of clothing that he's wearing and where he is positioned.
Yes, I can.
Go, you can do it.
Go for it. Can you tell us where you think he is in the courtroom? Is he sitting up here? No, you don't have to go anywhere. Just say, hey, he's to my left, he's to my right, he's on the ceiling.
He's on the right side of the gentleman with the blue tie and the white shirt.
All right, Ms. Alston has identified Mr. Rooks. Thank you.
And tell us just briefly about the relationship to your family and your family when y'all first moved into the home.
This chair is kind of heavy. Our relationship was as neighbors. We grew up together. We played together. We were neighborly in the community. At the time, the community has changed so much, but we grew up as neighbors, growing up and living right beside each other. So our parents knew each other. My parents had a conversation with his father and mother, and just neighborly, how neighbors would act and know each other and talk in the yard, talk amongst each other. We were good neighbors and good friends.
With first Ms. Mendotha Rooks, do you know when you first moved in, was she working?
Miss Rooks was a Atlanta public school teacher. She was working, yes, full-time teacher.
A full-time teacher. And what about Mr. Jimmy Lee?
Mr. Rooks worked for the Atlanta Housing Authority.
And during that time, did you ever have occasions to go inside of the house of Miss Rooks?
When we were younger, well, growing up then was kind of different than it is today. We were not, our parents were very disciplined, and we just didn't run in and out of each other's homes. But occasionally, I had been inside their home as teenagers, yes.
What about later on in life? Had you ever been inside?
Yes, yes.
I'm going to talk about a couple of different periods. Had you ever had the occasion to be inside of her house as an adult when Mr. Rooks was still alive?
Yes.
Mr. Rooks meaning?
Jimmy Lee Rooks.
Okay.
How did they keep their home at that time when Mr. Rooks is still alive, but you're an adult kind of later on?
Miss Rooks kept the home orderly. Furnishings were orderly, and everything was orderly and clean, fresh smelling, and pleasant.
Now, so you moved into your home in the 60s. Did you ever have occasion to leave your home and live elsewhere?
Yes, when I got married in 1978, and when I left the house for the very first time to get married. That was the very first time that I left my home to get married.
And after that period, when you first left home, once you got married, did you ever return back to that location?
Yes, I did. After my marriage dissolved and I went through a divorce, I came back home to live because I sold my other marital residence. I sold that home and I came back home to live in the family home because my mother at that time had developed Alzheimer's disease and dementia.
And if we can tell the jury the time frame, about when did you move back into your family home? And this is the home on 1255.
Yes, yes.
When did you move back into that home to kind of take care of your mother because she had dementia?
Oh, let me see. It was around the early 80s, I was married in 78. I was married 5 years. So it was after that divorce period that I went through. I think it was around it was around the mid to late 80s.
And when you came back that second time to help care for your mother, how long did you stay and take care of your mother at your family home?
I stayed and took care of my mother until she passed.
And when was it?
She passed January 1996.
Now you said that your mother had Alzheimer's.
Mhm.
Tell me, what type of care did you provide for your mother?
Basic home care, providing meals, her everyday existence, meaning clothing, just her care, her needs, taking her to the doctors, running errands, grocery shopping, taking her shopping, providing medical care, taking her to appointments, doctor's appointments. She always had doctor's appointments. Just her overall, taking care of her overall well-being.
Now, did you have any assistance in helping take care of your mother?
My brother was always around, Howard Austin. He assisted me.
Now, when you had to take care of your mom, knowing that she had Alzheimer's at the time, would you ever leave your mother alone when you began to care for her?
Well, I also had a good friend of mine that I would trusted her, and I gave her the keys to my house, and she would ride the bus over to come inside and take care of my mom when I wasn't around, when I wasn't there. So it was always somebody there. Either me, Howard, or this young lady would come and make sure that my mother got up out of the bed, that she was fed and clothed and bathed and ate, 3 meals and stayed clean and everything.
Now, in that period of time when you moved back into the home, so we're talking about the mid-80s, at least up until 1996, would you see Miss Rooks?
Yes, all the time.
Tell us about her condition and how she was when you saw her during that period of time.
During the time when my mother was living?
Yes.
Miss Rooks was active. I mean, she would go out of town with her sister, Osadell. She participated in activities. She liked to swim. She got a swimming pool, a top ground pool in the backyard. She was active. She was a very active woman. She liked to travel. She would travel. She liked to play the lottery, buying tickets and going back and forth to the store to buy tickets. And she was just an active lady.
And during this time, when your mother was alive, with Miss Rooks, Miss Mendoza, would she drive herself?
She was driving. Yeah, she would drive herself.
As far as how she kept herself, as far as dressing, clothing, how did she dress? How did she keep herself?
She would dress moderately. She used to have a look hat on sometimes, but she would dress comfortable and clean and accommodating, and she would dress nice. She would always have her handbag or her purse, her pocketbook with her, and she was always neat.
Now, during this time, was Hilliard living at the house?
I believe he was living there.
Now, after that period, after your mom passed away, did you remain at that house, or did you remain living at 1255?
After my mom passed away, I did remain at the house, but I did leave around, I think it was around the early 2000s. I left and became involved and had a relationship, and I left and moved in with Angela.
And when you left and moved, how often would you go back to the house and when you were there?
I would go back because I still had mail, pieces of mail and correspondences and mail going to the house. And I would go back just to go back to check on the house. At that point, Howard was living there, and, you know, Howard and I worked out a relationship for him to pay rent. And I would go maybe once or twice a week. I would just go by the house and check on things and look around and walk around and observe the yard maintenance, and just to make sure everything kind of stayed looking neat.
And that was at your home?
Excuse me.
That was at your home at 1255? That you would kind of check and make sure everything okay? Just
Right.
what you do at your house?
Right.
Okay. When you would go back, so you said you left probably around 2000.
Around 2000, early 2000s. Let me see, Nichelle graduated. Let me see, Cambridge graduated. Then Nichelle was the last one to graduate. So around 2004-ish, maybe 2005, I left.
Now, during that time, right when you left or were getting ready to move out of your home, you mentioned Addison Rooks earlier. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know at that time, Addison Rooks, where he was living?
Addison always stayed at their home, right beside. He never left to go anywhere.
Now, during that early 2000 period, did Addison Rooks become sick?
Addison became sick. I don't know what his medical condition was, but he became sick, and Addison ended up dying at home.
So you know they were caring for him at home?
Yes, his care was at home.
And do you know, so was he doing at-home hospice?
Yes, Addison was doing at-home hospice. Because I remember there was a hospital bed, a large bed in the living room area.
And so during that time, he had a large bed, a medical bed.
Medical bed.
Addison inside.
Yeah.
Now, after Addison died, was Mr. Jimmy Lee Rooks still alive?
He was alive for a few years. Yes, he was.
Now, did there come a point in time where Mr. Jimmy Lee Rooks passed away?
Yes, Mr. Rooks got sick. I don't know what the medical situation was, but he got sick and he later passed on as well.
So now we're going to talk about that period after Jimmy Lee Rooks died up until Miss Rooks passed away.
Okay.
During this period of time between Mr. Rooks dying, which was after Addison.
Mm-hmm. Addison passed first. Mm-hmm.
Did you have the occasion to see Miss Mendoza Rooks?
I didn't see her as often, as much. I didn't see her outside the home much. She was always inside at the front door. There was a burglar door, and then there was a wood door. The wood door was open, so with the burglar door being there, you could talk through, and I could see her standing in the living room, or I could approach that burglar door and talk through it because it had a screen in it. And I could talk through and talk and have a conversation with Ms. Rooks.
Was she ever able to open the door and maybe come outside or even let you in during that period of time?
She couldn't open the door. She was locked in. She was locked in the house. She couldn't come out because I would ask Ms. Rooks, did she need for me to get her anything? Or I said, well, can I come in? And she said that she didn't know where the key was. She was locked in, that Helios, when he came back, that he would let her, open the door. But she couldn't get out. She couldn't get out.
So from your knowledge at this time, she didn't have the ability to get out because she didn't know where the key was.
She didn't know how to get out. She had no idea how to get out.
Now, again, I'm talking about that period after Mr. Jimmy was died and up until her death. How was she physically looking at that point in time?
Her demeanor was changing, her behavior. Since I had experience dealing with my mom with Alzheimer's and dementia, she took on a lot of the characteristics of a person with dementia and Alzheimer's, because I know how my mother was. And Miss Rooks would talk to me, and she was repeating things and forgetting things. I know when her husband died, she kept saying, I'm going to tell Jimmy this. And, she called her husband Jimmy. I said, Miss Rooks, Mr. Rooks is gone. He's deceased. He's not coming back, and he's gone. But she would talk about him like in the present tense, like he was still around. And that gave me indication that the Alzheimer's was kind of affecting her memory.
Now, when you observed this, before I ask you that, at this point in time, was Helios her only surviving immediate family member? Well, the only adult family member.
Yes, because Addison has passed, Mr. Rooks had passed, so Helios was her primary provider.
Now, at that point in time, when you noticed these things about her memory, did you say anything to Helios about it?
I told Helios, and several times, I said, Helios, do you need any help with your mother? Do you want me? I had some resources that I could contact some people to help him with helping with her care. And I asked him several times, and he said that I got this, and he just kind of rebuffed me, and I got this. I don't need any help. I don't need any help. I said, okay. I didn't want to pry and be too forward, too aggressive, but he just kind of pushed me off. Just, no, Kathy, I don't need any help.
And at that time, did you think he had it under control?
At the time, I thought he had it under control because I did see him frequently coming over to the house and bringing food for his mom, and to go food and to go bags, and he would come and bring, because I didn't know that he hadn't moved. I didn't know whether he would live there or not live there, but I know he didn't work far away. He worked at Georgia Tech, which was not that far away, and he would bring back lunches and meals for his mother.
Now, you said that you told him that you had resources or the ability to provide resources. What type of resources were you referring to that you would have given him?
Well, I was gonna give him some information on the aging. Fulton County and City of Atlanta has aging services that help people with in-home health care providing. And I was gonna help him find a source or resource to help him with his mother, since I knew the kind of help that I was providing with my mom. It was a lot. I just happened to have someone of my own friendship to help me. But at one point with my mother, I had visiting nurses come in, but I didn't like visiting nurses. But there were just different resources out there that you could call to get somebody to help you with care. And I know Helios, he was a single guy, and I just didn't know what his time was like, but I just knew if he needed some help, tell me and let me know you need some help. And I can help find you somebody to help with your mother. I know it could have been a lot for him.
And every time that you offered help, did it appear that he would rebut that help?
He would rebut the help. Yes, every time.
Now, did there ever come a time where Helios told you that he had Miss Rooks in hospice?
I remember he did say something about that.
And did you know she was in hospice care or not?
He said something about it, but I know with hospice care, they usually have people coming in and out of your home, but I never saw anybody. I never saw anybody come over the times that I was there. I never saw any ladies, or I didn't never see anybody.
Let me ask you this. You said at this time you were living somewhere else. How often would you be coming over to your house on your day?
I would come over about twice a week. Just random, twice a week.
Now, looking at that same period after Mr. Rooks, Jimmy Lee Rooks passed away, and up until Miss Mendoza passed away, did you ever have the occasion to hear or observe the defendant speak to his mother?
Yes.
And in that time period, could you describe to the jury how you would hear him speaking to his mother?
Helios was very disrespectful to his mother. He would, because they kept their side kitchen door was, our living room window was here and their side kitchen door was here. So he would emotionally abuse her. He was yell at her, scream at her, holler at her, just very disrespectful, talk over her, just very ugly. And I know that we weren't raised like that, to treat our mother and father and disrespect them and talk ugly over, and shout and loud talk and just ugly, just it was just not well, not good.
And when you would hear him, Helios, would you hear Miss Rooks having a response to him? Did you hear her?
I heard her voice, but it was real lower. And she was just like she was trying to talk over, she couldn't talk at the high decibel range of where his voice tone would be. But I would hear her voice, and it really hurt me. It really did something to me.
Now, again, during this period of after Jimmy Lee Rooks passed away and between her Miss Mendoza's death, did you ever know them to have a dog at the house?
Yes. They had a Rottweiler. He was a puppy, and then he grew up to be a pretty big sized dog.
And you showed the big size dog. Can you describe the dog?
He was a big dog. He was fearsome. I was scared of him.
Now, did Hillis ever speak to you as to about why he purchased that dog?
He told me he purchased the dog for protection for his mom.
Now, did you ever have occasion to see how he treated that dog?
I know he would let the dog out sometimes and walk around the house with the dog. And I forgot what the dog's name was, but he showed some compassion to the dog, some love.
Now, you said that you don't know if Hillies was living at the house or back door. Did you ever have any discussions with Hillies as to when he wasn't home, how the dog would go to the bathroom or anything?
Yes, I did. I asked Hillies, I was like, how did the dog, if you're not there and your mother's there, how did the dog go to the bathroom and relieve himself? And he said it was some kind of pad or something downstairs or somewhere within the house. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, dog feces, urine, who's going to clean that up? And that's around your mom and the house is smelling like dog. And he said that he changed it out. But I know for a few times when Miss Rooks was living and I was stood at the door, I could smell the inside of the house, and it was smell awful.
Now, during this time, between Jimmy Lee Rooks passing and Ms. Mendoza passing, do you know if Ms. Rooks had the ability to walk or move about?
Miss Rooks was able to walk. She wasn't handicapped or anything like that. She was able to walk.
And during this time, when you had the concerns about the dog being inside the house while he was not there, was that because Ms. Rooks didn't have a key to kind of let the dog out if the dog, I guess, had to go to the bathroom?
Well, I never saw her let the dog out. The dog lived in the house. He stayed in the house. I didn't never see her take the dog out. It's let him out to use the bathroom or go use the bathroom. I never saw Miss Rooks do that. The dog did all his business in that house. Within the house. Like I say, I came to the door a lot of times and it was stinky smelling. I know it smelled awful.
Now, do you know whether or not they had any type of air conditioner or anything inside of the home? Do you know?
They had an air conditioner, but I don't know if it was working. They did have a air conditioning unit.
Now, were you ever aware if Phillies had a music studio?
Yes.
And do you know if he paid for studio equipment or studio time or equipment? Do you know?
I know he had a studio because I remember he was sharing with me that his son was getting into music. He was writing beats, writing music, lyrics, beats, and he was very supportive of his son being into that arena, into that field, and he was very supportive of his son.
When is the last time you can recall going to the home to check on this?
The last time I remember going to check on Miss Rooks was not long. It was that same year she passed, the same month, the same year, the same month. And when I went over to the house, the door was closed, the front door. Both, yes, the door was locked. It was always locked, but I couldn't see in because the wood door behind it was closed. And it was like that. I thought that was unusual because the door would always be open, you know, where I could talk through and know that she was in there. The door was closed, both doors. So I rung the doorbell. I kept ringing the doorbell. And I was just wondering, is Miss Rooks okay inside? Is she okay? And not long afterwards, I remember Helios calling me many days, not many days had passed, but he called me and told me that his mom had passed. So it was within that same week that his mom died that I visited the home.
I'm going to show you what's the March of Stacy Exhibit 108, 141, 142, and 143. If you can take a moment to tell me if you recognize Stacy Exhibit 108 and 141.
Yes, that's Mrs. Rooks. That's my daughter. She loved to travel and go on her cruises. Yes.
All right. And now looking at 141.
Yes, that's my daughter. That's my daughter standing in the driveway. And this truck is her husband's truck, Jimmy's truck. I believe he always had trucks. And Mr. Rooks had Miss Rooks had a Bronco. That's what she had. She had a Bronco. That's Miss Rooks. Yep.
142.
142, that's Miss Rooks, but this doesn't look like her. That's not her home environment, but that's her.
And then Stacy Exhibit 143.
143, that doesn't look that. I don't think that's Miss Rooks. Yeah, no, that's not Miss Rooks.
Okay.
That's not her.
That's not Miss Rooks. All right. So now looking at Stacy Exhibit 108, 141, and 142. Are those a fair and accurate depictions of Miss Rooks over kind of the course of those years that we were talking about a few
Yes,
moments ago?
yes,
Your
yes,
Honor, at this time, the state like 108, 141, and 142. Is that accurate?
yes.
Mr. Corn, excluded from that is the one that Ms. Alston said, I don't think that's Ms.
Understood.
Rooks. So we've got three.
No objection.
No objection. All right, 108, 141, 142 are admitted.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Coverage.
This is the one that is.
Yes, you have permission to
Thank
publish.
you, Your Honor. Person at 108. And he said she loved to take cruises. Is that Miss Mendoza?
Yes, that's Mrs. Rooks.
All right. Now looking at Stacy Exhibit 141.
That's Mrs. Rooks. Yes.
And you just mentioned her Ford Bronco and then also that pickup truck.
Mhm.
Are those Mr. in the bottom picture, Mr. Jimmy Lee's truck? And then at the top, it looks like the same picture, but two different angles or two different.
That's his truck because I know in the background, if you look in the back of that truck, the brick, that's our house right there. That's my house right there. The pink brick, and that's the yard. That's Mr. Rooks' truck. Yes.
And then the outfit where she's wearing the blue,
Yes, that's Mrs. Rooks.
and that was her Jeep that she would drive.
Yes. It was like she always had, it was a brown colored Ford Bronco. And I used to ask her about when she was gonna get rid of that truck. Cause it was old,
And she was older, but she was holding on. to
but she
it.
was holding on to it.
And then last but certainly not least, 67-142.
Yes, that's Ms. Rooks. That's,
He said that's not the house at 1251, but that is.
that's Ms. Rooks, but I don't know whose house that is. It doesn't look like that's her house, because she didn't have that kind of furniture, but I don't remember.
I have no further comments.
Mr. Korn, questions for Ms. Alston?
Thank you. I do have a few. Ms. Alston, when did you move out of the house for the last time? The house on
North Avenue.
North Ave?
I first moved out of the house when I first got married, the very first time.
I mean, for the last time you moved out.
The last time I moved out was or after my daughter Nichelle graduated high school. So that was around the early 2000s.
Okay. And is that when you moved to Ellenwood?
Yes.
Okay. Before that, though, you would come home to care for your mom, correct?
Before, when my mom was living, yes.
Yes. You come home to help care for her. Did you have?
Well, I lived there. I lived there with my mom.
That's what I said. That's fine. And you recognize that was a full-time job. Did you work during that time?
I worked a full-time job. I was raising my kids, my two kids, Nichelle and Cambridge. They were in the household with me.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a lot of work. I was definitely challenged.
Pretty exhausting, isn't it?
It was a lot.
Yeah.
It was a lot.
But you had help, right?
I had help.
Your brother, Howard was there.
Howard was there, and I had my friend that would come over just about every day and help me take care of my mom.
Now, when you're caring for your mom, you notice that she got forgetful and would not know where things were sometimes.
Yes.
Would she sometimes, were you concerned that she would sometimes wander out the house?
I remember one time she did get out the house and she was sitting on my neighbor across the street on his front porch. And I'm trying to figure out, how did she get over there? And she walked out, she opened the door and got out and walked over. And he was sitting on the porch because he called me and he said, Catherine, your mom came over here and she just stayed over here. She just sat on the front porch.
So in light of that, do you think it's possible that Hillies could have been concerned about his mom's wandering?
Objection or speculation.
I think he's asking, I'm just simply asking if it's possible that Hillies was concerned about it.
You're asking her to speculate, sustain.
You indicated that you didn't like the home nurses.
I didn't like the visiting nurses.
The visiting nurses, right.
They call visiting nurses because they just didn't seem to have the compassion and it seemed like it was a hurry up and okay, let's do this for your mom. Let's give her a bath. And I could look at my mother's temperament and I could tell how it was affecting her. She seemed like she was being impatient. They were being impatient with her. And they weren't being mean, but I just saw my mother's demeanor change. And they just seemed like they were trying to get to the next client. There was no compassion. I just didn't like them.
Right. Did you ever convey that your dislike for visiting nurses to either Maydotha or Hillies?
to convey it to Helios.
Did you let them know that you didn't like the idea of the visiting nurses? Did they I mean, you lived there at the time, so.
No, I didn't. I don't think I conveyed that to him, but
Okay.
I know he needed some help because it was just him.
Right, because he didn't have Howard there to help him. His brother passed away already, correct?
Helios didn't have his brother because Addison wasn't there to help him. But he had another half brother. He had Greg.
In your experience, did Greg ever step up and help out?
I didn't never see Greg step up and do anything. Helios had also older daughters. I never saw anybody help.
You indicated that it was pretty frustrating working and then taking care of your mom. Would you agree that's fair to say?
It was very frustrating because it seemed like my mother would get into things. She would get into one time she was cooking, she thought that she could cook, and the gas burner was turned up high and it made a black spot in the pot. And I told her, I forbade her not to try to cook anything. And then one time she had some dishwashing stuff that she put in her mouth, and I didn't know until I saw her lips were swollen. She's, dishwashing liquid.
No, I'm familiar.
I don't know if she thought it was a drink or, but you have to watch them.
It's the nature of getting old though, right?
Right. But that was the Alzheimer's too.
Yeah.
And she turned it up. And I had to take her to the doctor for that. The mouth was all swollen.
Did you ever express your frustrations to your mother?
I was frustrated sometime, but I didn't like to scream or shout at her.
Of course, you had help.
Sometimes I was impatient. You get frustrated because they're slow and they don't understand and they're doing things. And sometimes my kids would say, Mama, grandma's doing this, or grandma's getting into something and she's doing something that she's got no business doing, and they would tell on her. I thought that was the cutest thing, but they would tell on her.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Any redirect?
Did you, when you were frustrated or sometimes with some of the actions that were happening, did you ever speak to your mother in a way in which you heard Billy speak to him?
No.
You testified that you didn't really like the visiting nurses because of how they kind of were rushed with your mother.
Right.
And you wanted someone who wouldn't rush with your mom.
Right. I wanted someone more compassionate.
Now, with that not liking visiting nurses, did you want just a more stable nurse who would come in on a day-to-day basis to take care of her?
I just wanted someone that had I just wanted someone that didn't see the job or the work of caring for my mom like it was a chore, like it was a rush. Let's hurry up and rush and do this for her to go to the next client. And it just seemed like it was that type of rush because I was able to witness how they were doing certain things, and I just didn't like it.
And with your mom, I think this has to ask some questions about keeping your mom in the home so she wouldn't get out. Did you ever keep your mom locked in the house without a key or a way to get out of the home?
She always had a way there was always a way to get out.
And during this time, if you were not home, was there always someone there in case?
It was always somebody there. It was either I was there when I got off, or either my friend that was seeing about her, she was there, or Howard was there. It was always the three of us. It was always the three of us.
And again, as it relates to help, because there was, some question that you had help, you had help, you had help. Were you willing to help police identify individuals who would have been able to help in the care of this?
I would have.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any questions from the jurors for Ms. Alston? If you'll pass them towards Deputy Gord, we'll review those and get them covered. Yeah, we're almost done, but you should do that. You can go now. Okay, counsel. Thank you, Roman. You hold that one. Slow moving. What's your pleasure? Ma'am, a few more questions.
Yes.
And you may have already answered one of these. I'm trying to get oriented with your testimony. When, in relation to the time that Ms. Rooks died, how close in time to her death did you last visit her? Same day, same week?
It was the same week.
Okay. And when you visited her at that time, your visit was, you spoke to her through the door, you were on the phone. How was it that you had contact with Ms. Rooks the week she passed away?
Well, mind you, when I went over there last, I didn't see her because the door was closed.
Okay.
I didn't visibly.
It was all audio, if you will.
I didn't talk to her or see her. I just remember going over, knocking on the door and ringing the doorbell, and she never came to the door.
Okay. And that's when you say.
That was the last visit.
Before she passed?
Yes.
Let's go back one visit before then. So the last time you saw Ms. Rooks before knocking on the door, ringing the door, and there was no answer, how far before that visit was it? Ballpark. Was it a few weeks? Was it a few months?
It wasn't a few months.
Closer than a few months
It was
away.
closer.
Okay.
It was closer, within a closer period of time.
Okay. And that visit, did you successfully connect with Ms. Rooks? In other words, see her or speak to her? So your second to last visit with her.
I did. She was inside her home.
Okay. Was she able to move around? Like she came to the door or she stood up to greet you? What do you recall?
She would come to the door. She would come to the door.
Okay. And then you spoke to her through what we're calling
It
the
was
burglar bar?
a burglar door, and it had a screen where it was a burglar door, but you could talk through the screen.
We've seen pictures of it. So the wood door would be open.
Open.
And you would speak with Ms. Rooks.
Right.
So she came to that door.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And that was the second to last visit you
Yes.
had with Ms. Rooks.
Yes.
And that was weeks, not months before your final visit.
Right.
Okay. How would you describe to the jurors the nature of your relationship with Hilius Rooks in terms of friendly, not friendly, cordial, not cordial, before his father passed away?
Before his father, it was cordial. I mean, when I came over and I saw him leaving out or walking away, or if I'm outside going to my car or in the yard, I would speak to him and he would speak.
Okay.
We didn't exchange much conversation, a long conversation, but he would throw up his hand and say hi and keep going. You know.
Now, if you think from the time that his father, Jimmy Lee Rooks, passed away to ultimately Ms. Rooks' death, that period, few years, did your relationship with Hilius Rooks get better, get worse, or was it the same?
It just seemed like it was, I don't know. It just seemed like it was like he didn't really have much conversation to have with me, as considering we grew up together. It's like he really didn't have I don't know. It just seemed kind of distant, like he was living his life and I was living my life, but I would always speak to him when I saw him and just cordially and casually speak to him and say hello, how everything is going. How are you? How's things going?
Okay. Ms. Hilton, do you have any questions for Ms. Alston?
No,
Mr. Korn?
I don't have any follow-up questions.
All right. Ms. Alston, thank you so much. You are free to go. Appreciate your time.
All right, thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Ms. Hilton, do you have a witness who would take 5 minutes or less?
definitely not five.
Okay, I think what we're going to do is wrap for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, you're beginning to get the rhythm of how this works. We take testimony for a while, we take a break, we take more testimony. Sometimes there are exhibits, videos, audio, etc. Tomorrow will be a lot like this. We are starting at 9:30 tomorrow, 9:30, not 9. I know today was 9 and it's going to be a little bumpy because next Tuesday, which will be our next day of evidence after tomorrow, it's going to start at a different time, but each day we'll talk about this. We start tomorrow at 9:30. Please be here by then. We will try to go till about 5, depending on the witness flow and whatnot. We might go a little past 5. Do we need to stop? Hold on one second. There's an emergency going on outside that has nothing to do with this trial. Okay, got it. Leaving is going to be complicated. There's someone on the roof of the building who is threatening to jump off. And where you normally catch the shuttle has about 1,000 emergency personnel, and there's a big mattress deployed out there to try to prevent something bad from happening. But it's a situation totally unrelated to this case or hopefully anything else going on in the building other than on top of the building. So the deputies that's what Deputy Gordon is listening to right now. They're figuring out how you'll leave. My guess is you'll go out on the other side of the building. And great, Deputy Gordon's got this. So he'll escort you out of here. This will be resolved well before tomorrow. So 9:30. Tomorrow, we are having lunch at a specific time, 12:30. I hope it can be just an hour lunch, but a bunch of cameras are going to start coming into the courtroom a little before 12:30. I have as a different responsibility the judge who presides over the special purpose grand jury that's going on, looking into 2020 election stuff. And I have to have a hearing tomorrow at 12:30 because it involves subpoenas to legislators and they're being challenged. And that has to be an open hearing. And because the subpoenas are for very soon, I have to do that tomorrow. But it's going to be during your lunch break. And I flagged that for you only because, one, don't be surprised if cameras come in. It's not about us and they will not film you. They will not turn on until you're gone and we're shifting to the special purpose grand jury. The lawyers tell me that it ought to take less than an hour, but the lawyers are talkative. So you'll be oblivious to it all because when you come back from lunch, you'll just go to the jury room. But just know that if we don't start up quite at 1:30, it's not because these lawyers were late or anything like that. It's because this other hearing took a little bit. So we start at 9:30 and we will break for lunch at 12:30. ideally only for an hour, and then we'll try to wrap up around 5. It is really important that when you are not in this courtroom, you don't conduct any outside research actively, type, or passively. Hey, let me tell you about the trial I'm in. And your friend inadvertently says, well, I'm going to now spend 10 minutes telling you how to process what you just learned. So talk about other things with anyone else. Does anyone have any logistical questions about how tomorrow's going to go? So you're going to go into the jury room to say farewell to each other and leave your notepads there. Don't take your notepads with you. If you don't like the pencils we gave you, bring a pen tomorrow. You're free to use any writing implement you want. We're the county government, so we give you pencils. If you want something like one of those Uniball glide things that comes from your office or your home. Any other logistical questions? Thank you so much for your time and attention. We'll see you at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Deputy Gordon says he knows how to get them out of here.
Oh,
Can you tell us?
I'm like, I can't find anybody that knows. so.
Okay, he was doing his little radio thing. And I'm assuming that side of the building is open.
I figured, but even Robin was like.
Yeah, go to Prior. Okay, you'll get them out of here. Everyone else will go out, I mean, they'll probably go out prior as well. You just need to make sure the shuttle picks them up. Okay, I deputize you to do that.
Kind of late.
Mr. Smith, we'll see you tomorrow at 9:30, okay? Feel free to bring a book. That's not a problem. You don't need to take notes, but you're welcome to. Thank you, sir. You're free to go for now. Ms. Hilton, I need, please, the APS report you're trying to get in so I can complete my analysis. I've been doing some research, and I'll let you know a middle ground I may try to navigate is that a redacted version of it comes in as opposed to all of it. But I don't know what it says.
I'll email that to you right now.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Anything else from the state before we break for the day?
Nope, nothing from the state.
Okay, Mr. Korn.
No, thank you.
All right, we can go off the record. Remind me how you got on this case. Were you at one point assigned to Judge Downs or Judge Reeder?
When I was first hired back here, I worked here in 96 at the public defender's office.
This case is not that old.
It is not. I left, came back in 2018 to do backlog cases. Everybody picked out their worst cases to give to Larry. This is the last one.
Larry had a special bag of cases for
Yes,
a while.
and I have a special bit of hate for somebody.
Okay. I'm glad you're involved. I just have been trying to figure out and looking at
I was not the lawyer involved initially. That was Zanelli. And she left the office, came back, left again. But I didn't give it back to her. I kept it because I like people.
All right, that's a good attribute to have. All right, everyone. I will see you. Be here a little before 9:30. I have a Zoom call with some other judges I need to be on, which is why we're starting a little bit late. But I will extract myself from it so that we can start at 9:30. He's down in a she. It looked like a she. Okay, safely down?
When you say that.
Like they successfully got her off the.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Is it someone that works here in our courthouse?
Wow.
So I assume at some point you'll be able to tell me how that person got there. I would think so. It would be through your office on the 9th floor, not my office. So someone can explain that. It's an interesting world. Oh, and that was enough to do it. I could see from looking at, I almost look like one of the folks that I've seen pretty regularly from.
I grew up in Glen.
All right, I'm glad she's safe. Whew. It was pretty cool to see what they set up down there, though. That giant mattress? Because I went over to the elevator bay, because I saw her too. That's why people say there's a guy, but if you were where our elevators are, there's glass there. I could see these legs, and they did not look like guy legs. She was sitting on the edge. Yeah. So when they were looking at the questions, a bunch of Judge Leffridge's staff came out and they went over by that glass and were looking, and so they could see what was going down. I thought, well, we can look up if we go where the elevators are. 'Cause if you go where the elevators are, that's the top of the building. There's glass there. I looked up. And if she had gone, she actually would have hit that first because it juts out. So I looked up and I saw she was literally sitting on the edge. Her legs were going dingle, dingle, dingle.
That's how they knew.
Okay, it did not look like there were clothes on her bottom half. Okay, let them know. Can you hold on for 1 second? If I volunteer you, would you be able to come with me to take a verdict? There's a judge who just got a verdict who is picking a jury at the same time, but I don't want to volunteer you if you're going to say, okay. It's ready to go, so it wouldn't take long. But you tell me.
50 minutes.
Okay.
Let me just put this in.
Yeah, no, I'll come get you. Ingram.
Yeah, okay.
She's got this real awkward where the jury she's picking, it is Ms. Upshaw's last matter. She quit C3, but she represents a guy who routinely tells her to F off. He's actually picking a jury with handcuffs on because he refused. Your guys had to, the only way they could get him dressed and out had to cuff him. Yeah. And meanwhile, Seth Kirschenbaum and except Abate's gone, so someone's covering it. Rao maybe is there covering it. Well, vacation. The verdict in the former police officer who went about 130 around that curve on Peach Street just past Equifax and lost it and killed his passenger. That verdict is here. Sounds like it's a partial verdict. I got to go take that. But there are deputies in there. So I think there are deputies in there. You can come with me and Karen. We're going to 7E. Echo.
They've been deliberating for a while.
Yeah, they have.
Okay, so.
They have, oh yeah, all day today and half of yesterday on a particular homicide.
Actually, no. I keep notes.
Oh, okay.
You're not going in files.
So you'll email me? I don't have it yet.
I put it right now.
Okay.
You got it.
Oh, don't leave until I see that it hit my inbox.
Okay.
Is it really long? Okay.
It's, so the first page will be, the first 2 pages will be the kind of what Miss Williams testified to today. And then the last 5 pages are the case notes that come with it.
Okay.
This moment.
It's here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Where you going right now, Doug?
Yeah, we're just trying to work out,
I'm packing. We'll go.
Oh, y'all need to go. Okay, I need to close the report.
all right, I'm gonna go grab Karen and then if you'll just come with us, I assume there's a deputy there. If there is, then you're, actually, I'm only having you come.
I think they're in 1B.
But there's a jury in 7E as well, so I assume old Ingram crushes your office. But
I was in there for a while. It's a lot of, it's action packed.
I'm gonna grab Karen and we're gonna go there because Karen's got to go. So I'll just meet you at 7. I'm gonna go down and so I'll be in secure hallways. Don't worry about me.
Things are happening all the time. I had fun. I feel like she called cases in all the time. What she did was she called them.
Oh, so you know.
Right, we never tried to do that shit. We just had to get ready so the.
Have a good night. See you tomorrow.
Same.
You too.
Be an interesting day tomorrow too.
Oh, very.
Mr. Korn, I got the bio for the elder expert Anna Thomas. I haven't seen anything from you about we object to her testimony or anything like that. You obviously will be able to object as questions come up, but it doesn't sound like at a macro level, you object to her testimony.
No.
I'm sorry.
It's not Anna Thomas.
That's the only bio I got.
You know, cause I emailed it to Mr. Korn and I served the certificate. I will send you an email for Dr. Holmes.
I don't need the bio. I just want, I haven't seen an objection to any expert being called.
I mean, I may have objections as we go along.
Sure, those are fine. And so is a macro objection, but not at the last second, is all I'm saying. Okay.
If we can deal with issues beforehand, so it's closed.
Amen, sister. Yeah, you got it. Going to take a verdict.
I think another issues that left in part for the state court.
I've
That's
never
all
seen the state
Oh,
court
really? Oh,
office.
that's nice. You can use a operator.
Yeah, we have them on video, too.
Right.
Fun.
Can I help, Greg?
Yeah.
Go.
Goodbye.
Yeah, we a couple weeks ago, she asked me, could she get put down, but I was like, I don't have it, cause I got my own business, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. And then, so she on the age of girlfriend, once the age of girlfriend, they on that fucking, day and night, and Asia ain't got no type of job. Girlfriend, not boyfriend, not no boy, girl. I met a girlfriend, so Asia ain't got fucking all day and night, and neither one of them, Asia or the girlfriend, ain't here for me. I said, you gotta be out your brother ass mind. She do, but I'm trying to figure out what the hell you doing with your mind. Then they eating out, they all day. What you just, doing your rounds?
No, I'm doing all, turning up.
Okay. Yeah. That's why I said I was trying to eat. I was need to come down next week and set me and your mom up. Hmm. Yeah, I seen that. How long you been down there for that? Oh my.
Got his bottom right back? Is that P? Oh.